Welcome all to this 2D RPG course. In this course, you'll be learning a variety of different topics that include player movement, animation player, as well as animation tree, simple AI enemies, knockback, complex gaming user interface, or in other words, GUI, tweening, scene transitioning, level up systems, quest systems, and inventories using dictionaries. And as a bonus, we'll be also doing NPC interactions that kind of include cutscenes. So we'll be going through each topic in depth and going through the basics of each node used in this feature. By the end of this course, my goal is to give you the knowledge and resources you need to take this course above and beyond to either continue working on it and creating your own game, or starting from scratch and creating whatever game that you want. I hope that you enjoy this course, and if you do, go hit that sub button and check out my other videos, and I hope you guys enjoy this course. Bye-bye. This is the first episode of our new series. This is going to be an RPG tiny adventure series, an action adventure game. So this series is going to be a bit unique in the sense that there will be a bit more teaching. I will do my best to actually teach and not just code and then have you follow along. So my goal is to actually help you learn a little bit more in our journey of making this game together. So I still think there is a lot of advantage to making a game together. However, I'm going to try to make it a bit more classroom oriented in a sense. So the first thing I want to bring up is this game dev process I've kind of made. I've kind of thought of it on my own. I didn't really take it from anywhere. But step one is research, and then planning, implement, and ideate, and then all over again. So this is kind of the process I go through in my head, whether it's to solve a problem, whether it's to start the game, whether it's literally anything I do inside of game dev. So I'll give you a quick example. So when I want to create this series, for example, the first thing I'm going to do is research. So this can be anything research related. So I'm going to research the game type. So is it a real-time strategy game? Is it a sandbox game? Is it a shooters game? Just the other day, I released a poll asking if you guys want to do platformer, RPG action, or something like that. So that was my research. And I also research and look for sprites that you guys can use for free. So that's the research section of it. The next part is planning. Planning, I personally tend to skip over quite a bit, but planning is important. It does happen regardless of if you write it down, regardless if it's in your head, regardless if it's one little thought. Even if you think like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then in between this planning section and implement, in between 1 and 3, you plan out what you're going to do. Okay, what's my next move? Okay, well, I'm going to create a project. That's still planning, right? So in your head, you're still planning something out. And then implement is, implement and actually doing it. So let me think, okay, I'm going to make this series. That's my research. I'm going to use this asset, whatever. I'm going to now plan it I'm going to hit record. I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to talk about this, and that, and then I'm going to implement. So implement is what I'm doing right now. I'm actually doing this. And then ideate would be after this. It would be if I'm stuck on something or if I don't know what to do, I have to brainstorm. I start going like, okay, what am I going to do next for this next video? How am I going to solve this problem, etc. And I just loop all the way back around, right? So I kind of like this process. I've never really thought about it until now. I've never written it down until now. So this is the process I do. I will see if I can encourage it throughout the series. But it's really hard for me to promote this, especially when I'm not exactly a teacher. I'm not certified or anything, but I do think this can help, especially if you don't have a certain process that you do right now. So if you're completely new to this, I would definitely recommend you try this. If it's not for you, that's okay. It's not for you. But if you're completely new to this, I want you to try to keep this process in mind, and I'll try to bring it up every now and then. Okay, next thing I'm going to just comment on is I'm going to be using these 4 assets for our game. So this one is a tiny adventure pack. This one isn't part of it. It is the players. It's an updated version. This is going to be the font, and this is going to be the UI. All right, so let's create a new project. We're going to create 2 des, browse. We're going to I'm going to put it on my desktop. I'm going to name it first, Tiny Adventure YouTube. I'm going to make it 2.0, create folder, and create an edit. And then I'm going to create a new folder in here, and I'm going to name it art. And I'm just going to grab all my assets. Oops. And I'm going to put it in here, into that folder. All right. Next thing we're going to do is, oh, I can't save anything because I didn't make anything. So we're going to make a 2D scene. Yeah, let's make a 2D scene. That's fine for now. We'll name this main menu. And then in our project settings, we're going to just edit a few things. We're going to go to Windows. We're going to, let's divide this by 3. And then what we'll do is we'll do 640 times 250 for test. And then down here, we're going to do 2D and keep, and we'll keep it landscape. And that is it. All right, let's play. Select current. Okay, I don't like that test size. Let's make it a bit bigger. Let's do 100 for that. No. Okay, let me reset it. Hold on. Divided by 3. Was it 600? Divided by 3, yeah. And then divide by 3. Now what we'll do is we'll do this and 600. All right, now let's play and see what we got. Okay, awesome. I got a relatively small screen here. The reason I made it that small is because our asset pack is actually pretty small. So yeah. Okay, one thing I actually forgot to do is I'm going to actually delete all this. And I'm going to go to import. I'm going to drag in my Godot thing. I'm going to go to preset, 2D pixel, re-import. And I'm also going to go back here to preset, set as default for texture. And then let's drag in our assets once more. I forgot to do that. All right, now we should have non-pixelated things. Unless it did not work. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's delete all this again. Let's go back to here. Okay, this is 2D pixel, we import, set as default. Okay, that should work. Let's try one more time. Drag in the GUI. Interesting. It's weird that it's blurry. Okay, that's okay. What we can do is we can just re-import it in there. All right, let's delete those two. Now, we don't need that, but what we can do in the bit, in the font real quick, we can create new resource. We can search up font. We're going to make a dynamic font and create, and we're going to name it mini pixel. And we're going to double click this guy, and on the right, on the right, we're going to go to font. We're going to drag in this guy, or not. Ooh, I think this one is just the font. Let me check. Ooh. New resource, yeah, bitmap, okay. Okay, now I think what we can do actually is just go to font, theme, art, font. Ooh, interesting. I'm not sure if we can use this font. I might have to find another one. I will do that off stream after, but for now, that's okay. We'll minimize that. We'll actually delete this completely. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a panel. And then we're going to add a button. And for those who are just starting off with Godot, I'll try to go over everything I do. So a panel is just a panel essentially, and it's something that has no interaction. It's just a straight up like background. I tend to use it as a background. You can also shape it. It has a lot of cool themes that we can add to it. Sorry, we're not going to go into theme. What we're going to do is I'm going to theme overrides. We're going to go into styles. We'll do panel, click that. New style box flat. And as you can see, the color changed. So if we click into it, we can now edit the color. So what I'll do is I'll do a light blue. And a button is kind of self-explanatory. It's just a button. I'm going to type play in it. And in our node, I'm going to rename this to main menu. And I'm going to add a script to it. We're going to save it into our main folder. And I'm going to delete all this code except for the extends node2d. And then in our button, we're going to rename our button to play button. And we're going to go to node. We're going to connect pressed into our main menu. And then in our button, we're going to do get tree dot get not get change scene to what. However, we don't have another scene to change to, so we can't change to that other scene yet. So we're going to make a scene. We're going to make a 2D scene. We're going to name it to world. I'm going to save it, and we're going to save it in here. And then what we can do is go back to our main menu, and we can now add our world. There we go. And in our world, what we're going to do is we're going to quickly add a player, just so we can kind of see that we've changed scenes. Awesome. So there's our player. I think what we'll do is we'll actually, I'll spend the next few minutes. Let's go through the process. So let's research. What do we usually want in an RPG? Well, you can think of a bunch of things. You might think of things that I might never think of. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to think of, okay, what's an RPG usually have? What's the first thing that pops up when I press play? Well, usually it's a character select system. So let's do that. We'll make a character select system. That's going to be my research section of it. The research part of this, I've actually planned this out already. The research part of this is kind of done because I've found an asset pack that has a few different characters. So as you can see, there's a bunch of characters here. They all have different animations. They all have different skin colors. I think only one of them is female. Oh no, two of them is female. So you have female, two females, oh, three females. Here we go. Okay, yeah. So we have one of each. So we have this one, we have this one, and then we have this one. All right, female, male, like skin color, different skin colors. Awesome. So we have a bunch of different asset sets that we can use for our character selection. So now we have to plan it. All right, so let's think about this. How are we going to make a character select? Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually make a new scene for it because we don't want this character select to be in our world. We're going to have a just different scene for it altogether. And we'll make it a 2D scene. And we'll call this character select. And save. And then we'll save this. And we'll actually delete all this. And then save it. Close our world for now because we don't need that. And in our character select, what we'll do is let's plan out how are we going to have the player or the person actually playing the game choose a player. So, well, the first thing we want to do is most likely we're going to want to make a few variables to hold which player we've chosen, right? So let's go into our script. No, not script. Let's close all this. And in our res, we're going to create a new folder called global. And in our global folder, we're going to have global variables. So we're going to go into global. We're going to do new script. We'll do game.gd. And that's just like what I like to name my global script usually. I'm going to go to project settings and go into auto load. I'm going to load that script, add, and now our script is global. So anything I add in here will become global. So I'm going to delete all this. I'm going to name it variable player. What do we call it? Image, no, select. Yeah, we'll just do player select. Awesome. Next thing we're going to do is, well, I kind of want a background, so let's add a panel. This is kind of unplanned, but let's just add a panel to make it look a bit nicer. we'll change the theme override to strong file black. And I'll just make it, like grayish. And then in front of here, so, okay, let's plan this out together. So what I want to do, okay, so we're still planning. What I want to do, here's my plan. I'm gonna, it's hard because I visualize it and then I'm gonna try to explain it to you so that way you understand what the plan is going to be. So my plan is to basically, you know what? Let's bring out paint. Okay, so this is gonna be my visualization for you guys. So essentially what we're gonna do is we're going to have a button here. This is our button, and we're going to have a little stage essentially with our player that shows our player. And then we will have a button on the bottom that says select, right? And essentially what's going to happen is each player is going to have a certain variable attached to them. So let's say the male or one of the males is 0. The next male, a different color, is 1, etc., right? So this is going to be our plan. We have ... all the way to 6 because, or no, all the way to 5 because we have 6 different characters to choose from. All right, so the first thing we can do is we can actually add a animated sprite. And in this animated sprite, what we'll do is we'll create a new sprite frame and go into here. And now this is super simple. What we'll do is we'll do player 0. We'll add a few. And what we'll do is have player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, and then lastly, player 5. Awesome. And now in our tap anim, we're going to go into here and, oh, interesting. I don't know. I guess it's because it's underscore. Change that. All right, character 1 will go into here. We'll add this guy in. Nope, we're not going to do that because it's not proper. So let's go into art, animation, anim, character 1, and we're going to take this guy. And we're going to zoom in by control and zooming in. We're going to select all of them. And now what we should have is if we go to our animated sprite, go to playing and play player 0, we can see our player rotating. And what we can do is we can slow it down a little bit. So we'll do 2 FPS. And then we can also scale it by 2 to make it a little bigger. And now let's go to player 1. Let's go back, character 2 is select all of them. And we're just going to do this for each one. Look. Player 3. I go to character 4. And so now, not yet, sorry, it's just taking a second. Let's go here. Here we go. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Delete that animation. Go to player 5. And let's add the last one. Don't want to forget anyone. Select all of them and add them all. And now let's just change the FPS to 2 for all of them. Because 5 FPS is a bit fast. Okay. Awesome. Now, what we can do is name this player select, and we'll save it. We'll create a new script in our player select GD. And what we'll do is we're going to remove all this. And what we'll actually do for now is we're going to need 2 buttons, right? So in our here, we need 2 buttons. So we're going to add 2 buttons. It's up to you what kind of button you want to add. If you have certain buttons you want to add, that's fine. I'll just add 2 regular buttons for now. So this will be left. I'm going to duplicate this, rename it to right, drag it to the right, rename it to right, name this one to left. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach this to pressed. I'm going to connect it to player select. I'm going to go to character select. Oops. All right, and I just connected both signals to our node. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do game.playerSelect plus equals 1. And then we will do the same thing with the left. Whoops. But what we're going to do is on the left, first thing is we're going to do minus. We're going to check to see if it's smaller, no, if it's bigger than 0. Because we don't want it to get any smaller than 0. And then in here, we don't want it to be any bigger than 6. So we only want it to get to 6. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a process function. Here we go. And we will simply match our player select. And if it's 0, what we'll do is we'll get node player select, and we'll do dot player 0. And then we'll have one for each. What I'll do is actually just copy paste this a few times. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now if I play, I have to actually click this one because there's no way to getting that player select. We have our player. If we click right, it won't work because what is happening here, we did not have it equal to anything. All right, let's go one more time. Right, 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 right. I can go all the way to the right. This is our last player. If I go left, it should change my player. Awesome. So that's how we change it. What we can do is we can also add a label to make this a bit more interactive. We can add a label, and in our label, it'll be description. We'll name it des, and in here, what we'll do essentially is have gender. Ooh, that is very big text. We'll actually drag that out. Yeah, we'll just have it right there. We'll have gender, and then we'll also have hair color. And then I'm going to go into our player select. I'm going to go into each one of these things. I'm going to do get node dot s dot text equals. Can I do that actually? Let's find out. Ooh, no, it won't. Okay, so we have to actually do that manually in one line. So our gender will be male here. Hair color is black. I think. Let me double check. All right, the first one is dark blue. And then what we can do is basically just do that for each player. And we can add that. And let's finish off the other 2 that we have. So we have 5. We have up to player 5, right? That's it. Yeah. So we actually have to delete this last one. And then I think every second one is female. So we'll do that. Female. Female. There we go. Now let's launch. And every time I click, it'll give me a little description of each one. Female, dark blue, and we can kind of change it so that we have that stuff. All right, next thing we're going to do is in our main scene, last thing we're going to do is in our paint, we have the select button, right? So we have one more button we want to add. I want to add a button. Let's go up to the button, add that button, select, and what we can do is we can take all this. So in order to select more than one node, what you can do is select like this des, and then go down to the right and hold shift, click, and it'll select all of them. And I can now just move all of them at the same time. Makes my life a lot easier. And then I will also lock my panel in. So on the top, we can lock it in, and that'll help us lock. And in our button, select, we're going to call it select. I'm going to go to node, pressed, click. And in here, what we'll do is later on, we'll actually save the game. We don't have any save or load functions yet, but we'll add that in the next video maybe. But for now, because we already selected our game, we don't have to edit anything. But now what we can do is just get tree. No, not get transform. Get tree dot change scene to world. And then let's change our main menu to, whoops, character select. There we go. So now if we launch our game, we click play, we have our character select. So we select our character, right? And we select and we go to our main world. There we go. All right, awesome. So we now have a kind of working game. We started off with player select. Next video, we'll plan everything out again together. If you have any suggestions that you want to plan out with me, put them in the comments down below and I'll take a look at them. But until then, I will see you guys next time. Let's get right into it. The first thing I want to address is our little diagram again. So just keep in mind that a lot of the stuff I do is going to be done beforehand. Step 1 and 2, research and planning, I've already done. I've done all this. I know most of the stuff in Godot, so I'm just trying to teach it to you. But I've done most of the research and planning beforehand, right? But the implement is the actual video, so that's the actual stuff that we're doing. But I would urge you to do step 1 and 2 on your own or during the video. So pause the video. I will try to do my best to engage you as much as I can to do those 2 steps, but try to pause the video as much as you can to kind of think about these things beforehand before I just give you the solution. So if you're completely new to Godot or completely new to game dev in general, and you don't even know what a node is or what like a button is, that's okay. I would probably suggest you just watch the video instead and don't pause it too much. You can pause it when you're stuck. You can ask questions in the comments. I'll try to answer them if I can. But yeah, do all that. That'll hopefully help you learn a little bit. My goal is to help you learn, not to just like sit here and code. So the first thing we're going to do, so I'll bring up this guy again. We're going to build a player. So in our player, we're going to have a few things. We're going to have animation, we're going to have movement, and we're also going to have something that actually shows our player. So like in this case, it'll be a sprite. So that's kind of giving it away. So in Godot, we have something called kinematic body. There's 3 different types of bodies. There's rigid and static. We are going to be using kinematic because if you know what kinematic means from physics, it just means moving, I believe. It's not actually moving, but close enough. Now we'll save our player in our player folder, which I made off stream. So we're going to save it. I'm going to add it here. And now I'm going to add a collision shape. Our collision shape is just so if you were to actually go over here, hover this arrow, it'll say, consider adding a collision shape. So let's do that. Let's add a collision shape. And now if you go over here to the error, it'll tell us we actually need a shape now. So if we go to the shape on the top right, we can pick a shape. I'm going to use rectangle shape, and it's going to pop up right there. So I'm just going to make it a bit smaller. All right, and now to show our player, there's something called sprite or animated sprite or whatever you want. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to use sprite. The reason being, I think animated sprite might be preferred in this case because we have so many separate sprites. However, the way I want to teach this series and do some other things later on is not helpful for that. So we're actually going to just drag our sprite in, and we're going to name this sprite idle. And then we're also going to go to animation. Oh no, sorry, this isn't our idle one. This is our idle one. Here we go. It's a 4x4. So we go to animation. And as you can see, we have H frame and V frame. We can set those both to 4 because we have 4 frames on each side. And we're going to rename this guy idle. And then we're also going to add our walk animation. We're going to do the same thing, but we're going to call it walk. We're going to go to animation, set it to 4 and 4. And we're going to set the walk to invisible for now. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a script to our player. All right, and in our script, we're going to have a few things. We're going to have one variable for now, and it's going to be speed. So we're going to export it by doing export int variable speed, and I will do 80 for now. So what export does, okay, let's go over this one by one. So usually this would just work. So if variable speed equals 80, and this would, in Godot, and I think Python, it just automatically gives it a variable. And this variable is an integer, right? Because we've specified it here. But we're going to specify even more before we even set the number right here. We're going to tell it it's an integer. And export will actually export. It'll take out that variable and put it into our node right here. And on the outside now, I can edit it and say 50 instead. Obviously, it doesn't change it in the script, but it does actually change it. So for now, we'll reset it to 80, and we can test that out later. All right, next thing we're going to add is a process function. No, sorry, physics process function. Physics process and process are very similar, but physics process is more used for movement and things that are actually done in the physical realm, I guess. That's kind of how you can think about it. So we can add pass for now just to avoid any errors. And then inside of our physics process function, there is a lot. This is where we're going to essentially check for movement. So the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go to project settings. I'm going to go to input map, and I'm going to add a few actions. I'm going to have up, down, right, left. And in all of these, I'm going to be able to move. So physical key, I'm going to add up, which is going to be W. I'm also going to add the up key. And in our down, we can add physical key, down. And we can also add S. We can also go to right, add D. Oh, sorry. And then we're also going to add the right physical key. And then in our left, we will also add A. Nope, sorry, I can't press enter. And we will also add the actual left key. Awesome. So now we have a bunch of actions that can actually define what these things are. Obviously, there's built-in ones already. So there's UI left, and it even uses like the D-pad or whatever. But we just want to make our own, so that's okay. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to have an input vector. So we're going to make that inside of our process function. A lot of the times in other tutorials, you might see it being done outside of the physics process function, which is fine. It's the same thing. But the reason we're doing it inside, either way, you have to have something inside because we're gonna reset it essentially. So we're gonna call it input vector, and we're gonna reset it to vector 2. Whoops, vector 2.0. And then we're going to do input vector dot x is equal to input dot get action strength right, sorry. And then we're also going to subtract that from input. Yeah, I will just copy this. So copy this guy. I'll have it right there. And we're going to subtract it to our left. So what this is doing is, if you don't know what the x-axis is, I would suggest you learn it in math. But the x-axis is essentially this guy, the red guy right here, and the y-axis is the green bar. So to walk to the right or left, we have to walk among the x-axis, right? So in order to check which direction we want to go, essentially, is we're going to get the strength of our button right and our button left. So if I'm not touching either of them, the original strength should be 0, right? Now, if I start pushing on the right, what we're going to do is we're going to have 1 minus 0, because my left I shouldn't be clicking on at all. So it'll be 1 minus 0. So now we know that we are trying to move to the right. So the input vector x is going to be equal to 1, right? So it's going to be equal to 1, meaning we want to go to the right. Now, if I did the opposite and I clicked on the left, it'll be 0 minus what? It'll be minus 1. And what's minus 1? Minus 1 essentially means we're moving to the left, right? It means that we're going backwards in our x-axis, right? So now I want you to take a second to think about our y-axis. How are we going to move amongst our y-axis? Now, I want you to just keep in mind, this is negative and this is positive. So in Godot, the negative is on the top and the positive is on the bottom. And All right, so unpause the video, hopefully, or pause the video, think about it, unpause. We're going to continue. I'm going to copy paste this. I'm going to say .y, and what we're going to do is the right. So essentially, think of it this way. So if this one is positive, so if this one is 1 minus 0 means I want to move down. So this should be down, right? Yeah, I'm right. Okay, I just wanted to double check my reference. And this one should be up. So now, if we're trying to move up, meaning our input vector .y should be negative, it should be 0 minus y, or 0 minus 1, okay? All right, and next thing we can do is move and slide with our input vector times speed. So move and slide is a simple function within Godot. Godot does this automatically, so that's part of the research. So if you did your research properly, you could have probably found it in I'm not part of Godot, but you could have found it part of Godot's documentation. They have a great website. Their documentation is really well built. I wouldn't say their search bar is good, but if you search it up on Google, it'll give you the right documents. So the way you can research, so let me give you a research strategy. Let me open up an incognito tab here. So generally, what I would do is I would search up kinematic body 2D Godot. I spelled it wrong, but that's okay. And the first thing that pops up is our Google Docs, or Godot Docs. And you can go into here and you can see what functions this node has. And you can see on the bottom, the vector 2D21, which is what we're working with. Our vector 2 is going to be working on the X and Y axis, which is what we want. There's a few different things. There's move and collide. Well, that's not kinematic collision. That's different. There's move and slide with snap. So you can kind of look at these and see what to use. There's also these two, but these are for platformer games, which we're not doing. We're doing a full-on RPG game. So now let's try playing it. Let's play, select, and we don't have our player in our world, so we're going to have to go to our world. We're going to add our player. Let's save it and go back, and there's our player. And now we can move. Awesome. Our player now moves fully well. All right. Just a few things I'm going to change in our world. I'm going to add a Y sort. I'm going to put our player in our Y sort. So what this does is it essentially sorts everything amongst the Y axis. So that way, in an RPG, generally, if I stand in front of something, I want to show that I'm in front of it. So let's add, I just added a random thing in our reference. So I added a skeleton, so we can do that. We can add our skeleton, and we can just change it to 4. It doesn't do anything, it's just there for looks. But now if I play, and I go in behind the skeleton, I show behind it, because the Y sort is sorting it as if I'm behind it. And then if I go in front of it, it does nothing, because the skeleton is not in the Y sort. But now, because it's in the Y sort, I'll show in front of it or behind it, right? So let's take this out. I'm actually gonna, let's just take it out for now. One more thing we're going to do is we're going to want to add grass. So the grass is a bit odd because, okay, so in here, we can go to Tiny Adventure Pack, we go to Other, Misc, and we have grass. So one option you can do is just to take this and do that. That's awesome. You can do that and it works because this has no actual grass, right? It has no grass. It's just one straight up color. So usually what I would do is I would search up texture, get texture rectangle, pop this in. I'm going to add it as our background, rename it as background. And now I can pop in texture. I can expand it. However, it doesn't expand because one, we have to expand it. However, the stretch mode, this is pretty important. Usually I will put it on tile because if we have a tile, so here, why don't we try rock? So now it'll expand our rock essentially multiple times. If I were to put it on scale and expand, it'll just expand the rock over one giant scale, or tile, sorry. So keep it on tile. And let's load our grass again. This is especially good. So the reason why I use this, if you were following along my other series, the reason why texture rect is a good background to use is because you can animate it. You can, in your texture, if you go into new resource, animated texture, you can load that texture as a texture, right? So you can animate this texture. If you have like water or grass that moves, you have animations for it, then you can use that. These are all textures. You can use all of these. I don't know what all of them do. I haven't done or worked with most of them. But yeah, let's close that for now. This is good. We now have a background that works. We can always change it up to make it several tiles as well. Let's expand it just a little bit. So we have a pretty big world. And then what we'll do, last thing in our world, we'll add a camera, not in here. We're going to add a node camera. So camera 2D. And we can center it by, we're not going to center it, sorry. We're going to make it current, so make it actually usable. And then what we want to do, okay, so this is a lesson. What I want to do is if I launch the game, we can see outside the world. So I want this to be my limit. So I want you to pause the video and think, how can I limit it? Well, I'm kind of giving it away by saying the word is limit, right? So unpause, hopefully you've unpaused. If we go to our limit on the right, we can limit our camera by where it goes. So we can press 0 and 0 for top and left, right? Because I don't want the camera to go off our world, essentially. So if we go back to our game, now our camera no longer goes off. And if I move, ooh, it just looks weird. There we go. I was wondering why I couldn't move a direction now. It just looks odd because there's nothing in our world. There's no, let's actually add a sign here. There we go. Whoops. All right. Now let's go back to our player and we're going to start animating it. Not sure. Yeah, you know what? Let's end the video here. Next video, I will animate it, and then we will also add the player selection thing. So I will see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is part 3 of our RPG series. So in today's episode, we are going to be animating our player using animation player and using animation tree. And we are also going to make sure our player is using the right selection that we selected, right? Because we have a player select, so we want to make sure that works too. So in our player, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add our animation player. So if I search up animation, we have animation player, and we also add our animation tree. All right. Before we get started, keep in mind, I've done the research and planning already to this video. And I'm currently implementing everything, but I will do my best to kind of give you food for thought, essentially, and kind of think about these things beforehand. So the first thing we're going to do is, I'll kind of give it away, is we're going to want to create animations for this. So to do that, we go to animate or animation and new. We're going to add different idles. So we're going to have idle down. We're going to do new. Oops. New. Idle up. We're going to have idle right. And we're also going to have idle left. And then we'll also have the walk animation. So we'll do those right now as well. So walk down, walk up, walk left, and walk right. Awesome. So now if we go into here, let's drag this up a little bit. We have all our animations. So for walk idle down, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our idle animation and we're going to go to transform and animation. Sorry, there it is. It's already open. So in animation, what we can do is we can just use this little key here, which only pops up if I have the animation tab open. So if I have output, it's gone. If I have animation, there it is again. So I can press the key because this is idle down, go to 0.1, go to frame 1 because it resets, and we're going to key. Now we go to idle left because now it's pointing to the left. We go key, go to 0.1, go up 1 frame again, and key. And then we go to idle up. We're going to just repeat this process for each idle animation. Go to idle right. Now we key that. Go up 1 frame. Oops, sorry. Now we go up 1 frame. Key. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set each animation time to 0.4. We're also going to loop each one. So 0.4, loop it, 0.4, loop it. That one's already looped, 0.4, and loop it. All right, now we're going to hide our idle frame. We're going to go to our walk frame. We're going to animate our walking as well. So walk down, we will have, here it is, perfect, walk frame 0. Create 0.1, frame 1, 2, 3. Again, 0.4 seconds and loop it. Walk left, frame, 0.1, 5, etc. And we're just going to do this for each one. So walk right, nope, not walk right. Walk up, here we go. Walk up, key, go up 1 frame, make the time a little shorter. Walk right, last one, we key it. We're going to go up 1.1. Doot, doot, doot. All right, and now we have our animation all set up. Awesome. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a lot of the stuff in our animation tree. So what is an animation tree? It is essentially a tree that allows you to control certain animations depending on what you're doing. So this is the reason I'm using this is because 1, it gives you a good concept of states, and 2, because it actually allows for states. So, which is actually perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to first connect our animation player by going to assign and just connecting animation player. That's pretty simple. Next thing we're going to do is tree root. We're going to create. There's a bunch of little things here, and you might be wondering, what do I use? There's so many different things, and the reason why we're doing state machine is because we're going to later on, especially, we're going to be using states. So just make a state machine. And as you can see on the bottom, it says animation tree is inactive. So we're just going to make it active. And that is it for the settings. Now, in our animation tree here, we're going to go to the plus sign. We're going to add an animation. Nope, sorry, not animation. We're going to add a blend space. We're going to add 2 blend spaces, actually. And as you might guess, this is the idle one, and this is the run, nope, walk. All right, and so essentially what we want to do, so here's my thought process of research and planning, is in the idle thing here, in our blend space, we're going to play the idle depending on our position. And the same thing, and we're going to do the exact same thing for walk, okay? So in our walk animation, first thing we can do is, because when we play our game, the first thing our player should be doing is playing the idle thing. So the idle animation. So we can toggle this autoplay here. And now we can go into edit. And now it brings us to this little blend space. So let's not worry about the error for now. What this does is essentially, as you can see, this guy right here, it allows us to look at our position depending on the X or Y axis. So this is actually the exact same thing as the input vector. So the input vector will tell us if we're negative or positive or where are we on this X or Y axis, right? So, and then depending on where that is, we're going to play a certain animation. So if we go to this guy, create point, we left click on our tree, we can add an animation and we'll do idle left on the left, right? Because that's what we're doing. And then idle right on the right side. Now remember, which side, okay, so if I want to put on our top, what do I put? Idle up or idle down? So think about this. Answer it. I'll give you the answer in a second. It's actually idle down. Why? Because remember let me actually double check because I'm not checking myself out. Let's do it anyways. And then, yeah, let's play. So idle up should be on the bottom because Godot is flipped kind of. The negative is on the top. All right, now we're going to go to our root. So our blend space is all set up. We can also go to blend and make it discrete. I'll be honest, I don't even know what that one does, but I just know discrete is a bit more smooth. So now we can actually test this. If we take this guy, we can set the blending position, we can move it, and it doesn't work. Actually, we need to code that out, sorry. So let's go to our root, and let's edit our walk animation as well. Let's do the same thing. We're just going to add our animation. So we have walk left, walk right on the right side, then walk down. No, walk up on the bottom, and then walk down on the top. And now we have our little square. And we're going to set this guy on the bottom. And, I wonder. Yeah, okay, here we go. I think it does work. Okay, so if we go to our idle, we can actually test it. Yeah, so we just have to make sure that our idle is showing and not our walk animation or our walk node. So if I'm in idle, I can show up, down, right, left, etc. Right? So now what I'm going to do, last thing, is I'm going to add a transition between the two. So going from idle to walk and walk to idle. All right, now we want to actually code this out. So in our player script, we're going to go into here and we're going to add a script that allows us to do this. So yeah, let's just add it right away. So the first thing we're going to do is check for input vector and see if it's equal to 0. Vector to 0. Why are we doing this? Well, because if I'm not moving, this essentially, or if my input vector dot x is 0, right? If I haven't touched either of them, it should be 0. And then input y should also be 0. That means my input vector is going to be equal to 0, right? So it's 0. I'm not moving. So what does that mean? I'm idle. It means I'm idle. So what am I going to do? I'm going to get our animation tree. Yeah, well, let's do this. Animation tree dot get parameters slash playback dot travel idle. So what this is doing is simply going into our animation tree. We're going to go into this playback. So edit. We're essentially going into it, editing, and then we're going to travel idle. So we're going to travel depending on where we are, right? All right, so that's if I'm idle. So what about if I'm moving? So else, we can just do else because the only other possibility is if I'm moving, right? There's no other possibility at the moment. So now we can actually just copy paste this, do animation tree, and get walk. However, now, because we're in here, we want to know which direction am I facing? Which way am I moving, right? So what I can do is go here and I'll just copy paste it. We do, instead of get, we're going to set the parameter slash playback parameter idle. Sorry, I'm going to do walk for now. Walk slash blend position. There we go. And then we're going to delete this because we don't need this. And in our function set, it actually wants two things. It wants, as you can see, it says if 2 free arguments, expected at least 2. And the next one is because we're setting it, what's the number we're setting it to? Well, we're setting it to the input vector, right? So that's our actual input that we're going into. Now, what we're going to do is we're also going to set the idle animation input vector, right? Because the reason we're doing it in here is because the input vector is equal to 0 here. So we can't put it here. It doesn't make sense. How are we going to set our idle to something when our input vector is 0 anyways, right? So our position is 0, 0. How are we setting our idle animation? It doesn't make sense. So we have to set it in here as we're moving. So I'm actually going to put it right before walk. And then after that, it'll set, because it's set the blend position, it'll save essentially. It'll save and it'll stay here in our idle animation. All right, and then we're also going to put our move and slide inside of our movement because we're moving here. And yeah, one last thing we're going to do is we're going to actually normalize our input vector. So we're going to get input vector equal to input vector times, is it times? No, dot normalized. There we go. So this is a function that essentially normalizes our input vector. The reason why we're doing this is because before, what was happening with input strength is if I was trying to go to the right and left, so if I was going at an angle, the speed that I'm going at is much faster than right or left. So now we're normalizing it so that our speed is the same all the way around our circle, our imaginary circle. All right, this should be it. So now if I play, I'm going to select, What's going on? Travel in base null. Okay, I might have spelled something wrong. Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm gonna copy paste that, and that should still work. Select. Okay, there we go. So now I can move, and because I'm moving, I'm setting the input position. And now every time I stop moving, it's going into the idle animation essentially and stopping in the correct direction. Right, so now I can kind of go behind or in front of my sign. It's kind of cool. All right. Next thing we're going to want to do is we want to check which one I'm doing, right? Okay, so here's the planning of our research and planning. So our research is, okay, what do I want to do? My goal, or I guess you can say this is step 4. This is ideate. So here's our goal. We want to show, so if I'm walking, or sorry, if I'm idle, I want to show this node, this sprite. If I'm walking, I want to hide this sprite and show this sprite. However, I can't do this manually. I can't do this. I'm the coder. I can't be doing this. The code has to do this for me, right? So if I were to play and I actually showed our walk animation is invisible now. So now if I'm walking, it shows, right? It's actually showing that I'm walking. However, when I'm idle, it doesn't show the idle animation because our idle sprite is invisible. So what can we do in our code? Well, ideally, what you would actually do is have all the animations in one sprite, and you wouldn't have to do this, but because the way this animation is set up, we'll do this anyways. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually make a separate function, and this function is going to be called show sprite. Capitalize this sprite. And we're going to pass through sprite name. And in our show sprite function, what we're going to do is just get node idle dot hide, and we're going to do the same thing for our walk. And then what we're going to do is we're going to match the sprite name. And if our sprite name is equal to idle, we're going to take our idle node and we're going to show it. So what we're doing, the reason I'm doing this is the reason I'm hiding them all, and the reason I'm doing this, I'm not putting this inside here or whatever, right? Is because I want to eventually add more nodes or more like animations. So let's say I add our attack animation later on, because that's what we have. We have our sword animation. That's a little big, but let's say I have multiple. Maybe I have a roll. Maybe I have multiple animations. I want to hide all of them first and then show the one that I'm playing. So now I can do show hide or show walk, sorry. So now this should work, except I didn't code it in. So now we have to actually call it. So in our idle thing here, we're going to call idle, right? And then in here, put it right there, we're going to call walk. So now it should work. So now I select, I'm idle, and now when I move, it runs. Awesome. Yeah, let's continue on. The video is about 16 minutes. We can keep going. This shouldn't take too long. So now what we want to do, next step. Okay, this is something I want you to think about. So next thing that we want to do, what do you think it is that we should do? Well, because when we play, we have our character select, right? We can select a character and select. However, the character is not right. That's not the character I selected, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our, what do I want? Okay, so that's the ideate. So let's go back here. We ideated. Now I want you to research. I urge you to try to research and plan on your own, and try to think about how we can do this. If you don't know, that's totally okay. You can just keep watching. I'll give you the solution anyways. But I've already researched and planned this, and now I'm going to implement it. So because a lot of this I know just from experience. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a node. I'm going to have it built in because it doesn't have to be a normal script. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a dictionary of our sprites. So I'm going to do sprites, or I'll do players equals dictionary. And in this dictionary, we'll have 0 equals preload player idle. This one, that's the first one. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill our dictionary with all the players I have loaded, right? So I'm going to do 3, 4, 5, right? And now I can do character 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3. There we go. And obviously I have to add the commas there. There we go. So now we have a dictionary filled with numbers referring to our certain character. So we've preloaded all of them. All right, now what do we want to do? Well, we want to match which one that we're using. So as you might remember, in our game.gd, which is global, we've set our player select, right? So this is pretty easy. What we can do is process function. Okay, so here's something I know from experience. You want to reduce the amount of process functions that you add into the game. So in our player, we only have to set the texture one time, right? Which is on during the ready function. So we can do function ready, match game.player select. And if our player select is 0, what we'll do is self.texture. So this is part of the research. Hopefully you've gone through the node of sprite and found out that you can edit the texture. So if you actually hover this, you can see that we can set the texture. So we can set the texture equal to players at 0. And I'm wondering what we can do actually is I think we can actually just do this. Yeah, okay. Let's take this out. And we're not going to match it. We're just going to do that. So now, whenever I play, let's select like that one. Now in my idle one, it works. However, when I'm moving, it doesn't because I didn't do that yet. So I have to go to my walk. We'll build it in. And I'm just going to copy all this over. Go to walk. However, for the sprites, I want to load the walk animation. And so now, as you can see, the path is almost the same. I'm just going to highlight the idle. I'm going to do Control R. Now I can replace all the instances where it says idle with walk. I'm just going to replace all, and now that should work. So now, if I play, I select this guy. Now it selected it. Awesome. In the next video, I think we might implement saving and loading, just so we can actually save the player select, and then we'll also make it so that when I click play, it's going to check if I've already signed up, essentially, if this is the first time I'm playing or if it's the second time. So if I've already selected my player, I don't want to select it every time I play the game, right? I want to select it one time and I'm done. That's it. So I want to select, like, I don't know, this guy, and then play. I want to save all my information and then play again and not have to select it. Okay, so we'll do that next video. And I might do a few other things. But for now, I hope you guys learned something. I hope you understand things a bit more. I'm trying to make my series a bit more unique in the sense of teaching. Yeah, so if you're done, you can click off if you want. But if you want to keep supporting me, you can listen. I don't know. I'm just going to go on a little rant. I hope this helps. Because this isn't something that you just do once in the beginning of the game process. This is something you do every time you're kind of stuck. So even I still do this kind of, in a sense. I will research something, like if there's a node I don't know. So like there's actually a few nodes I don't know. There's one that's not new, but it just got edited a lot, which is navigation. I think this one. Or navigation 2D. Like if I don't know it, I'll create it. I'll go into it. I'll kind of look at all the things. I'll research, right? I'll even go into the documentation, and then I'll plan, what do I want to do? And then I'll try to implement it. Then it'll fail, and then I'll think about, okay, like how can I change what I just did, right? Because I shouldn't be doing the same thing twice. And then I'll do this entire process again. So I think that this can help you if you're starting off. If you find that it doesn't help, maybe you can let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you guys think of this series. Hopefully it helps. Hopefully you're learning. If you are, subscribe, give this video a thumbs up. Go watch some other of my videos, and I will see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. This is episode 4 of our series, and in today's episode, we're going to be editing the UI quite a bit. We're going to be making a custom theme for our game. So let's hop in right into it. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in my art folder, which is new resource. We're going to create a theme. I'm going to make the theme, and I'm just going to call it GUI. No, not HUD. GUI. There we go. I'll do it in all caps. I'm going to save. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to properties or project settings. I'm going to search up theme. GUI theme should pop up. We have custom and custom font. I'm just going to do the custom for now. Go to art, res, and we have to save and reload. And now nothing changed because there's nothing in our theme. But now what we can do, I've imported some themes or some fonts. So I've imported these 3 fonts. I will link it in the description, I think, or you can just find your own fonts that you like. And I've also created these themes or fonts. And to do that, you go dynamic font, you create a dynamic font, create it, go into it, and then so double click it. And then in the font, you just drag in the font that you want. So that's how you set your own fonts. So now I have 3 different dynamic fonts that I can use. We're going to go into theme. So we're going to go to GUI. Now there's a default font that pops up, and we can just pop in song. And now our song pops up everywhere. The default, yeah, there we go. It should work. I'm not sure why it's not popping in our editor, but that's okay. It works in our game. So now our general font looks like this. Maybe we can try closing the main menu and then opening it. Yeah, there we go. Next thing we're going to do in our theme. Now, to add items or to edit, so here's all our things that we use. So there's like buttons, toggle button, disabled, etc., line edit, drop-down menu, those kind of things. So we can edit all this and use the GUI thing that we have. So let's do that. So if we go to manage items, we have edit items, and there's nothing in here, so we can't edit anything. We're going to go to import items. We're going to go to filter. Well, the first one is button. We're going to use that. We're going to import with data. We're going to search panel. We're going to import the first one. And we're also going to bring in text. And there's one more. Nope, that's it. Just those 3. And then let's import selected and close it. And now we have all 3 of these. So let's do our button first. Let's do our panel first, actually, because that one's a bit easier. So if I open it, as you can see, we have the default is the style box texture. If I were to pop this guy, there's a bunch of them. So there's stuff box flat. Texture is what we're going to use because the texture is a texture, right? So it's this guy. This is the texture that we want to use. And as you can see, it pops up like this. That's not what we want. But what we can do is in the snap mode, I like to use auto slice sometimes. This one is a bit awkward because the bottom one doesn't let us pick auto slice, but the rest will. So you can see I can select certain ones that are selectable. This doesn't always work perfectly, but that's okay. So we're going to select this one for our panel. And now for so as you can see, in when I add a theme, there's the white box, and that's the actual border of the thing that I'm choosing. And then the inside is going to be the inside of the actual panel. So you see the preview here. And the way I do this is I just kind of center it. And I bring everything into the middle. So I bring a little box. So now, if I play, hopefully it updated. Yeah, there we go. There's our little panel. Let's edit it a bit more. Or no, sorry, let's bring this in. Let's, we want to try to bring it into the screen perfectly. There we go. So now if I play, there's our panel. So now we have a nice panel that looks nice. And let's go back to our theme. And so now our panel looks nice. It'll kind of edit properly. So you can kind of play around with it if you want, but we'll go back to theme. And now we'll close our panel. We're going to go to button. We're going to go to style. And there's quite a few. First, let's do the normal. Let's go to texture, drag in our texture, and then go to texture region. And then in here, we'll do auto slice for this one. We will do this one. And we don't have to edit anything, but it's fine. And then we'll go back to our theme. We'll do the pressed. Oh, we have to bring in our texture. For the pressed, we'll do this one. And then we'll go back to our theme. And then for the hover, we'll do, I have to bring in my texture. We'll do the bottom one. So that'll be the hover. And then For the focus, I'm actually going to go into here and I'm going to clear it. I don't want anything for the focus. And then disabled, we're also going to clear that. Most likely we will never disable any buttons, but yeah. All right, so now we have a button that we can hover. So as you can see, the hover is like that. And then if I click it, it looks like I clicked it. And as you can see in the next screen where we have buttons, the button is automatically done. And so, yeah, I think we have to actually go to that screen. Let's go to character select. Let's go into here. Is there any theme overrides? There are not. Very interesting. I'm not too sure why the fonts aren't editing. What we can try to do is reload. Sometimes the theme doesn't always update. Okay, let's try dragging in our theme and see if that helps. Okay, doesn't seem like it is. Okay, that's very strange. What we can do is in our font, we can actually just drag in one of them. All right, there we go. And we'll have to just do custom font, I suppose. So theme override, fonts, drag it in. Ooh, you know, actually what we can do is in our button, there should be fonts. Yeah, we can do that. That could be why, actually. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, that did. Okay. So ignore what I just did. We don't have to do the custom font. You can, but that was faster. Okay, let's close this, go back to our main menu. Okay, so now we have a pretty nice game. We have play. We can add, let's see, what else do we have in our GUI? There is options and exit. Well, we can add those. What we can do is we can actually add a container. Let's do a vertical box container. We'll add our button in here. Take our container and move it to the left. And we'll turn on snip. And we'll kind of drag it into the middle. And then I'll duplicate this twice. I'll say options and quit. I'm actually going to go into each one. I'm going to rename it first. I'm also going to go into each one and disconnect the signal. Now, in order to push them away from each other, this is why a container is pretty nice, because in our container, we can actually go to theme override, separation, and then just increase the separation a little bit. And now, when I play, we have different options. Let's change this one to options. Options. There we go. And the nice thing about this is that the length of them will always change depending on the longest word. So now when I play, I have 3 different selections I can play. Go into here. In our player select, what I'll actually do is I'll do this. So I'll change our panel. I'm going to make it fit the size of the screen, which is right there. Zoom in a little bit. Awesome. So now we can go back to our main menu. Let's close this. We don't need it. Let's go back to main menu. Now if I play, we have this guy. Let's edit it a bit more. Let's actually take this and we can center it. And then I'll put it kind of right there. I'll turn on snap grid, put this there. And then for the right and left, I will keep it like this. Or what we can do is we can actually do this. We can make that signal. And now they're the same length. I'll quit. Let's see. Let's move this one a little to the left. Nice, make it smaller. Yeah, I can. Now I'm just kind of messing around with the sizes and everything. Let's maybe put it right there. See what it looks like. Awesome. Ooh, our panel does not go all the way. Ooh, that is very strange. Let's send it back. Turn off auto grid. Okay, let's make sure it's everywhere. Okay, let's lock it. All right, awesome. Now our game kind of looks a lot better. We have character selection, which is pretty cool. And obviously you're gonna have to change all this stuff, but that's okay. Let's close this. Let's go back to our world. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a bit of collision. So we're going to actually make a sign. So the first thing we're going to do is add a body. we're going to add a static body. So our goal for this is going to make a sign. We want to make a sign where if I touch it, it gives me text. For now, just to finish the video, I'm actually not going to do all that. I'm going to just make it, and then I'm going to give you homework to do this. So let's make it in let's make a new folder for it actually. World objects. And then in here, we'll name this sign. And I'll get you started. So I'll name it sign. Give it a body, collision shape. Give it a rectangle. And we should have a misc for it. Yeah. Oh, we'll just drag it out. So we have the, what do you call it? Sprite. So let's change this a little bit. Let's put it like this. Yeah. All right. So now in our world, I'm going to remove this. And one thing I can actually do is I can actually have a Y sort within Y sort. So the reason I want to do this is because now I can have multiple Y sorts within this main sort, essentially, right? So now I can have one Y sort for objects. So let's say objects, and we don't want the sprite, we want the actual object. And now if I play, oh no, let's put that in there. There we go. Play, select, whatever. We can now interact with it. And if I'm in front of it, our player seems to have too much collision. So let's go back into here and let's change the collision for this guy. Let's change it to let's put our idle on. Yeah, we'll put it right there. So now when I'm in front of the sign, I don't collide with it at all. That's very strange. Let's restart the game. Yeah, there we go. Now I collide with it. And yeah, so I'm behind it. And then here, I'm kind of in front of it. The reason why it's doing this is because the collision is too far down. So let's make it higher. Okay, we're going to have to restart. And actually, what we're going to have to do is drag everything up a little bit. And then let's play, select. The walk animation is also not centered. There we go. Okay, so yeah, now I can collide with it properly, and I always seem ahead of it. So there we go. There's our little collision with our sign. And so now if I'm behind it, looks like I'm behind it. But if I'm in front of it, looks like I'm in front. Okay, so what I want you to do is, I'm going to give you a hint. I want you to find a way to collide with this sign and pop up a text box. One option is Area 2D. That's my hint. That exists. Also, this collision does have, ooh, no, it doesn't. Area 2D is your best hint. There you go. So for next video, we'll do that. And we might also add save and load, which I was going to do this video, but I forgot. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. If you did, give it a thumbs up. I'm really excited for this series. I think it might be a bit of a longer series. It'll be fun to kind of make a almost full game. I think we'll do that together, which will be awesome. Later on in the series, I'll also upload a GitHub. So in case you guys want to follow along with that, yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, we are going to get right into it. We are going to finish our sign. And so I'm going to kind of go through the process of how I think about it. So in regards to your homework, I guess, what I want to do, and I gave this as a hint, is I'm going to check for if the player comes into a circle, imaginary circle, around the sign, basically. That's what I'm going to check for. So to do that, I need to add an Area 2D. So we're going to add Area 2D. And then I also have to add a collision shape to it. And then in that collision shape, all I'm going to do is make it a little circle. I'm going to make it right there. And I'll make it kind of small. Oh, not that small. There we go. And now in this circle, what we're going to do is we don't have to rename it, that's okay. We'll go to body entered. And first we have to make a script called sign.gd and then connect that. There we go, body entered. And now what we can do is, hopefully you've done your research. we've looked at the signals that this has, and you can kind of understand what we're going to do now. So in my thought process is, okay, well, we have this body. What's this body? Well, what we can do is we can actually test this by printing body. So if I launch, play, select, we can go here. And as you can see on the bottom, it's printing our object, our body. And so another thing we can do is keep in mind when we print body, this is printing the object. So what an object is it's in the, if we go to the remote in the left, you can find our player, and it's printing this entire object. It's not printing just the name, it's printing the object itself. So what we can do is we can actually ask for the name, only the name. And so now, if I go in, it should only give me player, because that's the name of the player. It's right there, player on the left. So what we can actually do is we can use this. We can say if body.name is equal to player, well, it has to be a string, then we'll print hi for now. So we can go back to output, go to our game, and now every time I go in, it prints hi. Awesome. So now we have a way of checking for player collision. All right, let's stop the game for now. We're going to, go back to scene. And now what we're going to do is we're going to make a thing that tells us what we're saying, like what happens after we come into the sign. Well, there's a lot of different things you can do. You can have like a notification system. You can have signals. You can have like interaction with another player, cutscenes, that kind of thing. But in our case, we're just going to make a simple sign with a panel. So we're going to make a panel. And in this panel, we're going to actually go to theme override, and we're going to make a new style flat. And we're going to make it white. And then we're going to go to border width. We're going to do 2 for now. Let's see how that looks. We're going to make the border black. We're going to go to quarter radius. We're going to do, let's do 5. Let's see how that looks. And then let's do 1 for the width. I think 1 is better. Awesome. And then let's expand margin, shadow. Nope, I think that is it. We will center it. And inside of our panel, what we'll do is we're going to, let me just double check using my reference. Yep, we are going to add a label. And there we go, add the label. We're going to move our label to the right a bit. So we're going to kind of center it. And I'm going to type something, and it's really big. So what we can do is we can actually go to theme override. Theme. And we're going to get our font. Sorry, go to fonts here. We're going to import font. We're going to go to mono, sure. And we're going to go to color. We're going to make it black. And we're going to go into our font. We're going to make it unique. I'm going to go into that font. One more. Go to settings. And then in the size, we'll make it like 8. Make it smaller. Now, if I play, let's see what we get. Play, select. Okay, that's a good size. We can use that. Now, what we can do is, this is important. First of all, we'll align it on the left. We'll align it in the center for V-line, and then auto wrap. So we have to auto wrap. The reason being, because as I add stuff, it's going to go down and not this way, right? So if auto wrap is off, it would keep typing this way outside our little panel. So we want it to go downwards, essentially. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to move this guy right under it. And then we'll keep it under for now. And then in our panel, this is super simple. Actually, no, not in our panel. What we'll do is we'll add it in here. So the first thing we'll do is we'll get the panel text, so the label. So we'll do get node dot label dot text equals, what do we want to say? Welcome, player. This is a sample text. All right, now if we play, if I play, select, whatever, we'll have to fix the fact that it's always hidden or always showing. So if I come in though, it'll say, welcome player, this is a sample text. One thing we can do is we can actually go to the font and we'll make it 4, make it a little smaller. Okay, that's okay. It's a bit small, but that's okay. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to hide this. And what we can do is we can actually get node at the panel and then dot show. And then what we'll also want to do is we're actually going to check if, whoops, we have to go to our Air 2D. We're going to check if our body exits. There we go. And if our body exits, all we'll do is we'll just take this and we'll just hide it. That's it. We're not going to do anything else. We're also going to actually check for the player because maybe later on we add mobs and monsters, and so this might create errors if we don't add this. So this is an important thing to keep in mind later on. If you do add monsters, this is going to help you avoid errors. So that's a little tip, I guess. You can kind of take that to heart. All right. Next thing we're going to do is I'm going to just check my reference here. So what we can do, okay, so here's our thought process. So, okay, in our panel, when I take my text and I type a bunch of things, it's hard to see right now, but I'm extending my label, right? My rectangle size. Now, if you want, in fact, you can see the rectangle right here, right? Rectangle size is increasing, right? Because if I did this, you can look at the size, the y-axis is increasing. So what we can actually do is we can get the node, but not show. What we're going to do is we're going to get the rectangle. I'm sure you can find it. Is it size? Yeah, it is size. And we're going to do dot x equals get node at the label dot rectangle size dot x. And then we can do the exact same thing for the y-axis. So the x might not matter because the x-axis is, or the x is usually plugged in and that's it. But just in case the text is kind of acting weird. So now what we can do is go back here. What we can try to do is make this a bit smaller. Oop. And what we actually have to do here is make it a bit bigger. We want the panel to be a bit bigger than the actual text. So what we'll do is we'll add 16 pixels. So now if I go in, there we go. Welcome player, this is a sample text. And if I exit, it disappears. We'll actually center it to make it look a bit better. So we'll go here and we'll center it here as well. Welcome player, this is a sample text. All right, and as you can see, the thingy is popping up in front of the player. So the reason is because this is under the x-axis. So what we can do is drag this up a little bit, and you'll obviously won't pop up in front of it or behind it usually. And no, sorry. Now the text is a bit more, it seems more realistic in a sense. The only issue is that the position is now a bit messed up. So what we can do is a bit hard to fix, but we can kind of move it up. So we'll do position dot plus equals rectangle size for our panel. We'll actually take this. There we go. We'll actually make it equal. So let's see what that gives us. So if I go here, oops, position, what is the position? So if you ever get an error like this, this means I'm not typing in rectangle position. That's why. Rectangle position. There we go. So certain things have different positions to call. So sometimes it's dot position right away. For this one, in this case, if you hover the position, it'll say its property is rect position. So that's how you avoid that error. Oops, close that. Let's play, select. And now if I go into here, it'll still error. Why is that? Let's see. Right position. Dot Y. Sorry, I only want to move the Y. Play, select. All right, let's see. Awesome. And as you can see, the thing shows up on the bottom, which is not what we want. So we're actually going to subtract a certain amount. So let's say 360. Let's do 200 actually, or 100, I guess. Awesome. That is too much. So let's try 50. That is too little. Let's do 65. Awesome. I think I like that. Let's do that. 65. And then we will move this to, no, what we'll do actually is we'll do this. Let's see how that looks. All right, we'll move it to the left a bit because it feels a bit strange. There we go. Now it feels centered on the sign. So now every time I interact with the sign, we have a little sample text. And no matter how long the size of the text is, hopefully, if I extend it quite a bit, it should make it slightly above, which it's not doing. So what we can do, actually, you can kind of mess around with the rectangle size. I'm actually not going to do that. We're going to pretend that didn't happen. So for now, this works for most sample texts. Yeah, I can maybe do this in another video, but we're 11 minutes in, and I want to finish the saving and loading. So let's get right into that. In our global script, we're going to create a new script called utils. And we're going to go to autoload. Autoload, here we go. Global, utils, open, add, and there it is. Now our utils folder is global. And I'm not going to type this all out. If you want an in-depth explanation of this, I have another video, Save and Load, in my other series. I explain a lot more in depth of what I'm doing and everything, but I'll go one by one and copy paste things. So the first thing we're going to do is just copy paste I'm going to paste these. So we have the password and the path. I'll kind of explain things as I go along, but I'm not going to go too in depth into it. And then we're going to have our get file. This is going to be a function that we call to get a file and check if we're writing into it or if we're reading into it. That's basically what it is. And then in our save game function, it's just going to save the game. As you can see, we have the get file function, so that way we can write into it. And then our load function is going to be right below here. It's going to load our function. So as you can see, I have some plots here. I'm going to delete those, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go to player select, go to utils, I'm going to load the player select, and I'm actually going to make a new function, or not function, sorry, variable called first launch. I'm going to create it to false, or I'm going to set it to false, sorry. I'm going to go to utils, I'm going to add that by copy pasting this. I'm going to do first launch, there we go. Copy paste that. We're going to copy paste this guy too. And we're just going to be able to now load and save these two variables. So now what we can do in our main menu, we're going to have a ready function. And in this ready function, the first thing we're going to do is load. So load game. And now we're going to check we're going to not do that here. We're going to do that here. So if game dot first launch equals false, we'll do this. Else, meaning it's not our first launch, what we'll do is we'll go to the world instead. Awesome. And now what we have to do is go to our character select, and in our selected player, or selected pressed, now what we can do is set game dot first launch equal true, and then we can save game. And now we should be able to launch our game, play. Let's select this guy, save, or play, I suppose. We move around, we close, and what we can do is we can actually go to our sign. We're going to make this invisible. Or actually what we can do is, just in case I forget, we'll add a ready function, and we'll just get node panel. Nope, that's not panel. Panel dot hide, and that's it. And we can close our sign. We can now we can just play. And so now what should happen is it should skip the player select. And if this doesn't work, I'll be very sad. Okay, what's going on here? Invalid get texture 2. Interesting. What is happening here? Maybe we can just on ready. Invalid index 2 on dictionary. Which dictionary is it struggling? This one or this one? Probably this one. So why is it invalid? Let's see. Self.texture players. Let's see what happens if I take this and I put it inside first. Interesting. Let's, okay, back to our player. Not sure why this is happening, actually. Okay, let's, ooh, I think I know. I don't think I ever actually also set my player select. Or no, it should have already selected it. So that's strange that it's getting, okay, let's print our game dot player select. Let's see what we're getting. Should be 2. All right, 2. So now if we go to our player, why is it telling me it doesn't exist? That is very strange. Here we go. Here's our idle. Is it struggling? Does it not exist? Let's see. Go to 2. Let's paste it. No, it still should. The path should be right. Okay, let's try one more time. Play. Invalid dictionary. Okay, let's take this out for now. And then it should error on the other one. Yeah. And I'll take that out for now too. Play. Okay. It works. That's very strange that doesn't work. Let's... I think what we'll do is... let's add a function to this. Let's do print or set text layer text. Now we'll do texture. We'll actually write it out. All right, let's go into here. We'll go to walk as well. We'll print that. Now what we can do is we can, in our, let's try putting it in here. Let's put it in our show sprite. We'll do get node idle dot show. Nope, that's not what we want. We have to call this function, which is set player dot text. So we can call that, and then we can do get node walk dot set player text, and oh, that is not a function. There we go. Now let's see if that works. Play, and it's still not working. What's going on here? Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to see what's going on and see why this isn't working. All right, we're back. This was a pretty stupid bug, but basically I realized because we were loading, the player select actually becomes a, or no, sorry. Yeah, no, the player select becomes a integer or no string. So what was happening is it was trying to load a string, which it couldn't. So what we have to do is convert it to an integer. That's it. So go back to your original code. I don't know if you've edited it, but basically we just have to convert the player select to an integer. And now if I play, it works. If you remember before, we selected this player, and now I no longer have to select my player. And just to double check that this works, we can do util save game. We're not delete this print here. We don't need it. And I load, or save and load. So this should become a fresh game. Sorry. And I save or play. And okay, that's not working. I don't know why. I'll figure it out later. But it should be working for you. I probably messed with it. But anyways, yeah. So now we have a proper working save and load, and we no longer have to waste time in the player select every time. So I hope that helps. And yeah, I will see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is part 6 of our RPG series. In today's episode, I'm pretty excited. We're going to be working on AI. So we're going to add a little bit of AI monsters. It's going to be super simple. We're not going to add any attacking yet, but we will be adding some collision and chasing and things like that. So let's get right into it. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add a Y sort for our mob. So I'm going to add a Y sort, and I'm going to do and name it hostile, save, and I'm just going to close this. I'm going to create a new kinematic body because our monster is supposed to move. I'm going to go into world objects. I'm going to create a new folder, call it monsters. I'm going to save it in here, and we'll name this one Skelly, because I think we do have a skeleton. So let's just add a collision shape to get rid of that error. Let's add a rectangle shape, whatever. Let's now look in what we have. I think we should have no, not character, skeleton. Here we go. And we can add, let's add, well, this is all 4 sides. Let's add idle for now. And we'll put that there. And we're just going to drag it up slightly. Awesome. And now what we're going to do is we're actually going to want to make a, I think what we can actually try to do, I'm going to try this, and if this doesn't work, ignore what I do. So I think I can actually make a sprite sheet out of this. Let's find out. Scene, convert to tile set. I'm going to .trez. Let's see what happens if I do that. No, that won't work. Let's remove that. Let's try one more thing. No, this won't work. Okay, never mind. We're going to ignore that. Okay, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to make one tile set, but I think what we can actually do instead, let's use an animated sprite. I think that might be easier. Let's go to animated or sprite frames, make it, and we'll do idle left, and we're just going to add like 3. This is going to be idle right. This is going to be idle down. And then we're also going to have idle up. And then we're going to have to go into this guy, the add frame from sprite sheet, to find it. So it should be tiny pack. Here we go. Please skeleton and idle. And I am adding down. So you have to add down, zoom in. Let's make sure we get this right. So it should be 6 and 1. So now we have idle down. Then we can go to idle, what am I adding? Left. We add left, go 6 and 1. Select all of them. Go to idle right. Idle right, here we go. We go 6, 1. Select all of them. And go down here, idle up. Go 6 and 1. Enter. Awesome, there we go. And just to test this, first of all, we're going to delete that. Just to test this, we're going to play it. It looks a little slow, so what we'll do is we'll actually change the FPS to 10. We're just going to copy this into each one. Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good pace. And we're just going to change the collision to fit the player a little bit, or the mob, I suppose you can say. Awesome, there we go. Now let's make one just for running, just one for now, because I don't want to go through that entire thing again. For now, we'll add down. Let's do 6 and 1. Awesome, there we go. And we'll name this one walk down. Okay, and we'll make it 10 FPS. Okay, now let's go to here. Might be Skelly, rename it to Skelly. I'm going to make a script, and I'm actually going to name this monster. Or AI. No, I'll name it Hostile AI. There we go. Hostile AI. That's what I'll name it. And where did I save it, actually? I think it should be, yeah, right there. Awesome. And we're just going to delete all this. And we're going to have a few variables. So the first one is going to be variable speed. And we'll name this one, or we'll have it be like 60. And then we're going to have another one that's going to be, is it going to be on ready? No, it's going to be somewhere else. Just double check. Yeah, we're going to have it somewhere else. But we are going to have one more variable called cPlayer. And we're going to set this to false. So the default should be that we don't see the player yet. And we'll edit that in a bit, but right now we'll just have a physics process function that we're going to add. And in this process, what we're going to do is we're going to find the player. So we're going to have to do variable player. And let's go back to our world. If I add the skeleton in here, we can try to find this player by basically, one way is to kind of think about, okay, get parent, get child, whatever. Or you can kind of just go into this script and drag in our player. And there you go. It gives us a direct path to our player. Obviously, this isn't the best way to do it because if you ever change the path of your player, so if you ever move your player up here or something, it'll error. So it'll give you an error, but that's okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get the direction in which our player is compared to in retrospect from our skeleton to the player. So if our player is over here, right here, this little dot over here in my hand, and our skeleton is over here, we want to get the direction that our skeleton is going to go to, right? So to do that, we get our player dot position, and we subtract it from our own position, which we can just do just position. You can also do self dot position just in case, but I'm just going to do minus position, and then we're going to normalize it. So dot normalized. Awesome. Now we should just be able to move and slide with speed times direction. And now if I play, it starts chasing me. It's really fast, so I'm going to actually make it a little slower. Okay, it didn't save right away, but that's okay. And yeah, so as you can see, that it's chasing us. Now let's kind of add some animation. Oh no, we can't do that yet because we don't have any conditions. So the way I do this is I'll say if C player equals true, then we'll start chasing the player, right? So how do we make C player true? Well, we need to add another area that our monster can check. So this is where area 2D comes into play. So we're going to add an area 2D. We're going to add another collision shape. And this one I like to make a circle. I'm going to put it around him. And this is the player check, I guess. And then we're going to take this guy. We're going to do body entered. And if body dot name equals player, then we can do C player equals true. All right, now I want you to think, why are we checking for the player here? Well, there's two reasons. One, it's just good practice to check for the player, but two, because we now have other objects that exist, right? This is an area 2D. This is a body of its own. So if it was inside of this, it would have automatically set it to true. So this is why we want to check if only our player is in this area and not anything else. Also, if there's other skeletons, then that skeleton might chase you. So another thing we're going to do is we're going to do body exited, and then we're going to set it to false. So if I run away too far away from that zombie, then we want it to stop chasing us. So now if I play, if I come into its area and I leave, it'll chase me. Awesome. Next thing we can do is we can create an else function here and say get node animated sprite dot play idle down for now. Awesome. And now what we can do is, we didn't add an animation for run, that's why. Idle down, no, walk down. So now it should run, kind of, if I'm in its zone. Awesome. Now now the question comes, how do we get it so that, here, let's put this outside of C true. So how do we get it to face the direction of our animation depending on where we are? Well, we have the direction, right? So what we can do is we can go to our player for reference. Where is it? I'm just going to look it up there. Let's actually close all this, go to player and open this, so that way we can have them on the left. So in our player, what do we do? Well, we have the animation tree to set the parameter for us, right? And we can do that for the skeleton. However, it's a bit hard because we're using animated sprite and not animation player. So it wouldn't work the best. So instead, what we can do, and this isn't the best practice, but just so so you guys learn different ways to animate things, we'll do it this way. So what we can do is we can match direction with what direction it is. So for now, we'll do this, 0. Let's print out the direction to see what it actually gives us, just for practice. So if I go into play, so at the moment, we can see the position, right? So which position should we care about when we're trying to look to the left, right? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna actually put this back here. I didn't think about that. Sorry. So we only want the direction to be saved when we're chasing. But now we have this. So, okay, let's do this. So we're gonna have direction here. We're gonna set the direction and then update the direction only if we're chasing. So play. Okay, so right now it's null because there's nothing. But if I go here, ooh, interesting. Because I'm setting it every time. Okay, I have to set it outside the function. There we go. Okay, now we have the direction. We have the last direction that was saved from when we left. Okay, so now what we can do is look for, instead of match, actually, we'll do if direction dot x is smaller than 0, then we can print left, right? And then if would be elif direction is bigger than 0, that means we're on the right, right? So what we're doing here is we're just checking which side was the player last at, right? So right now it's printing left. Now if I was here and I leave, it'll now say right. So what we can do is we can do this for every direction. So let's go here, and we have the y, and then we also have y here, and we're going to have under y, and this one should be up, and this one should be down. Oops. Let's double check that I'm not wrong here. Oops. Oh, okay. It's only checking left and right. Okay. I see, because it's checking these two first. Okay. What we can do. Okay, for now, we'll actually take these out, and we'll only do right and left. So, boop, boop. Now we can just do idle right, and then we can copy this guy, and then say idle left. All right, so now if I'm on the left side of it, it's going to chase me, and then go to the idle right or left. But on this side, it's going to go to idle right. All right, so there is a better way to do this, but we'll kind of figure it out later. So let's kind of do the same thing for the running. So in here, you can just copy paste it, and then instead of idle, we'll do walk left, and we'll do walk right. And then we can go into our animated sprite and actually add a walk right, because we don't have that. Oops. We're gonna have to actually add both. Walk right. And we're also gonna have to add a walk left. Go to here, walk, which one am I adding? I think walk left. Yeah, walk left, here we go. Go to 6 and 1 frames. Add them all in. We're gonna change this to 10. Go to walk right. I'm gonna change that to 10 right now. Go to walk right. Let's add all this. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Awesome. So now we should be able to play. Whoops, what's happening here? Invalid get x. Okay, so we're gonna have to actually set it to vector 2 originally. All right, there we go. All right, so now when it's chasing me, it is not playing properly, and I'm not sure why. Let's double check. I think it's because it's going to be calling this animation every time. Oh, we have this still. Let's see if that works. Okay, there we go. That's why. That was why. I was trying to play 2 animations at the same time. So yeah, now it depends on the direction, and now it stays. So this works perfectly for left and right. Next time, in our next video, we'll quickly work out how to do this for the up and down. And then, yeah, we'll do that next video. And I think that is it for this video. It's a 15-minute video, so it's pretty small. I want you, as homework, try to figure out the up and down on your own. My hint is going to be, just keep in mind that we have the direction. What else? I think that's it. Also, if you want, on your own time, you can try to figure out attacking. So the player, I don't think there is, right? Hold on. yeah, there's no attacking animation for the skeleton. However, we can try to. We'll do attacking from the player because the player has attack animation, so that's okay. Let's go here. Character, yeah, there's an attack animation for the player. So try to figure out how would we get the player to attack versus and hit the actual skeleton. So you can try to figure that out on your own. Next video, we'll probably add health bars and stuff like that as well. So look forward to that. And I will see you guys next time. If you like the video, subscribe, like, comment, all that good stuff. All right, welcome back, everyone. I've actually decided to change a little bit of what we were doing in our monster. So I've added in player animation and player tree. So I'm going to go through the idle animation. I've already done the walk, but I'm going to do the idle with you guys, and hopefully you guys do the walk. So it's very similar process to the player. So hopefully you kind of already understand how to do this, but I'll do the idle with you anyways. And there is a unique process for the animation player. So I actually just found out you can do this. So what we can do in our animation player is make the idle, we'll just do down for now. So we're going to make an idle for each one. So idle left, idle up. Oh, that's just up. We want to rename it to up, idle up, idle up. And I think we're missing idle down. No, right. Idle right. So what we can do, this is a bit tricky, but if we go to the animated sprite, as you can see, the keys disappear. But what we can do is on the bottom, we can click animation, and then we can now select our, for example, idle right, and then we can key it. And that's going to key the animation. It's not going to key like a frame, it's going to key the animation itself. So as you can see, it's right there. Now we can do this for each one. So idle down, we key it. We go to idle left, key that. And then we also do idle up. There we go. And now we have one for each idle. We also, and I would hope you also do the walks. So I did the exact same thing for the walk. I just did that off stream or off recording. So now in our Skelly, I've removed quite a bit of what's happening. So this is, I basically copy pasted this from the player. So you literally just copy paste this into the player and put in here. And then we're also going to go into our player, and we're going to paste this guy right here. And now there's nothing else to change other than the direction. So the direction is the input vector. It's the same thing. It's just input vector or direction instead of input vector. So in our hostile, you just replace it with direction, right? Because that direction gives us the exact parameter that we need. So in our tree, we're going to create a blend space. This is going to be the idle. And hopefully you do another one that walk. And then the name is the same, so we don't even have to edit it. Now we have to go into here. We have to add our points. So idle left. Oops, that's idle right. Can I change it? Let's see. Let's actually, yeah, delete it. There we go. Idle left. Idle down. If you remember, the y-axis are reversed. Idle up, and then we're going to have idle right. And so now, I think that's it. Let's add the transition between those two, though, just in case. Oh, another thing. Ooh, I forgot this earlier. Make sure the blend space is discrete. So we don't want this. It won't work if it's not like that. And do the same thing for the wall. And now I think that should work. So let's test. So idle left, if I move out, it'll do idle down. So why is that? That is strange. Ooh, because I don't know why that. Okay, there we go. So now it's running. Okay, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure what I'm doing in my code. There we go. Okay, now let's test it. It's running. It's only showing the one frame for some reason. Let's go up. But it is turning. So why is it not playing the full animation? Let's see. I had a problem earlier that, let's see if this works. Nope, that's not working. Let's get rid of that. Let's see if this works. Nope, that's not working. Let's see what I had earlier, because I had this exact same problem. Okay, we're going to delete that. We don't need that anymore. We're going to go back to our player. We're going to copy paste that. So if we're not moving at all, what we can do actually is elif, no, not direction, because our input is not the same. Okay, let's try that. Okay, that's not working. So let's see what's going on. Okay, the direction should only be updated outside here. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I think we have to reset it. So reset the direction to 0 every time. Let's try that. Okay, it's not working for some reason. That's very strange. Let's go into our player. Animation tree, it's active. Let's get rid. Ooh. Let's make this the start. Okay, I'm not sure why it's actually not working. So I will be right back. I'm going to figure out why it's not working anymore. And yeah. All right, I fixed it. So now, okay, so it was working like 2 seconds ago. Oh, there we go. Now it's chasing. So chase up, and I leave, and it starts playing idle. Now I leave, idle. It runs, it chases, and then goes back to idle. So I think in the animated sprite, the playing was off. So it might have actually been working for you because I turned it off before. I'm not sure why. But everything else should have been the same. So if you're getting weird bugs, maybe try to debug it on your own. But here are my stats. So everything, the animated sprite is playing. The animated player, nothing is on default. The animation tree, this is by default playing, so idle. I put the process mode to physics. I don't know if that makes a difference. Let's give it a try. Let's go to idle. No, I don't think it does make a difference. Yeah, I'll keep it on idle. So that's it. And then here is the code for the player, or the what do we call it? The zombie. But yeah, that's it. So now we have 4 directional chasing for our skeleton. Now let's go into global, and we're going to go to our game. We're going to add a health bar. So health, we'll do player, we'll call it player HP, and then we'll also have player max HP. So this one will be like 100, and this one will be 50 for now. Okay, no errors. We're going to actually also save it, just in case. Not just in case, but that's what we want to do. So here we'll do player HP and player max HP. Just copy and paste those. Then we're going to have to do the same thing here. So copy paste it into the loading and saving. All right, awesome. Now we have loaded and saved our HP. Let's close our skeleton. For now, we don't need that. Now we're going to add a new thing called UI. So to make a UI, usually I like to create it in canvas layer. So canvas layer is down here. And this is a good layer. And what a canvas layer is it's just a layer that is put on top of your screen. So no matter what is behind it, the canvas layer will always be in front, essentially. So we're going to save this in our player folder, and we're going to name it UI. And then in our UI, we're going to rename it to UI. Oops, that's not how you do it. All of it, UI. And then we're also going to have, what do we want to do? For now, let's add a label that will have our HP, and because I eventually we'll keep it anyways. So we'll go to the process function. We're going to uncomment that. We're going to go to here. We're going to say text, we'll do self.text equals string. So we have to convert our player HP to a string plus, we'll have outside like that, or over kind of, game dot player max HP. And yeah, that's it. So now, and it should by default have the pixel, yeah. So it'll look like this. let's have 10 for now, just so we can test that it'll load it to 50. So we'll have it right there on the top left. And now what we do is it'll error because we have to save and load. It's trying to load something that doesn't exist. So save and load, do play, select, and now we don't have anything there because we didn't even put our UI. So we have to drag our UI into our screen. And it doesn't matter where you drag it in. So as long as, it doesn't matter, if you drag it into the end of the world, it'll always follow the player, because this is going to be a thing that is just on top of the world, basically. Awesome. And now what we can do is let's go into our player here, player, and let's start our attacking. So we're not going to finish it in this video, I think, but we'll give it a try. So or we'll get started on it. So we're going to, first thing we're going to do is we're going to add in our sword animation. And so we're going to have to make it 4x4, just like every other one. We're going to have to drag it on top of the guy. We'll name this attack. And then same thing, we're going to have to give it the same parameters as this one. So we're going to go to attack. We're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to drag in the sword. And now instead of walk, what we'll do to make this quick is just Control R and replace all. And that's super easy. Awesome. Ooh, that doesn't exist, huh? Ah, that's why. Character 2. No, that's weird. It should exist. Okay, let's check. Character 2, sword. Ah, okay, it's 32 pixels. Interesting. And that should not error. Okay, there we go. So I guess you also have to change it to 32 pixels. I'm not sure why it's 32 pixels. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. But either way, now we can go into our animation and let's just create an attack down. And what we can do here is go to attack. We can do frame 0 and then go to frame 0.1, frame 2, or frame 1, and key. And we'll change this to 0.4. And then we're not going to loop this one because this one's not a loop. It's just one animation. Let's now make one for each one. So attack left, go to frame 4, key 0.1, key. And then we'll have attack up. And then there's also going to be attack left. Ooh, attack left already exists. Strange. Attack left. What do we have here? Oh, okay, right. Sorry. Attack right. Attack right. There we go. Now we go to attack up. There it is. Go to frame 8, key, 0.1, 9, key. Attack right. Go to key, 0.1, 1 frame up, key. And that is it. And we're going to change all of them to 0.4 seconds. Down, attack left, attack right, attack up. And now what we can do is, okay, so in our process function, we are going to be checking for the input strength here. However, now we want to make an attack input. So what we can do is go to project settings, input map, make attack. And in this attack, we can add physical key, and we can do Z for now. And that is it. And now we can kind of move this. So what we can do is we can actually move all this into a new function called input. We can do check input. Move it all down there, make sure it's right, and then call this function in our process function process, or physics process, sorry. And then in our input, another thing we can do instead of just the input vector is check for the input of our attack. So if input dot get action, nope, not action, get pressed. No, is action pressed. There we go. Now I remember. Attack. Then we can just print attack for now, just to make sure it works. Now we can play. Go to play. Press Z or Z, and our attack shows up. And what we have to do now is also make this invisible. Go to our script in our, where is it? Here we go. In our match function, we're going to now have an attack frame. So we're going to show our attack. Oops, what did I do there? Attack. Then we're also going to have to hide our attack node. Attack, hide, and now we have all three. So what we can do is we can okay, so what we can do is yeah, let's try to add this for now. Let's see what happens. Attack, I press Z, it shows, and that's it. So okay, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create a attacking variable, and it's going to be false. And now what we can do is go to animation player, go to animation finished. We're going to connect that to the player. We're going to say if attack in anim name attacking equals false. And then we can do attacking equals true over here. Anim name, I don't know why that's, I can't spell, I guess. And then what we can do here is if attacking equals false, then we can check for all this. Now if we play, sorry, if I attack, well, oh, it's not playing, so it'll never turn back, and because it's never going to check. So let's play it. Let's just do get node animation player dot play attack down for now. It doesn't matter. Let's play. Let's play. If I click Z, it attacks down, obviously. And then once it's done, we can move again. So I can attack and I can't move while I'm attacking, right? At the moment, it's only attacking down, but it does work. So that's it for today's video. I want you to figure out how to add this in the animation tree. So that's your homework. So in the animation tree, I want you to figure out how to add an attack state, essentially. So at the moment, we have everything here, and it should be set up for you to figure this out. So I want you to do that and figure it out before next video. So I will see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, this should be episode 8, I believe. In today's episode, we're going to be finishing off our attacking. So the first thing we're going to do is make this a little bigger so you can kind of see. I've added in the set blend position with the input vector here. Yeah, so with the input vector, we're also going to set the blend position, which is for attack. And we're also going to take this guy. We're going to copy it, go to here, and we're going to change this to attack. And now we're going to travel to attack. We're also going to do one more thing. We're going to remove this function, and we're going to create a new function called attack finished. And then in this function, all we're going to do is say attacking false. And the reason why is because we're going to make it in the animation. So we're going to add it in the animation instead. So what we can do is add track, call method track, and then in here, we can connect it to our player. And then at the end of our animation, we can insert key, and then we can find our new function that we just made. It's called attack finished. We open. And if you're not finding this, function, sometimes Godot is a bit slow on these things, so you might have to reload your game. So now we're just going to do that for each one. To add our player, insert key, attack finished, attack left, attack method, player, insert key, attack finished, and the last one, attack right. I'm going to call method, player, connected to our player, insert key, attack, finish. Awesome. And now we're going to actually add our attack state. So we're going to make a blend space 2D, name it attack. We're going to edit it. We're going to go into here. We're going to add our points. So add our attack left, add our attack right, attack down, I believe, on the top, and attack up on the bottom. Awesome. And now we're just going to change the blend space, go back to root. We're going to add transition between each one. So from attack back to walk and attack back, etc. So it's basically a circle almost, or a triangle, I suppose. And now I think that's it actually. So let's test it. We attack, and then once we're done, we finish attacking. And I can't walk unless my attack animation is finished. All right, so now the question is, how do I actually attack, right? So we have our monster here. How do I actually attack? Well, what we want to do is we're going to create an area 2D. So we're going to create an area essentially where if I'm attacking, this area becomes visible, or it becomes true that I'm attacking essentially. So I'm going to create an area 2D. And in this area 2D, we're going to create a collision shape. Here it is. And we're going to give it a shape. We're going to give it a capsule shape. And what we'll do is we'll do the attack right first. So we'll go to this. We'll make our thing visible. We'll make it smaller, much smaller. Give it a little capsule. And this will be our collision, essentially. And right here is where I kind of want it to be. So in this attack animation, what we can do is we can set this collision shape transformation. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the rotation degree. We're going to set the rotation degree. And I think that's it, actually, because what we'll do is we'll also have, okay, for example, attack left. What we can do is we can make it 180 and then set, ooh, that's not right. We'll set the position to 7. Nope, -9 instead. There we go. And we'll key that. And then rotation degree, we'll actually keep it at 0 as well. And then we'll go back to attack right. We're also going to key the position for this one, which is 9. Whoops, 9. Nope, not 0, 9. There we go. Awesome. And then for attack down, what we'll do is we'll actually make this 90. Nope. We'll actually we'll edit it. So actually, yeah, 90. And then, so we'll key that. And then, yeah, I think that's a good position. All right, we'll bring it up slightly. And then we'll key this position as well. And then we'll go to attack up. And we'll move that up a little bit. We'll look at the attack, maybe a little higher. And then we can key the position. We can also key the rotation. -90 is fine. Awesome. And now, so every time I attack, this area 2D shows up. So we can rename it to detect attack detector. There we go. And then we can attach it to, actually what we'll do is we'll also make monitoring true in the beginning. And then we're going to make it false in the end for each attack. Attack down. So we're going to have to go back to each one. Key, attack right, key, attack up, key, and then monitor off, key, monitor right, turn it off, attack left, turn it off, and then, yeah. So there we go. Now we have it true for each one. Okay, and I'll keep it true for the entire duration of the animation. That's okay. And now what we should be able to do is let's connect this signal. We'll do body, and then we can do print body name, and then play. Now let's play. Now, if I attack, it prints the skeleton's name because I hit it. And I can do this for all 4 directions because our area 2D is hitting it. So if I'm facing the other way and I'm trying to attack, it won't work. Awesome. So now how do we make it, how do we get its HP? So one thing, okay, so let's, what we can do, okay, you know what? Why don't we do this for now? Let's, just to triple check it works, we can actually Q3, I think this should work. So we can get the body and Q3. Hopefully I spelled that right. So right now, if I'm not attacking, it won't do anything. But then once I attack it and hit it, it'll disappear because it'll Q3, right? However, this might also work for signs because that is also a sign, or it also has a body, right? So one thing I can do is I can have the name hostile, or actually, you know what? We're not going to do that. We're going to go into our script and we're going to say hostile equals true. So now what we can do instead is we go to our player, we can say if body dot hostile equals true, then Q3. Actually, no, that might error because in our sign, yeah, I think this will error. Yeah, that'll error. Okay, so instead what we'll do is we'll add the hostile in the name. So hostile skelly. And so now what we can do instead is go back to our player, and then we can say if hostile is in the body name, then we can Q3 it. Let's actually change it. So we'll do health minus equals 3. And then we have to actually give our skeleton some health. So we'll actually change this hostile to health. And then we'll do equals 5. And then what we can do is in our physics process, we can say if health equals or smaller than or equal 0, then Q3. And now what we can do is go back to our player, double check that we actually spelled this right. Go back here. Okay, we spelled it right. Awesome. Now we can play. And now I should not be able to attack our sign because our sign doesn't have HP. It doesn't have the word hostile in its name. However, when I attack the skeleton, okay, it doesn't seem like it's working. Let's double check. Let's go to our player, attack. Ooh, where did our, oh no, that's not our player. That's why. Here we go. Hostile in the name. Is it not in the name? Should be. Let's go back to our player. Let's add a line that's the print body.name. Let's try one more time. Okay, so it's not entering this area for some reason. Let's print the name outside of it. Let's see what happens then. Okay, so Skelly. Ah, I see. Because here it didn't update, so I have to delete this and then add the Skelly again. Let's play. Now if I hit it twice, it should disappear. Awesome, so now we have a kind of functioning, working game with our attack and our skeleton. There's no knockback, there's no, our player doesn't have HP yet. We'll do that next time. We'll add some knockback, we'll add some other things, which will be fun. And then we'll also add some tweening. So hopefully, I'm not sure if that'll be next video or the video after, but we'll add some tweening, which is a node, and that'll be inside the UI. So let's actually make this invisible. And so what we can do, another thing we can do is we can kind of change the time we monitor our attack. So let's say I want the attack to only be monitored on these 2 frames, right? So here it's not monitoring, here it's monitoring, here it's monitoring, or we'll move this a little bit, and then here it's not monitoring anymore, right? So we can kind of do that for each one. So that's how you can kind of change it up a little bit, and make it a bit more difficult, I suppose, to actually hit things. You can change that here, change that there, and now it's only monitoring in those 2 or 3 frames, right? You can also change the size of this guy. So it's a bit small, so you can kind of change it. It's up to you, obviously. The animation player is pretty small, so the actual player itself, the sprite, is really tiny, so it's kind of hard to, do anything. But yeah, so now we have a working game, which is awesome. Yeah, that's it. I'm really excited to see how much further we can do. I think next time we'll do Knockback. I'm not sure what else we'll do, but if you guys are interested, subscribe, like the video, comment, share, etc. I hope you guys are learning something. If not, let me know, and I'll try to change up the video a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. This is part 9, I believe, of our RPG series, and in today's episode, we're just going to hop right in. I'm going to explain in Paint what we're going to do. So in today's episode, we want to create Knockback with our player and with our skeleton. So our goal is, here's our player, and our skeleton is right here. I'll leave it like 1 foot or whatever. And so as the skeleton moves towards our player, we're going to want a area where our player will detect this monster, and this monster will also have an area. And once these two areas collide, we want our player to get knocked back this way. And then we also want our skeleton to get knocked back this way. So this is important because each thing has its separate direction, right? So the first thing to keep in mind is that these are 2 separate things that we're going to have to do. So in order to push the player back in one direction, that's a task of its own, which I think we'll do. And then we can try to also push our monster back. Another thing we'll want to do later on is, I'm not sure if we'll get to it in this episode, but maybe it can be homework after, is when our player attacks, it creates an area, right? So that area is a little cylinder here. And if our monster is anywhere near this area, we want to knock it back in that direction, in whatever direction we want, I guess. So yeah, we will play around with that later on, because this can be a bit more interesting in the sense that there are 4 different directions. There's right, there's one up here, there's one up here, there's one up here, and there's one down here, right? And every time I hit something, I don't want it to get knocked back. So if my monster is coming back, I'll kind of erase a little thing. So if here's our monster here, here's our little skeleton, this guy. If our skeleton is coming at an angle and we hit the skeleton on the right side, we don't want to knock it back while the monster is here and then knock it back this way to the right. We want to knock it back at the angle that it was running at us. However, we want to also keep in mind that if I hit it from the downwards angle, it should still knock it back in that angle, right? So we'll play around with angles and stuff like that. I'll kind of explain a little bit as much as I can, because we're not actually using angles too much in the player knockback. So let's get right into it. Hopefully now you're kind of understood with my amazing stick drawing. So in order to knock back, there's a few variables we're going to have to set, or not few, just one. I'm going to just copy paste this. It's going to be our knockback direction. And this is going to be persistent in our player and our skeleton. So we need one for both. So in our, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to create an area 2D. So we want an area for both the player and the skeleton. And we will name this guy player detect. Spell it right. I can't spell it right because I am apparently illiterate. I once got called illiterate by a kid. This was like last summer, actually. That was great. We ended up kicking him out of camp, but it is what it is. So for the player detection, we want to make sure that it's actually slightly bigger than the collision, because if it's inside, then our area on the player will never touch this area, right? So let's go back to our player, and let's also add an area 2D with a collision shape. Give it another shape. We'll give it a circle as well. Make it smaller. Make it circular around the, actually no, we'll make it a rectangle. We'll make it slightly bigger than the area that our player collides in. If I can actually move it, there we go. All right, so now we're going to rename this to, what do I have it here in my thing? We'll name it Knockback. No, we'll just do hostile detect. There we go. I can spell. I swear I can spell. I promise. I'm not actually very good at English, but English is my first language. I'm just not good at spelling and English language, I suppose. So now what we're going to do, okay, so this is the interesting part. So before we've been working with body entered, and what body entered checks for is the body itself. So the collision or the kinematic body, right? So this is called a kinematic body. It's going to check for that body. However, now it becomes a bit awkward because there's a lot of different collision shapes within our body of our skeleton, right? So it's a bit hard to detect, okay, which one are we looking for? Well, we're looking for this specific one. So how can we do that? Well, we can use something else called area entered, right? So we're going to use area entered instead. I think you can get it to work with body entered, but it's a bit more awkward. I think you would have to change this to a body, maybe a rigid body, but that's a bit weird. So we'll just use area 2D. So area 2D is very good, and we can just use area entered. And so to test this, what we can do is we can print out area.name. And let's see what happens when I play. So every time I enter an area, it's going to automatically print it. So as you can see, we have attack detector because that entered it. So if I attack, it'll enter it every time. However, we can also do the same thing for this guy. So that's an area 2D because we didn't rename it. Now when we go to this guy, 3 things happen. Oh, no, just 2, because the skeleton only has 2 different areas. Let's move this down a little bit. We have the player check, and then we have the player detect, right? So what we can do is we can copy that and go to our player, and we can say if player detect in area dot name, then we can do something. And what are we going to do? Well, we want to set the knockback, right? So in here, let me just double check. We are going to, where is it? Here we go. We're going to set our knockback, just our knockback. So this is the player knockback. So we actually have to set that. I just realized I didn't set that. We're actually going to copy paste this. We're going to have knockback in our own. Oops, can't save that because it doesn't work. And then we're going to set this equal to the area.getParent, knockback direction. So what this is doing is we're setting our own knockback. Oh, I can't spell, apparently. Maybe I actually am illiterate, who knows? Okay, so what we're doing is we're setting our own knockback, so our player knockback, right, equal to the area, so our skeleton area, which is player detect, the parent of it, which is this guy, which is good because we want to go into this script, right? So the script is only in our actual body, which is up here. So we get the area, which is player detect, and then we go up, we get our parent, we go into this script, and we're going to get the knockback direction. So what is the knockback direction? Well, the knockback direction should actually be updated every time it moves. Okay, this is our player script, hostile. Every time we move, and we can actually just put it under here, and we can say knockback direction is equal to direction. And the reason this works is, let me just double check that's actually what I do. Yeah, that is. The reason this works is because, let's bring up paint. Okay, here's our player. Whenever our skeleton is moving towards our player, it's setting the direction, right? So this is the direction, the angle. It has an angle, or it has a vector 2. Coordinate, right? So it's like -1 and 1, for example. That's an angle, right? So it'll take this angle and set it as the knockback direction. Why is it the same? Well, because we're trying to knock back our player this way. If I wanted to knock back my player towards me, I would set it to negative direction. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but I don't know, maybe you have a special game. So we're trying to knock back our player this way, so we can just set back that. So here's our skeleton, here's our player. And if our zombie comes this way, we want to knock it back in that same direction, right? Let's say, for example, if you wanted to knock it back this way, well, you can edit it by doing like the x-axis would be minus or something like that. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but as long as you understand the logic behind this, then yeah, that's it. So we have the knockback direction equal to direction. And then in our player, we set the knockback equal to that knockback direction. Now, so far, nothing is going to work. Why? Because we're not moving in our process function. So in our physics process, for our player, there's 2 lines of code that we're going to use. And I'm just going to copy paste it, so it saves me some time. So the first one is we're going to set our knockback equal to knockback.move towards that direction, or sorry, it's from 0 to 200 times delta. So 200 times delta will be our knockback speed, essentially. You could set this as a variable like this one, but I'm too lazy. So it's going to basically set a point where we want to move towards, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually move towards it. So we're going to move and slide, right? And the reason why this won't take over this part is because we're only setting the knockback to this. And eventually the knockback will be equal to the vector 0. So eventually knockback will be equal to 0. And if it is equal to 0, there's nothing to move and slide to. So now I think this is it actually. So let's test it. Now if I play, if I hit this guy, nothing happens. If I hit this guy, nothing happens. Let's find out why. Let's see. What am I missing? We got knockback direction times 120. We also want to give this guy speed, essentially, because the knockback was tiny. That's why it wasn't showing. All right, there we go. So now we have a knockback. So every time our area or our skeleton hits us, it knocks us back. Obviously, this isn't perfect because I can kind of hit him and just start hugging him. But that's okay. The reason why I can start hugging him is because I'm moving in the same direction as him, and the knockback isn't the same strength, right? So I can move and reduce the knockback. So if you want, you can increase the knockback strength by just like increasing it here. Oh, getting off screen. Where's our skeleton? Here it is. So you can increase the strength by doing it here or here. I think here is best. So you can do like 200 there. Let's change that back to 200. Okay, there we go. That's much more. So even if I start running towards him, it'll still knock me back. And so you can kind of change this up so that, I won't do this in this, I won't do this at all actually, but what you can do is you can check to see if the input vector is not 0. So for example here, if we are moving, I suppose, then we can double the knockback. We can say the knockback is equal to this, or if I am moving, if I'm not moving, it's equal to this. If I am moving, it's equal to this. The reason being because maybe you want the knockback consistent depending on if the player is moving towards the skeleton or not, right? So it's up to you and how you want to change that up, but that's how knockback works for a player. All right, so we have a bit of time, so let's create knockback within our skeleton as well. So this is very simple. So we're actually going to go to our player. We're going to copy paste this guy to go to our skeleton, and we're just going to pop that right in there. And then we also want to create knockback. And now what we have to do is we have to do the same thing though with our player. So in our player, or sorry, our skeleton, we're going to have to set the knockback in our skeleton. So we have to do hostile detect and change this here. So we're going to get the hostile. We also have to get the knockback direction, which I think I set. Yeah, I have the knockback direction here, but I also have to set it as I'm moving. So here's the fun, interesting part. The knockback direction is equal to 0. So let's see what happens if I knock into my player. So I don't think it actually gets knocked back at all. Let's actually change the player. Let's change this to 1 for now to see if my skeleton gets knocked back. No, he does not. The reason being because this guy is equal to 0. So the knockback is never going to be updated. Now, setting it here to direction was easy because the skeleton is automatically moving towards us, right? However, we don't really have a direction here. What we do have is we have input vector. So we can actually set it to input vector. And now when I'm moving towards our skeleton, it knocks it back in that direction, right? So if I'm moving downwards like that, it'll now throw it in that direction, essentially, right? That's quite a bit, actually. So let's change this. Let's say I want the knockback to be 100. And then we can change this to 100 as well. And now there should be knockback between both of us, I believe, unless I'm not moving. So if I'm not moving, because my input vector is 0, then the knockback direction will be 0. So I can no longer knock back our skeleton. So this is up to you to how you want your game to work. What you can do, I wouldn't recommend this. I don't know. I'll just say it anyways. What you can do is check. We actually have it right here. If it's equal to 0, so we can have this here, and then we can have a special case for 0. We can say vector to right. This isn't the best case because okay, well, everything's gone. So let's restart. This isn't the best case because if I'm standing still, it'll knock back the skeleton to the right. Right? As you can see, it's kind of moving to the right a bit. So it'll always move it back to the right, including if I'm here. Right? So this isn't the best case, but you can do something similar to that. What you can do if you want is check for the instead of this, you can match a case. You can match case. I don't know, right. So if you're looking to the right, knock it back this way. If you're looking to the left, knock it back that way, or whatever. So you can also do that by get parameter, I think. So you should be able to. Let's actually test that. At this point, I'm kind of just testing with you guys. So let's do print animated tree dot get parameter idle blend position. I don't know if that's a function. Oh, it is. Awesome. Okay, let's now do this. Knockback direction equals get that position. Okay, we're gonna have to restart because, and then let's actually make this 1 so that way it looks, so we know our skeleton is being knocked back. Awesome. Okay, so this is a bit awkward, but this works a little better because if I'm looking at the skeleton, it'll knock it back in that direction that I'm looking at, right? So yeah, this is an option. I'm actually going to remove that though. So let's take that out. And then I'll put this outside of that function, and I'll change this back to 100. Awesome. So now we have knockback with our player and our skeleton without any attacking yet. So the attacking will work on next time because it's going to involve a bit more direction play, which would be fun. So I want you to think about it. Yeah, I will give a hint. It does involve the direction that the thing is moving at us, right? So we have the direction here, and we have the knockback direction, and yeah, I want you to try to figure it out. So use the player attack. So remember, we have the exact same area. We have hostile detector and attack detector, right? So I want you to try to figure out how to attack a skeleton with using this area. I think that's it for your homework. Figure that out. Like and subscribe. Comment down below if you can figure it out before the next video. What else? Yeah, I don't know. I would recommend you guys try to figure this out before watching the next video if it's already out. Because this helps you learn. This is how you learn. You take things you kind of already know and you redo it. You redo it a billion times. So I've done things that I already know how to do like a million times, and that's how I memorize it, or that's how I remember it. A lot of the times when I'm learning, especially, like for animation tree, for example, I have to redo this a few times, or I have to use a reference from something else that I've done in the past. So I'll have games. I'll always save my games that are projects that I make, because there's always certain things that I might have to refer back to in a new game because I forget how to do it. But the best way to learn is to just do things over and over and over and over again. I think there's better ways to learn, but I think that is one of the most, it's the most mind-numbing ways to learn, I suppose. It's not the most efficient, but it is definitely a good way to learn. So I will recommend that, and I will see you guys next time. So subscribe, like, comment, share this video if you guys want, and I will see you guys in episode 10, I think. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is episode 10 of our RPG series. Today's episode, we're going to be creating knockback for our attack. So let's get right into it. Let's go to our player attack detector. What we're going to do is same thing. We're going to connect our area entered, and we're going to just copy paste this guy. And okay, so hopefully you've kind of gone through the process of how is this going to work. So what we want to do is, because the skeleton knockback already exists, all we want to do is knock it back, right? So how do we do that? Well, we kind of have this line right here. So this is to set our own knockback and knock us back, right? So how do we do that in here? Well, we have area.getParent. So we can just do that. So area.getParent knockback is equal to the area.getKnockback direction. Also, I've set this to 1 just so that we can kind of see if it's actually working. All right, and we're going to set this to 100. Now, my question to you is, do you think this will work? This right here. Well, first of all, no, because we have player detect, which is, oh no, that's right, actually. So yeah, my question to you is, will this work? Let's play, let's test it, let's see what happens. All right, so it does not work. However, if you look very closely, it's kind of hard to see. If I attack, it's sucking in the zombie, because it is actually knocking it back, but in the wrong direction. So what we actually want to do is make it minus. So let's try this. Attack, and it works. So we can knock back our zombie now. Awesome. Another thing we can do is we can just do area.getParent health minus equals 5. I think we made it health for it, right? Yeah, we did. Okay, awesome. Let's make it 15. And then what else? Another thing we can do. Let's just test this to see if we can actually attack. Awesome. So it works. It dies. There's no death animation, so that's it. But another thing we can do is we can player area detected. Here we go. No, in here, when I get knocked back, so this is hostile detector, we want to reduce our own HP. So game.player HP minus equals 5, I suppose. And we can play, do this. Or what we can do actually is we'll create a damage. Let's do this. Do damage equals 5. And we'll take that damage and we're going to subtract it here. But we also have to get it by doing area.getParent.damage. The reason we're doing this is because if I ever add another monster that's not skeleton, what it's going to do is it's going to check if it's a zombie by asking a player detect. And then it's going to get that parent, so it's going to get the body itself and then check for the damage and see how much damage it does. So now I don't have to do this. I want to go like, okay, match the name with skeleton, right? So that's just a big waste of time. Instead, we can just add this one line and it'll save us a lot of time. So now let's actually change this and add 50. So now if I hit my zombie, it'll knock me back and just constantly kill me. And wow, he is stuck to me. Yeah, so let's actually make this 150. So that way it's quite a bit. Awesome. And now what we're going to do in our physics process, I'm going to check for our HP. If game.player HP is smaller than or equal to 0, what we're going to do is we're going to get node, no, not get node, sorry, get tree dot change scene to, we're going to have to make this 2D scene. We're going to do game over. We're going to just save it right away. We're going to put it, we'll put it right here. Save, go back to our player, and we will change scene to game over. There we go. So now I don't want to test this actually, but this should work. So every time our HP is under 0, instead of dying, or well, we will die, we're going to go to our game over scene. So we'll edit this out later, but just so we know that this is our game over scene, we'll add a label and say game over. There we go. We will put it right there, center, put it in the middle a little bit, and close that. All right. So now we should have a function in game where I get hit, it subtracts my HP, I can hit it, whoops, there we go, and I can kill it. Next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to create a way to kind of check the skeleton HP. So how are we going to do that? Let's go into our skeleton, what we can add is a progress bar. So there's also texture progress bar. If you have your own texture, which actually we do kind of, but at the same time we don't, you can use that, but we'll just do a regular progress bar. And in this progress bar, first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually remove the visible for our skeleton. We're going to theme override style. We're going to go to FG and BG. We're going to set our FG actually to new style box, I think. And then here we'll set this to green. Green. Oh no, sorry. If I do 50, it should. We're gonna have to change this back to style font. And I think that should. Nope. How do I? Where is it? FG should be the empty. Let me double check this in my reference. So I'm going to go to where? Here we go. Okay, so our no, okay, sorry. So here we go. We're going to set the FG to that. We're going to set this to this new style box, and we're going to set this to green. So there we go. Now we have 50 should fill it up. So it's strange that it's not. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it's like that. Oh, here we go. Value, minimum value. That's why. Okay, I was trolling myself. So minimum value, and then we have the other value. Let's go back here. Productive, red. Okay, there we go. So if our percent is full, 100. If our HP is full, it's going to be all green. And then as I'm emptying our HP, it's going to be like that. Awesome. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to function ready to create a ready function. And we're going to get node dot progress bar. We'll do HP. We'll name it to HP. So I can rename this to HP. Dot max value equals health. And then in our physics process, we'll actually do value as well. So we'll set the value equal to health. And then in our physics process function, we're going to want to set our value. We're going to want to update this every 5 seconds or every second, basically. So in our HP, let's go back here. Let's pop this right above our player, our skeleton, I suppose. And we'll pop it right above his head. Or we can put it right under. It's up to you, really, but I'll put it under, actually. And we'll make it look like an HP bar. Go here, we play. So now our skeleton has a little HP bar. If I hit him, the thing goes down. Awesome. There we go. So now our skeleton has an HP bar. Let's add one for our own, and I think that'll be it. That'll be about 10 minutes. Let's go to our UI. Let's go to here. Let's add a progress bar. You know what, actually? Here's a fun little thing we can do. Let's find the path that our skelly is in. And so what we can do is we could go to UI. We can merge from scene, and we have to find our skeleton. So world objects, monsters, skelly, and we can take this guy right here, HP. And then we can take this and just make it a lot bigger. And then we can make a UI script, because I'll have a lot of stuff in here later. And then first thing we'll do is we'll make the label inside. We'll have the we'll have the text update as we go. And then for the UI, what we'll do is we're going to copy over this. We go to UI, ready. I'm going to copy that over. Then we're going to make a process function, physics process. It's fine. And then we can take our value. And then our health is not actually health. It's game.player health. And then we'll copy this over here. And then this will be game.player max health. Awesome. So now we have a pretty big HP. Let's make it a lot smaller. Let's make this a bit smaller as well. Can I change the size? Yeah, let's change the scale. do 0.7, 0.7. And then I can pop it in here. And then I can just center it. I'll make it look a bit nicer. Okay, I think that's fine. And then let's launch our game. Now we have our HP bar because I only have 50 health. Oops. And then I get knocked back. And there's our HP bar. Awesome. What we can do to make this look a bit better is we can go to our label, go to theme override. We can go to color, go to outline. No, we'll keep it white. We'll go to style. Ooh, no, not that. Not style. We're going to clear that. Is it fonts? I think it's fonts. No, here we go. I think it's this one. Nope, not that. You know what? I'll be honest. I think it's in font. Let's go to font. Let's actually double check it's in font. Outline. Yeah, okay, so it's in font. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll make a, let's put this in. We'll put it bold. We'll do make unique. We'll go to setting, go to outline size. We can do 1, that's fine. Outline color. Not sure why it's black and then it says white there, but that's fine. But now, yeah, now we have a bolded out HP bar. So now it just looks a bit nicer and cleaner. And next video, what we can do is we can use tween to make this a bit smoother. So right now it's very chunky. It just, every time it goes -5, it just goes boop, boop, boop. So we can add a tween. I'll add it in right now. Smoothly, and you can see what it does. Smoothly animates a node's properties over time. So we'll use that to animate it, essentially. So that'll be fun. What else can we do? Soon we will be doing inventory stuff and drops. Another thing I want to do is we have the HP bar, but it's also really nice if we hit the player or the zombie and a little text box shows up of how much damage I did, right? So we'll do that next time. But for now, this is good. We have a good RPG game, which is nice. So I'm going to end this episode here, and I hope you guys enjoyed. And like and subscribe, comment, and share. All right, welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, we are going to be doing quite a few things. Let me just pop up my reference, and I can show you. So first thing is our HP bar is now animated, as you can see on the top right. It's a little hard to see, but it does slowly go back instead of just like boop. And now we also can attack, and boom, we can damage our thing, and it shows us how much damage we did, which is really awesome. So let's get right into it. The first thing I'm going to do, let's open everything we need. So we need our game. Let's close all this and then open our script again. Go to our player, open that. We're going to open our skelly. We're going to open that, and then we're also going to make a new node. No, actually, let's do our HP first. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure you have the tween in here, and in there, let me just pull up my reference. Okay, in here, we're going to create a new variable called current health. I guess I forgot to delete that actually. So this variable, what it's going to do is it's going to hold our current health value. And every time our value changes, it's going to check if it changes, right? So if we have -5, for example, or 50 health, and then we have 45 all of a sudden, it's going to save that value so we know that we just changed our value. So what we're going to do is we want to update it usually, right? So current health equals game.player HP. But before we update it, we want to see if it changed. So if it did change, we'll do, in order to check it changed, we do current health not equals game.player HP. And so this is going to check if our HP changed. If it did, what we'll do is we're going to get our tween, right? Yeah. And then we're going to use a function called interpolate property, which is down there. And this guy calls a lot of different functions. You can check out the document to see exactly what it does. But the first one is we're going to see what are we going to change? What are we going to animate exactly, right? So the first one is get node. And we're going to animate our HP, which is going to be this guy, the progress bar. So we want to animate the progress bar. So how are we going to animate the progress bar? Or what exactly in this progress bar are we going to animate? Well, we're going to animate the value, which is not capitalized, so I don't want to error. So the next thing I want to do is which two values are we going to animate from what to what, right? So we're going to use current health. So we're going to use our current health, which is higher than our now health. We're going to animate our current health to the current health, the real current health, which is our game.player HP. And then how long are we going to take to animate this? I'm going to do 0.5 seconds. I want it to be relatively quick because if it's not, then it might take a while. And then we're just going to start it. I'm going to do .start. And I think that should be it. Because in here, we do not have anything active. We're not going to change anything here. So that's it. And now when I play and I get hit, it animates. Awesome. So that's it for the progress bar. So this is a very simple idea of tween. Tween can be very complicated. There's a lot of different things you can do with it. It's very fun. And we're actually going to use this to create our damage. So the next thing I want to do is close this. We no longer need to edit that and create a new scene. And in the scene, we're going to make a label. And then we're going to add a tween to it. And we're going to take this label, actually, we're going to move it up here. We're going to write in some numbers. I'm going to theme override. Let's bring out our font that we want. I'm going to use the pixel bold, as always. I'm going to go to font, pop that in, go to make unique. I'm going to go into it. I'm going to go to extra spacing, settings. I'm going to actually make it half as big as it actually is. I'm going to make the outline size 1, and I'm going to make it black. And then that is it. Yeah. You can kind of make it so that they're closer together, which would actually kind of be cool, but we'll leave it like this. And then we're going to save this. We're going to name it HIT, H-I-T. I'm going to put it in the global. I'm going to give it a script. I'm going to rename it before I give it a script. And then give it a script, HIT, put it in there. And in this guy, what we're going to do is we're going to have a few different variables. Let me double check that I've changed all these settings that I need. Let's actually center it. And we're going to change it up here. Actually, what we'll do is we'll make the V line, this guy left, and then the V line center. And we'll leave it like this. Awesome. And then in our script, we're going to delete all this. And we're going to have a few different variables. The first one is going to be travel. Next one is going to be duration. The next one is going to be spread. The next one is going to be crit. This is kind of an extra thing. The crit you can kind of ignore if you don't want to do it, but we'll do crit for now. Okay, so travel is going to be a vector 2. That is going to be 0 and minus 50. So the travel is going to be where are we going to travel? So we want to go from here to up. So we're going to travel upwards. So once I hit something, it's going to go up, essentially. And duration, we'll set it to 1. Spread will be pi. You can do pi divided by 2 if you want, but it doesn't really matter. And then crit will make it to false for now. And we might actually not do crit at all, but I'll kind of add it in for now anyways. All right, so now we're going to make a value called show value. And we're going to pass through value. That one to the outside. And now what we're going to do is take our text, and we're going to make it equal to the value. Then we're also going to do rectangle pivot. Pivot offset is going to be equal to the rect size divided by 2. Or we'll do 4. That's what I did in my preference. And then we're going to make a new variable inside of here. We're going to call it movement travel dot located random range. So we're going to randomize it a little bit, and we're going to get it between minus spread divided by 2 and spread divided by 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to just get a random range between pi and minus pi, which is divided by 2, and we're going to rotate it so that way we can kind of get random directions that we go upwards. So it's not always going in one direction, essentially, right? So our travel is this, but with this, by changing it like that, we can kind of randomize it to give it different directions or angles, essentially. So this involved a little bit of math, and I kind of skipped over it, but feel free to kind of pause and think about it. So, all right, next thing I want to do is get node dot tween, and then we're going to, again, use the interpolated property, and we're going to do it on ourself, and we're going to animate the rectangle position. So let me actually just copy paste this just in case I misspell it. And I would suggest you actually spell this right well, otherwise it'll error. And then in this rectangle position, what are we going to change? Well, the rectangle position. And then we're going to go from our rectangle position all the way to rectangle position plus our our movement, which was the new variable we just made. And then we're going to take duration, which is 1.5, right? No, it's just 1 actually. So this way we can kind of change it easily. And then in our interpolate property, there's actually 2 more things we can do. We can take tween. As you can see, it kind of fills it out automatically, but you can't see it, so we'll type it out. Tween dot translinear. Will it pop it up for me? No, it won't. Translinear. Right? Oh, I spelled this wrong. That's why it's not all caps. It's tween like that. So there we go. Translinear, and then tween dot ease in out. All right, and then we're also going to get our tween and start. So we're going to take this and we're going to do dot start. And then we're going to, after we start, we're going to yield until the tween is completed, and then we're going to queue free. So again, yield, what yield does is it's similar to break. So if you know what break is, it's break. It's very similar to just doing this, I think. Oh, no, Godot doesn't have that. But if you do in other programs, sometimes if you click the code, it'll break. You can also just type in break, but you can only do it in a loop. But what yield does is it's similar to a break, but it doesn't break the code. It doesn't stop. It yields, it stops, it pauses the code until the condition is done. So we're going to pause until this tween tells us that the tween is done. Then we'll queue free, right? So we can also, we'll just pop this in so we keep consistent with how we're playing our code. And then, so this is going to animate the position. So we'll say animate position of label. Now what we want to do is we want to animate the fade out. So we want our thing to kind of fade outwards, right, as we're going out. So what we'll do is we'll actually copy paste this. And then in here, we're going to change a few things. In here, what we're doing is we're actually going to modulate A, right? Because in our actual label, we can do this manually. So let's try to do it manually and then see how we can actually do this. So we go to modulate, go here, we go to A, and we can just modulate it, right? There we go. That's how you modulate something. That's how you make something invisible, right? So modulate /A. You can kind of look this up and double check that that's how you modulate it. Let me actually just copy paste it again. One more, just in case. And then we're going to go from 1.0 to 0. So I'm going to delete all that to 0. And then the duration will same thing. We'll do the duration, and then translinear and trans in out. And that should be it. Let me just double check. Yeah, that is it. So now we have our label that should animate pretty smoothly. So let's test it out. Let's go to our player. And what we'll do actually is we're going to globalize our damage. So we're going to erase that 5 and say game.damage. And then we have to actually add the damage, or we'll rename it to player DMG. No, damage. No, damage, like that. And I'll capitalize that. Let's go to our game. Let's add that. And we'll say the damage is equal to 3. Oops, there we go. And then we'll go to back to our player. And then in here, what we'll do is, the first thing we need to do is actually create or preload our variable. So our hit thing. So I'm going to do variable hit equals preload. We're going to preload our hit. I should be able to, nope, I can't just do that, I guess. We have to go to our global. We drag in our hit. There it is. We preloaded our hit. And now what we're going to do is every time I hit something, I'm going to get, or I have to make it first. So variable.hit equals hit.instance. And then we're going to add it. Where are we going to add it? Well, you can add it to our player, but what I want to do is I want to add it to the person that I just hit. So we'll do get parent dot add child. And then nothing will happen because in our variable, this doesn't just happen the moment it's ready. We actually have to call the function show value, right? So we can copy that, go back to our player. We say hit.showValue with game.player damage. So now we just double check that's it. String player damage. We want to make sure that we pass a string through, not a integer. All right, now let's try it. Let's see what happens. We play. I go to my zombie. Errors. Why is that? Add child. Hit. I have to add the hit. I can't just add a child. I can't add nothing. All right, let's try it one more time. Awesome. There we go. And now we do 3 damage to it. And every time it pops up, and as you can see, it's kind of random. So it doesn't just go up in one direction all the time. It's somewhat random and kind of pops the direction. It goes pew, 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 like that. So that's for the regular stuff. I think we can do crit if we want. So what we'll do is say if crit equals true, we can actually pass through another value called crit. Then we'll have to delete that. And then we'll go back to our player and then say true. So now our crit is equal to true here. And if it's equal to true, what we'll do is, let me just go to my code. We're going to do the exact same thing as the position label. But what we're going to do is we're going to make it slightly bigger movement. So I'm going to just, no, sorry, we're not doing the position. We're going to be editing the scale. So we're going to make this the actual label bigger by editing the scale. And so we're going to get our scale, and we want to make it 2 times bigger from, which should just be rectangle scale. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's right. From our regular rectangle scale. So we're going to go from 1 to 2, or you can do like 3 or 4, or whatever you want. And then duration, we'll change that to 0.4, and then tween trans back and tweens in, and that's it. And then we're also going to change our color. So we want to change it to red. So if you want to double check this, you can go here, modulate, and then see what happens if you go here and then click, no, is it raw? Yeah, it's raw. So if you go here, 0, 0, what do you get? You get red. So edit that, go back to default. So that's how we modulate that color, by using color 1, 0, 0. Okay? And then that should be it, right? Yeah. So now if I play one more time, go here, I can hit it and it crits. So it's going to scale it from 2 to 0 to 1, right? So it's going to go, oh, you crit, good job. So you can kind of play around with how to crit in your player. So you can check to see if it crits, and then if it does, then do that. If not, whatever. Should we? No. I will let you figure out how to check for the crit chance on your own. But how can you do a crit chance on your own? I'm not going to do that in this series, I don't think, but you can kind of figure that out on your own. I'm going to just ignore all these. Then, what is this one? Who cares? That doesn't matter. And yeah, that is it. I think that, yeah, that is it for today's episode. 17 minutes, not bad. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I hope you learned how to use Tween. This episode was actually very much just directed around using a Tween. So it is. I didn't really explain this function because it has so many different things to put in, and you can even just ignore these two, right? So there's a lot of things that you can do with it, but I would recommend you go to the Godot documentation and use that in the future. Or there are a lot of people online who just help you tween things and animate things. So you're more than welcome to use that as well. But yeah, another way you could have done this, I suppose, is you could have used Animation Player, which could have worked actually. But I think Tween is a bit better because it uses code. So yeah, Tween can be replaced with Animation Player, I think, in most cases, but I think Tween is a bit better. So it's good to use both. But yeah, I hope you guys understand what Tween is. If you don't, again, you can just go to Tween and it says smoothly animates and knows properties over time. But Tween, again, it is very good. It's literally Animation Player, but using code essentially. So if you guys learned anything, let me know in the comment section below, and I will see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. This is part 11, maybe 12. I don't remember. Today's episode, we are going to try to fit in two things. First, we're going to fix up the UI a little bit so that it looks a bit cleaner. And then we're also going to hopefully get into scene transition. So let's get right into the UI. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to do this inside of our theme. So in our theme, we're going to manage item. We're going to add a progress bar. I'm going to add this guy. Import selected. Put a progress bar. No, actually, sorry. We're going to remove that. Delete it like that. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to make a unique progress bar for each progress bar that we have, because we're going to actually make a new one. Call it MP, and this is going to be our mana. So we're going to go over here. We're also going to make this unique. Make unique. I'm going to change this to MP. And then obviously we're going to have to go into here and then change that to MP as well. MP, there we go. Okay, so that's our MP. And then we're also going to have to go into here and double that. So we have MP. It's a bit of a hassle, but you know. Okay, let's go to our progress bar. Let's go to theme override, style, and we're gonna reset both of these. All right, for the background, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to texture, and we're gonna go inside here. We're gonna drag this guy in, and I just realized I kind of messed something up, but that's okay. I'll fix it in a second. We will go up here, and as you can see, this is our HP bar. So we're going to go to auto slice and just slice that. So that's going to be our background essentially. And that's it. So now we go outside of that. We go to FG. I'm going to do texture again. But for the texture, this one is going to be a bit harder. I actually had a reference, but I accidentally deleted it like a monkey. So we're going to have to try to figure this out together. So we're going to turn off auto slice. We're going to go to pixel snap, and we're going to basically snap outwards of everything. And then we're going to take these and just snap them a little closer. And that's it. So now let's see what happens when I play. Now my HP bar is kind of fits. I think there is a problem though. Yeah. So as you can see, as my HP is going down, the bar was kind of shrinking. It was kind of squeezing essentially. So to fix that, you have to play around a little bit with the, where am I going? Texture region, here we go. So to fix that we have to play around with the texture region a bit, which is going to be a bit hard. I'm going to have to move this a bit closer. This a bit closer. That down. What we can do is, I'm actually not sure if that'll fix it, but we can try this. I've tried tile before and it didn't seem to do anything. Not sure why. Margin. I'll move this to the left or to the right, and let's see what happens. Okay, so it's still kind of, so as you can see, it's still kind of coming together like that. So let's go one more time. We will increase the size a little bit here by doing that. And then what we can do, no, we'll actually make it bigger like that. And then we'll drag that out a little bit. Nope, sorry, we're gonna put that back. And then what happens if I do that? No. Let's go to progress bar here and make it 100 to see what it looks like when it's supposed to be full. Yeah, okay. That's what I was kind of worried about. Okay. All right, there we go. Let's move this to the top. Keep that on the right. Okay, awesome. So now this is what we have. So it's a bit small. It does come out of bounds a little bit, but again, you can play with this and see what you like. But for now, this is okay. And I'm going to actually delete this MP bar. I messed up. And then we're going to duplicate this and then rename it to MP. And then we will, let's fix this before we start renaming things. Let's go to the MP bar. We're going to go to the theme override, styles, make unique. We're going to do that for both just in case. We're going to go over here. And now we're just going to use the MP instead. So we will do it like that. And I think that's it. So if that should be full like that. What I do want to do though is I want to make it smaller. So that way it kind of lines up like that. So let's go to theme override, pop that to the left. We'll leave this right there. And if I pop this to like 10, it does move to the left a bit, but that's okay. So it should look like this as it fills up. And then let's see what it looks like in the actual game. Awesome, so it looks pretty good. Okay, let's edit the label, make unique, change it to MP, and then what we'll do in our games, we'll actually change our MP to 10, and then 5 out of 10. So it's going to be a little different. I'm also going to go to the label, and I'm going to make it so much smaller. I'm going to make it 0.3. I'm going to put it right there. Same thing for this label. Correct. 0.3, 0.3. Then, no, right there. And then have it centered right there. And then, so yeah, now we have a HP and MP bar, which is awesome. However, I'm going to add a panel. And this panel is going to be our profile, essentially. So we're going to move this to the right a bit. And I'm actually going to go into theme override. This one should be a bit easier. Make a texture for it, pop in our UI. I'm going to go over here to auto slice. And I'm going to select this one, but then I'm going to select pixel snap instead. And I'm actually going to pop this in to right there. And then I think that's it. So I just have it circled around. If you do change the size of the panel, it will increase, unfortunately. So what you would want to do is this. If you want to keep the size, so we can just do this. This is fine. I'll try to keep this size. And then the last thing we'll do is we'll have a coins panel, and this will be for our coins. So we'll go to here, theme, make unique. Yeah, we'll just clear it. Sure, that works fine. Go into here, here, and then we're going to use this guy. So pixel snap, same thing, and we will just snap this guy. And that's it. And then as you can see, it is very clearly too big. So I think that's how the size we're going to make it. So yeah, let's now let's kind of make sure it looks good by making these much smaller. By doing that, actually no, what we'll do first is we'll make it fit. So first, let's just move all this to the right, and then I will move this to the left. I'll make it slightly bigger, but don't make it so pixelated. Awesome. Now we move this all the way back to the right. I'll put it right there. Actually, what I can do, yeah, we can just do that and kind of try to make it a box. Okay, that looks fine, I think, kind of. Actually, let's move it up again. All right, there we go. And then, yeah, we can pop it in like that. So make it into a box as much as I can. All right, this is good. And then what I'll do is I'm just going to move this to the top left, and then I'm going to go to the UI here, and I'm going to transform the scale. I'm going to scale everything to 0.5. And now my game should look like this. Okay, that's very strange. That's not what it should look like. Okay, there we go. We reload it, and that's what it should look like. Okay, let's change it to 0.7, 0.8. Okay, there we go. Now everything looks a bit nicer. Obviously, there are still some issues. For example, this will show up behind our UI, which is fine, though, for now. So we'll leave it like this. This will be our profile. We'll fill that in later. But for the coin, we can actually do that now. We'll try to do it quickly. So we'll do label. We'll do center, and we will we'll turn on grid snap, and we'll put this. Let's actually lock all these. Let's lock this. Let's lock the label. Close that. Lock this. Lock that. Let's find our label, if I can ever select it, and move that into the middle. But I can't because it is very big. So let's change the scale to 0.4. Nope, let's do 0.3. Okay, 0.3 is good. If I can just move it down, please. Selecting is a big pain. That's okay. Awesome. What we can do is we can actually make it go from the left, or we can do center. I think center is fine. Okay, so now what we can do is we can get to coin. We're going to go to a script, built-in script. That's okay. We're going to comment out the process function. And then what we'll do is text equals string game dot coin. Now we'll just do gold. All right, and then we have to actually make that gold function or variable. So gold equals 10,000, and this will work. However, you might be able to see a problem once we have enough money. So let's say like that much. I don't know how we'd have that much, but now the money kind of comes out of play. So what we can do actually is we can kind of change this up. So let's see if I can remember how to code this. Basically, the way we're going to fix this issue is to keep in mind that a string is actually an array of characters. So the word string, for example, is an array. Okay, actually, let's do str. Is an array of 3 characters, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, or 0, 1, 2. Sorry. So if I were to say the array of this string, number 1, the letter is T, right? So what we can do is we can see if game dot what did I do? Gold is bigger than or equal to 10,000, for example. If it is, then what we can do is say variable string or word equals variable game dot gold, and we're going to convert it to a string. And then we're going to do letter 1, variable letter 2, And we'll say letter 1 is equal to word 0. Then letter 2 is equal to word 1. And then what we can do is say text equals string letter 1 plus string letter 2 plus k. And then we'll take this out for now. And because our gold is, we'll set our gold to 10,000. 10,000, or we'll do 15,000 for now. Okay, so now if we launch and play, we should get 15k. And this works for anything in the thousands. However, anything above that won't work, so you'll have to kind of figure that out on your own, but this should work for now. So let's do else. If it's not bigger than 10,000, then we'll just do this. Okay. So that handles our gold for now, and now our UI looks pretty nice. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to quickly try to do a scene transition. So to do scene transition, we're going to create a canvas layer, which is actually down here. So we'll just pop that in. We'll name this Stage Manager. I'm going to save this, go to Global, and save it here. I'm going to make a script for it. And we're going to save this as well. And then we're going to auto-load our Stage Manager. We're going to go to auto-load, Stage Manager, and we're going to auto-load the scene itself, not the script, but the scene. We're going to add that. And then we're going to delete all this. And we're going to add 3 things. We're going to add a color rect. And we're also going to add a animation player. And then we're also going to add a label. All right, and for our rectangle, we're going to make it like big square. We're going to make it black. We're going to go to our, we're going to turn on auto grid here. Going to center this, and it doesn't matter if it's on auto wrap, and we'll say loading, and that's it. And then in our animation player, we're going to make new, say new, and we're going to have 2 things. We're going to have fade in, and we're going to have fade out. And so what fade in is going to do is it's going to take this and fade it in, right? So fade in is going to take this, and it's going to take the modulate, going to erase it, we're going to key that, we're going to go over here, and then we're going to reset that, and then fade it in, essentially. So it's going to look like this, fade in. Cool. And we're also going to fade in the label. Or actually, I think we can just do this. Yeah, that'll actually work a little better. And then fade out, we can go over here to 1 second, key that, go to 0, and then key this, whoops, key that. So fade out will look like this. Awesome. And then in our Stage Manager, what we're going to add is our scenes. So we're going to have constant main menu equals main. No, I'm going to have to drag it in. So erase that and then drag this in. Then we're also going to have our world. And then we're also going to have game over. We're also going to have character select. Awesome. So let's just set each one of these variables. So we have world. We'll say main world. And then this one would be game over. And this one would be character select. Awesome. And then what we'll do is we'll have a function called function change stage. And then in this thing, we're going to call a thing called stage path. And then in this function, we're going to do get node color rect show. Yeah, well, we're gonna do that. Okay, I'll explain that, why I'm doing that in a second. But for now, let's continue on. I'm not going to explain too much because I've done this in an old video before. But basically, we're going to make an old layer. We're going to set our layer to 5, so that way it's on top. Except I have to actually set it by saying equal. And we're going to get node animation player. We're going to play fade in, and then we're going to yield with our animation player. So we're going to have to get that node. And get our node, we're going to yield on animation player until we get the what's it called? The thing called animation finished signal. The signal called animation finished. And then we're going to get tree. We're going to change scene to stage path. And then we are going to say layer equals old layer. And then we'll say get node animation player dot play fade out. Awesome, and that's it. Okay, so there is a problem. The color rect is going to be in front of everything in our game, so I can no longer click anything. So I'm going to have to make this invisible. So now I can click things. Play. There we go. So if you ever get that bug, that's why. You have to make this invisible. So let's change things up. Let's go into our thing here, and we'll say stage manager dot change stage to character select. I don't remember what it's called, so I'm going to have to go to stage manager, character select. Here we go. And then we can delete this. What is it? Yes, I remember. So we have to do stage manager dot character select. And then we'll go in here, we'll copy paste this into here, and we will say it's going to world, main world. And then let's do another thing. Let's connect our node, quit to do get tree dot quit. Now our quit button should work, so I can click quit, and it quits the game. Go click play, and it loads our scene. Awesome. I'm going to quickly just Control Shift F is going to allow us to search up anything that is in our scripts. So we're going to search for change stage. I don't know, stage. And then what we can do is we can go to anything that has that, which apparently is nothing. But I know there is one else that should be in our player. Oh, maybe it's change. Yeah, change scene. Here we go. Here's our game over one. So we'll replace this with game over. Game over. And then we'll also go to, I think there's one more, right? Nope. I think that might be it. Oh, no, here we go. Main world. Yeah, there we go. So now we have a loading thing between each, a loading transition between each scene. Awesome. I think that is the end of this video. This is a little bit of a longer video, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. In the next video, I think we might get started on our inventory. No, I'll actually do that next video. So yeah, next video, I will get started on maybe inventory or sound. I do plan on doing sound in this series as well, which will be fun, which we will have to actually do soon, because it is good to get our sound in the early stages of our game development. All right, so I will see you guys next time. If you guys like the video, go subscribe, go like and everything. So I'll see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. This is another episode of our RPG series. In today's episode, we're going to do quite a bit of stuff. The first thing we're going to do, I'm going to just quickly go over some few new assets that I downloaded. And as always, they're always in the link in the description down below. So check that out. I will also start uploading to a GitHub and also download the project. It is going to be updated per part that is released, I think. So you can always download that as well. I don't recommend you just download it and use it to copy. I really do recommend you just try to learn as we go along. Okay, so we have the RPG sound effects. So we're going to be using this in this episode. Let's close that. And then I downloaded this asset pack for the inventory later on. We're not going to use it just yet, but it is good to have. Just keep in mind, I actually did, if you middle click this or open new link in new tab, you can save this as well. So I've saved this as well to use as reference kind of for our inventory. So let's close that because downloading this will just give us this part. which is fine. Either way, let's close that. And then I've also downloaded this RPG icon pack. And let's close this. And just to keep in mind, I actually did organize it just a bit. I've created these different things, weapons, miscs, etc. Just organize it a little bit so it's not all in one folder, which again, you can download from the GitHub if you want to do that. It's not too well organized, obviously. There's like a bunch of different armors, but for now, this is fine. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add an audio player. So the difference between all three of these is obviously that this is 2D, this is 3D, and then this is non-positional. So it doesn't matter where you are, it just will play. So this and this are kind of the same. For us, we can just use auto stream player. So we'll just use this, and this will be our sword effect. And then what we can do is RPG sound effects, battle, and you can choose whatever you want. You can choose swing 2, and just to test it, you can do that. Swing 3. I don't think you guys can actually hear it, but you can just test it by doing that. Let me actually turn on audio. Let me see. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear it now. So if I now go into my player, I'll mention this in a second as well, but now if I go into my attack, I can do get mode, sword effect. That's not what I want. Sword effect, there we go. Stop play. And then we can just play that, or play. And then every time I attack, it now plays the attack sound, which you guys, I think, should be able to hear. One other thing I've added is I've gone ahead and I just added a hit effect to the monster as well, because it just felt kind of strange not being able to take damage. The only time we take damage is up here, which felt kind of weird. So now we can hit them, do damage, and then they can hit us and do damage. So awesome. Let's also, and so now you know how to add sound effects. So you can add that to add different sound effects throughout the game. You can add whatever you want. There's a bunch of different ones. One last thing we'll do is we'll add a click effect. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a scene, audio stream player on its own. We're going to call this click. Which you save this into global folder. No, it already exists. I'm not actually going to overwrite it. I'm going to go to it. I'm going to close that. So yeah, I've already created it. And in this click, I've used the interface sound. So if you go down here to interface, you can use whichever one you want. I think I used the first one. I think that was the nicest one. Yeah, so if I play it, it's just like a little click sound. And then I've auto-loaded that. So I've auto-loaded it. There it is, click. And then in our main menu, what we can do is we can call click dot play. And then every time I want to play a click sound, I can just call that thing, right? So click dot play. Now, whenever I go out here, I can quit. And it doesn't give me the sound effect because I quit. But if I play, it plays that sound. And I can add rest for options. And then all I'll do in the options is I'll play the sound effect. So now we know it works. Awesome. What we can do, just to make this smoother, is function.play click. We can do if self dot playing equals false, then play. So now this just makes it slightly smoother in the sense that it won't play on top of the sounds. The sound is very short anyway, so you might not be able to do that, but yeah. So now it's a bit smoother in the sense that it'll only play if the sound is not done playing, or if it is done playing. And you can do the same thing for the skeleton. So wait, let's just do that now. So let's copy that, go to, where is it? I'm blind. It should be, oh, not on our skeleton. Why? It should be on our player. Open up our player again, go to sound effect, except it's not going to be that, it's going to be sound. There we go. And then let's play. Ooh, interesting. That's not working. Okay, I don't know. It's strange that that's actually not working. So anyways, yeah, you can figure that out later. The sound doesn't really matter as long as it works. Let's close this for now and then close that. And then what else was I going to do? I also wanted to add a dash effect. So let's have a new input. Let's create input dash. And for now, we'll pass. Then let's add that to our input map. So we can have dash. And then for dash, we're actually going to switch it. I'm going to make this Z, and I'm going to actually switch this to X. So tack will be X now. So dash will be Z. And then when I dash, I want to dash. So let's figure that out. So how are we going to dash? How do we want to dash? So what we want to do is we're going to have to create a new sprite. And our new sprite is going to be our player. So we're going to have to find our player, which is in art. Tap here, boom, boom, boom. Character, and we'll take our walking. And what we'll do is we'll name this to dash. We'll put this in our player folder, put it right there. I'm going to do 4. The actual frame I don't think matters too much actually, but what we're going to do is we're going to add a script to this. We'll do built-in, it's fine. And we're going to do a function process. We're going to take our position dot x. We're going to subtract 3 every delta. We're going to modulate dot a equals the verb. Modulate dot a 0, 0, and 1. And then if modulate dot a is smaller than 0.1, we will cube free. So what this is going to do is it almost creates a tween effect. What is this? Position, do not spell position, right? Position. No, wait, what did I do here? Oh, there we go, dot A, that's why. What's going on here? Let me just copy paste this line. I think I spelled something wrong. I'm wondering. Okay, there we go. So yeah, no, what this is doing is it's going to basically modulate one sprite, and then it's going to create another, or it's not going to create another sprite, we're going to do it somewhere else, but it's going to modulate the sprite from visible to invisible, and once it becomes almost invisible, or pretty much invisible, then it's just going to disappear. That's it. And we're also going to set the position to -3, so it's going to be moving, right? So it's going to be moving backwards. Yeah, and then it's going to cube free. So let's go to player. Then let's, in our dash, keep in mind this will only work for our x-axis for now, but we'll figure that out later. And then we're going to have some different variables that we're going to add. So let's comment out a little bit. So we have, this is going to be our dash. We're going to have 3 different things. We're going to have our dash object, which is going to be the sprite that we just made. We're going to search up dash. We're going to preload, put it in brackets, make sure I don't do it wrong. There we go. And we're also going to have dash speed. This is going to be 1,000. And then we're also going to have dash length. Will be 0.15. Variable dash length. There we go. And then let me just double check my reference here. Where is it actually? Okay, here we go. So when we click dash, we are going to sorry, 1 second. Okay. So when we press dash, we're going to create our dash object. So dash node equals dash object dot instance. And then we will take our dash node dot texture, and we're going to do sprite dot get frame. Yeah, get frame sprite dot animation at sprite dot frame, and then dash node dot global position equals global position, and then we will get parent dot add child dash node. We also have to make sure we actually make it a variable. Okay. One other thing is the sprite is not actually set, so we will have to set that. So let me just double check. Yeah, okay. So we're going to say variable sprite is equal to get node idle. We'll do walk, actually. Sorry, walk. There we go. Let's go back down. Now let's play. Let's see what happens. It's going to error. Why is that? Because we have to do onReady variable. I don't know what I'm doing. Really tired, apparently. There we go. Else we play. Then when I try to do that, it will kill me because this line is not going to work. Let's actually take this out for now because I just realized that's not an animation. It's just a regular sprite. All right. So now when I dash, this happens. So it looks kind of funky. But this is kind of the beginning of how we're going to dash. I'll kind of help, or I'll kind of finish this next video. But yeah, actually, no, we'll keep going. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so when we dash, we want to also move our player's position. So to do that, we're going to use a tween. So we're going to go down here, add a tween. We're going to variable tween 1 equals get node tween. Then we will, I'm just going to copy paste this line, I'm sorry, but it's a really long line. And tweening is very annoying. So basically, we're going to interpolate our position. Tween 1. There we go. We're going to get our position, and then we're going to move 50 pixels to the right. And then we're going to take 0.1 seconds, and we're going to use translinear and ease out. Then we're going to start. Then I believe that is it. Dash. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see what happens. All right, so now whenever I dash, I go to the left. And it does kind of look like a dash. In fact, if I were to just take this out, oh, sorry, I have to actually go up, I can dash. Although I do have to be moving at the same time. So it's a bit strange, but it does kind of work. So what we'll do is we'll actually change this position to no, actually, we'll leave it like this for now. I want you guys to try to figure this out. I'll be honest, it's the end of the video. I'm very tired. It's the end of the night here. Yeah, my brain is completely pooped out, but I'm going to give this as homework, essentially, for you to figure it out. I'm going to copy paste this again. But essentially, we've created a node that allows us to look like a dash. However, this is only put one time. So I need to try to figure out how are we going to make it so that it looks like a bunch of dashes are together. And then how are we going to make our tween allow us to go in the direction that we're looking, essentially, and not just the left, right? Because I think at the moment it's only allowing us to go to the left, right? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Whenever I'm moving to the right, it now allows me to move to the left. Yeah, anyways, I'll let you guys figure that out. So next video, we'll finish the dashing. And then we will also start an inventory. So that'll be fun. And yeah, so if you guys like this video, give it a thumbs up, and I will see you guys next time. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I am re-recording a video I did yesterday. I recorded it without sound. I didn't even realize until I uploaded it, and someone commented. I just ended up deleting it. I don't want to delete my code because I honestly don't remember everything we did, but I will go through some things that were left over. So for the dashing, these are all the variables that we're going to be using for dashing. I think there's some new ones. You might want to cross-check your code. I think dashing is new. I'm not 100% sure. For the sprite, the actual dash sprite, we ended up changing a little bit of things. So instead of having in one certain direction, we're going to have our direction as a variable because we're going to want to change this later on. In our player, I'm going to go down to our dash. Here we go. And we're going to create that dash node in the checking of, are we dashing? So when we dash, so when I actually click dash, what's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to take a direction. I'm going to take the direction I'm looking at, or sorry, not looking at, but pointing at, right? And then I'm going to want to dash in that direction, right? So I'm going to dash in that direction times 50. So I'm going to go at the speed of 50, essentially. That's kind of the speed, right? So we're taking our position, and then we're just adding to that position. So here's our original position. I want to dash here, like in that direction times 50, right? So that's the speed or length it's going at, essentially, right? This is the time, and then we have translinear and ease out. We start the tween, and then we're going to make is dashing true, right? So while we're dashing, this is going to happen, right? So we're going to actually create that little dash effect. And then we're going to yield until that tween is completed, right? So once that tween is completed, once we've dashed, essentially, we're going to set dashing equal to false. So let's see what happens if I actually, wrong language, there we go. Let's see what happens if I don't have that. So if I dash, or so if I dash, it's just going to constantly be making that dash effect, right? So that's why I want to make sure dashing is false after. Let's actually go back, save that, and click it again, and it'll set it to false. There we go. So yeah, now we have a full dashing effect. This does ignore, what do you call it? Collisions. So you might want to check, obviously. So there's certain things you might want to be able to do. Like, for example, you don't want to go outside the world by dashing outside of it. So you can kind of decide if you want to put this in your game or not. I think a way to fix this, actually, let's do this right now. We can actually decrease the time that we're dashing over. Right? Will that work? Ooh, I think it. Okay, it won't work. So I don't know. You can kind of figure it out and decide what you want to do for your game. But for me, this is fine. I have dashing now, which is really cool. I can dash in any direction. We have that cool dashing effect. I can attack. We can hit monsters, which is awesome. And I think there's one more thing that I ended up doing. Oh, yeah. I also, let's go to our game. I also ended up adding a level system, which I wrote during the recording, but I ended up, I didn't have audio, so I'm re-recording. I'm just going to go through it and explain what each thing does instead of just rewriting it. So we added all this stuff. We have the level, we have experience total, and then we have experience required. And we're not going to save the required because this is calculated every time we load the game, right? So we're going to get let's go to the required first. So experience required. We're going to get our player or pass our level player or an integer, essentially, right? So in this case, it would be player level +1. And we're going to power it to 2.5. So it'll be like, for example, 1 or 2 to to the power of 2.5. And then we're going to add our player level times 4. So this is kind of the calculation I use for the experience required. This is going to be an exponential growth. So you can kind of use whatever calculation you want in your get required experience, but this is what I use. You can feel free to use this. Feel free to use anything else you want. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And then for gain experience, this is just to gain experience. So every time I call this function, I'm going to pass an amount through. So let's say like 10. I'm going to add to my total experience. I'm going to add to my current experience. And then I'm going to create an array called growth data. And in this growth data, we're going to constantly be checking if our experience is greater than or equal to experience required, then this is when we want to level up. All right. If we do level up, we will subtract the experience from the experience required, so that way we can escape this loop, right? And then we're going to append the experience required and experience required once again. And then after, we're going to append the experience and get experience required after that loop. And then we're just going to emit the signal experience required with our growth data. And then we're going to, the level up function is very simple. It's just level +1. We have max health +1. We can also do damage +1 if we want. I don't think that's how you spell it. Damage. How did I spell it? Player damage, that's why. Player damage +1, and let's do +2. And then we have the player experience required for this. And in our UI, I basically just printed our level. So I've duplicated the coin. I went into the script, and I'm printing our level. And then last thing I think I didn't do is in our skeleton, when it dies, right, we're going to increase the gold, and then we're also going to gain experience. So now when I play, let's actually change the experience to 100. That way I level up off of 1, so I don't have to kill 2. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. I killed it, and it gave me 30 or 3 levels, so it gave me 30 max health. So let's kill another guy and see what happens. I also gained damage, so I now do 9 damage, which is awesome. And now I do 11 or whatever, right? So I have a bunch of HP, which is awesome. I leveled up a bunch, and you can save this in your utils. So you can always save the levels and everything in here. So let's actually do that now. Let's copy paste that. Let's save our utils. Let's save our player level, and then let's save our player damage. I have to copy paste it. Let's go up here. Player damage. Paste that, and then let's go down here and just copy paste those. And so now it'll save our damage and level anytime I level up. You do have to save experience as well, actually. Experience. We'll save experience total as well. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Go down here, copy paste 2 more. Experience total, copy paste those. And that's not what I want. Experience, there we go. Awesome. Now let's go back here and save and load. We'll play. It'll reset everything. So it's actually going to send me to character select. Ooh, did I crash? Let's play one more time. Ooh, I think I know what's happening, actually. I didn't even realize that was a bug. Now I know. So what's happening is we need to hide this guy after. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll actually do this in the animation player. So fade out, we'll go over here, and then we'll take this and we'll say visible out. Okay, let's do it one more time. Play. Now I can click. Except it's not working, so whatever, let's just select. Okay, now let's kill something. Nope. There we go, I'm level 4. I don't actually think I'm ever saving, so let's actually save somewhere. So let's save after we kill something. So utils.save. Let's go again, let's kill something. Oh, really bad at this game. Okay, let's close. Let's make sure I'm not saving and then loading. Okay, let's play. And it saved my level. It didn't save my gold. You probably will want to do that. I saved my health apparently, and you can save whatever else you want in your game. So we have a pretty cool working game. Next video, we're going to be working on inventory. We might also add to the game. We'll see. I do plan on doing inventory soon, actually, so I'm not sure it'll be next episode or in a few episodes, but we have pretty much created, without the inventory, we've created a pretty good RPG game, so I'm pretty proud of that. I'll actually have to think about it. I'm not sure if I'll do the inventory as a separate series or like little thing, or if I'll do it part of the series. We'll find out. So I'm gonna have to think about it. Let me know in the comments below what you guys think. So either my thinking right now is either I do a separate series, not series, but kind of a bland project, like a completely separate project where I just create an inventory. And then you can kind of apply it however you want to, either to this game or to another game, or I can continue this series and make an inventory. If there's any other requests you guys want, one idea I had was to make it multiplayer. Making it multiplayer would be a bit more difficult in certain aspects, but I have thought about adding multiplayer things. Or again, I can make a separate series on multiplayer, which would be cool. So yeah, let me know in the comments down below what you guys think. This is a pretty long series, but we have created a pretty cool game with dashing, attacking, a bunch of cool stuff, and hopefully you guys have the capability now to kind of create your own game. If you have a bunch of more animations, like farming or whatever, you should now kind of understand how to do that within the animation tree. We have a bunch of sound effects that we can play. We have a click sound effect, options. There's nothing in there. We can quit, etc. So we've made a pretty cool game, which I'm really happy about. But yeah, let me know in the comments down below what you guys think. Should be next for this channel. I do eventually want to, right now, I'm trying to focus on education, but I'm also trying to focus on the growth of this channel. So I am definitely, as you might already be able to tell, I'm posting quite a bit. This is mostly for the YouTube algorithm. It's mostly for me to grow as much as I can. I am growing at a pretty okay pace, but I want to increase that if I can. I would love to get more views. It definitely, seeing a view count definitely helps motivate me to make more videos. Seeing your comments especially help me. When you guys engage with me, that helps a lot. So, and it might help you as well. So if you want to see anything, if there's anything specific you want to see, let me know in the comments and maybe I'll do that. So yeah, and I will see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, we're actually going to be doing a little thing before we add inventory. We're going to be adding a quest system, which will be pretty cool. I got this idea from someone in the comments. So again, if you guys want any requests or anything that you think you would want me to add, just add it in the comments, and that's a good video idea. So it's easy for me, it's easy for you, so why not? So we'll do this for this episode, and then maybe we'll do inventory next episode. So we'll do quest system for now. And I think this is actually not bad because now we can actually pause our game. So let's create a new scene. Let's we'll add it into user interface and we'll call this pause. And then in here, we'll just save it in, we'll go player. Oh, there's no UI in here. Is there in here? Global, nope. I think I just didn't even make a folder for it. Okay, let's go into our player, make a new folder and call it UI. Any sort of UI stuff, we'll save it in there. Awesome. And now in our pause system, we're going to have an overlay. So we're going to want to color rect. We're going to color it black. Here we go. And I'm just going to add a panel. Then this is going to be kind of our menu when we pause. So let's just cover it, cover most of the screen at least. All right, there we go. Now let's go into our pause. We add a script, and this is going to be super simple. What we're going to do is we're going to create a input function. So we're just going to remove all this. We're going to say function input I can't see anything. Input event. If event is action pressed, pause. Pause. I can't type. There we go. Then we'll just pass for now because we don't have a pause function, or a pause button. So we're gonna have to make that. So we go to autoload. No, not autoload. Sorry. Input map. We paste pause, and then we say for pause we'll do escape. All right, awesome. And then in here, there's a lot of options. The default option is to just get tree and say .pause equals true. All right, so now let's go to our UI first before I play. Let's go to player, UI, drag this in, go to paused, and we're going to go to rect, we're going to center it, and for our why is it not big like that? Not sure why it looks like that actually. What we can do actually is let's change this. Let's okay, first thing we'll do is we'll copy paste this. We'll delete this. We're going to change it. Where is it? How do you change? Not merge. Change type. Here we go. We'll change it to a canvas layer instead. Search it up. Canvas layer. There we go. And then let's create a script again. Let's create the same one, paste it, and it should have, let me just double check I don't have any, yeah, okay. I don't want any duplicates. Ooh, we have control, that's not gonna work. We want to extend canvas layer, I think. Layer, there we go. Okay, and then let's go back to UI. And yeah, now it should cover the entire thing, okay. Let's play. And okay, we should probably hide it before we actually do anything. So, okay, there we go. So now when I pause, it stopped the game, it paused the game. However, if I click escape again, you guys can't see me clicking escape, but yeah, bring up my keyboard. So my escape is like right there, this one. So either way, if I click it, nothing happens, right? So this is how you can pause a game, but how do I unpause? And how do I make it like react and et cetera, right? So you can kind of figure that out. And in fact, I would encourage you to figure this out and research and go through that process on your own. So how can I check if it's already paused, et cetera, et cetera? So there's a few different ways to do this. One way I like to do this is I'm going to, I'm going to make a variable called new pause state. And what this is going to be is it's going to be a Boolean. So I'll even say it's a Boolean here. And then I'm going to say it's going to be get tree dot paused. We're going to check our tree if it's paused or not. If it is, we'll set the new pause state to false, right? Because if it's paused, that means it's true. So not true is false. So now we want to say get tree paused equal new pause state, right? So we want to unpause it or pause it depending on the opposite state, right? So if it's paused, we want the new state to be unpaused. And so we're going to set the pause to that unpaused, if that makes sense. And we can do a bunch of other things. So we can check, sorry, that's not what I want to do. We can check if new pause state is true. If it is, then we'll show. If it's not, then we'll hide, right? So we'll hide our pause thing up here. And yeah, let me just double check. I think let's try doing this. I have this in my reference. Let's try doing visible equal this. I'm not 100% sure if that'll work. Oh, spelled it wrong. Pause state, there we go. All right, let's run it and see what happens. Okay, so it's not really working. So let's put this back. Now what we also want to do is say ready function, we'll say hide. There we go. Now let's play. Now when I play, it automatically hides the pause. I can walk around, I pause, and if I try to unpause, it's not working. I'm not sure why. Oh, that is very strange. Let's try to print to see if it's even going into this function. Let's debug this together. So I pause, it comes up, I click escape again. Ooh, I remember why. because I'm pretty sure when we pause, we are no longer taking input. I think that's why. I don't know if this makes a difference. Let's actually try this. Let's change our function for that. Let's rerun it. Nope. Okay. The way we can do this is I think one way we can do this. Okay, so there's a few different ways. One way we can do this is actually by, let's add a button for now. So we can say button. Let's go. I'll add a regular button, and we'll say this is a resume button. Resume. Yeah, I spelled it right. Resume. There we go. Resume. And we'll make it a bit smaller because it's really big. We'll say we'll scale it down to. Actually, no, we'll leave it like that. No, actually, I'm going to scale it down. Let's scale it down by half. Okay, that's actually a bit too much. Let's scale it down by 0.7, 0.7. Okay, and then in this resume button, we'll actually put on the top right. Say resume, node pressed, paused, and then in here, what we can do is we'll say get tree dot paused equals false. Then we're going to say visible. I would just say show. Okay, awesome. Let's run it, play. Now if I pause and I hit resume, nothing happens. Why is nothing happening actually? It's very strange. Let me debug this and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. I actually missed this little piece of code right here. In this node, we want to set the pause mode to node.pause mode process. So what this does is it allows anything inside this node to continue processing even though our tree is paused. You can do this to anything actually. So you can do it to a button. You can do it to a specific node. You can even do this to, I've used this in the past for cutscenes. So I want to pause the game, but I want to keep the cutscene going, right? So this is very good for cutscenes, right? So let's say in our game, so go to a main menu, or a world, sorry. If there was a scene where I want, let's actually hide this as default. Let's go here. There we go. If there's a part where I want to make it so that, if I'm interacting with the sign, I want to pause the game, but I want to keep the environment going. You can set like certain things to process mode in that sense, right? So that's a pretty good tool to use. And we do actually have to do this for our pause menu. So that's something I forgot. And then for our pause button, what we can do is we can do the exact same thing here instead of this. And then for show, we'll actually just copy paste that as well. It doesn't really make a difference, or it does make a difference, but anyways, let's keep going. So if I play now, I can pause and then unpause by clicking escape again. Now I can also resume by clicking the button. So it's up to you if you want the button or not, or if you just want escape, that's also fine. Just to kind of give a little bit of depth kind of to the game, to make it feel like a real pause, we're going to keep that back, but like modulate it a bit. So yeah. Let's get rid of this print function here. There we go. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add our quest system. This is going to be a lot easier. In our world, to get the quest, I'll leave that up to you. Actually, I'll do that as well. So let's make a quest system. We have to do this in our global scripts. So let's actually make a new script. Let's go to game and go to new resource. No, not new resource. Let's just duplicate this and say quests. Quests, there we go. And then let's go to autoload. And we want to autoload that because we want it to be global. Quest, here we go. Open, add, let's go to quests, and then delete all this because we don't need it. And then let's say variable intro quest. I can't see it. Intro quest equals false. And then we'll say variable monsters, Skelly's, Skelly killed equals 0. And then what we'll do, what we want to do is basically intro quest is going to be the check if our quest is active or not. So if it is, then we'll say it's active. And to activate it, what I'll do is I'll activate it in our sign. So we'll go to body entered and we'll just add it here. So we'll say quests dot intro quest equals true. Let's stop the game so we don't get any errors. And then we'll close our sign. So if it's true, what do we want to do? Well, let's go to our UI, so our pause system, sorry. Go to here. In here, we're going to add, let's add a panel. Let's extend that a little bit. This is going to be our container for our quest. And then in this quest, we'll say, you know what? Yeah, no, sorry. Let's actually do this the way I usually do it. Let's add a panel. Let's extend this. Let's say quests. We'll go here. We'll make a new folder for it. Quests. We'll add quest intro quest now. And then we'll add a script to it. Nope, that's not how you add a script. Add a script. And then in here, what we'll do is we'll add a label. And then we'll say, in this label, we're not going to do anything in there. We're going to say variable on ready label equals get node. Why isn't auto completing? That's very strange. On ready variable, that's why. On ready var label. I'll say label. There we go. And then function process. We'll make a function called, no, actually, we'll just have it process for now. If quest dot intro quest, that's not the intro quest equals, or we'll just say if it equal to intro quest. So if it's true, then what are we going to do? We're going to say label equals quest go slay 5 skeletons. Else, I don't know, we'll just say go find quest. Go find quest. And then in our pause system, what we can do is what I usually do is I add a container. And so container, I usually add a VBox container. So I want them sorted vertically, right? So downwards. And then in here, what we'll do is add a script. So we'll do quest, we'll name it to quest container. And then add a script, add it to our UI, that's fine. And then in we'll say our ready function actually, we're going to create on, we'll just do a normal variable, actually constant. We'll do constant intro quest equals quest. I want to preload it. There we go. So preload our intro quest for our container. And in our container, what we're going to do is we're going to check if we're going to see if there's any children. So this is this depends on how many quests you have, but at the moment there's 0 quests that exist. There's only 1 quest that exists. So we'll say if get child count is equal to 0. We'll say variable quest 1 equals intro quest dot instance, and then we'll say get, or just self add child, and we just add that child quest 1. There we go. So let's play. We go to play. We go to our pause system, and there's nothing there. Why is that? Let's pause one more time. Let's go to our remote, see if it actually added it, but we're just not showing it for some reason. Okay, no, there it is. So why is it not showing? Ooh, I know. I don't know why Godot does this, but in our rectangle here, our minimum size is 0 and 0. So we have to change that. There we go. So now here's our quest, right? So, ooh, I don't know why the label is not being updated actually. Ooh, label. We want to update the text. That's why. Text. So save that. It's going to error. Why is that? Invalid set text with value type string. What do you mean? Okay, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's just change it to get node. Okay, let's replay. Let's delete that. Let's play. Okay, there we go. Go find quest. And now if I go to the sign, it'll say go slay 5 skeletons. Awesome. So now what we can do really quickly is go into our skeleton. So skelly, and we will say when we die, let's actually make a death function at this point because we're adding a lot of things. So function death. So in this function, we're just going to say, we're going to copy paste all this. And we will call the death function if I die, which is right there. And then in our death function, we'll also check for if quests.intro quests, then we'll say quests.skelly killed plus once, right? And then actually we'll have the queue free in the end as well. So we'll do all that and then save and then play. All right, let's try it. So actually let's change one more thing. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to make this a bit smaller. So let's center this. Let's make it a bit smaller. Let's go down a little bit, please. Can you go down? Why aren't you going down? Oh, because the text is too big. That's what I want to change. Let's scale it to 0.5, 0.5. Okay, awesome. That's fine. Let's auto wrap it. Okay, awesome. Now let's go here and we'll say plus string quests dot skelly killed plus out of 10 or out of 5. Sorry, so we're trying to kill 5 skeletons. Yeah. Let's play. Now let's play. So now if I escape, it says go find quests. If I hit the sign, it'll say go slay 5 skeletons. Let's add a space between that. There we go. Now if I go kill a skeleton, oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. I killed one. Let's kill another one. Now it'll say 2 out of 5. If I kill another one, it'll say 3 out of 5. So awesome. You can cap it at 5. So what you can do is go into you can go anywhere. You can do this anywhere really, but you can say process here if skelly quest, or actually, yeah, you can do this anywhere. You can say bigger than or equal to 5. Then you can say skelly, copy paste it, equals 5. And then we'll make that an actual function. So you can check for if it's equal to 5. If it's bigger than 5, sorry, then we'll set it back to 5. So that way you can't go over 5. So you can have like 6 over 5. Then you can also check for if it's completed. So it depends where you want it to be completed. So let's say here, you can check for if it's completed in our process function and say if it is completed, right? So you can add another function, check. We'll do that. You know what? Let's do that right now. Let's go here. We'll add that here. We'll say if quests dot skelly killed equals 5. Then we'll say get node dot text label equals quest complete. And then what we can say is else, and then add this in there. So now we're checking if our quest is completed. So we're checking if the quest is active, and then we're checking if it's completed. So if it is complete, you have quest you can complete, whatever. Go turn it in if you want, and then else, otherwise, keep killing monsters. Once it's completed, you can create another interaction inside your person or sign or NPC. So ours is in our sign right now, but you can make an NPC later on and add that in there. So it's really up to you. But now we have a somewhat functioning quest system, which is pretty neat. You can add a bunch of quest systems in here. What you would want to do here, though, is to check. The reason we're doing this is because what I actually do is I will make a function. So I'll actually do this. Show. Let's actually do it right now. Yeah. Show quest. We'll make a function called show quests. we'll go into here, and then we'll say show quests. Now what I do is I will say, let's actually do this outside. So I'll for loop I in get child count, get child I dot q3. So I'm going to remove all the existing quests, and then I'm going to add a quest. So you can make another function that's as says, yeah, you know what? Let's just run this. This should work. Let's play. Ooh. Show quests. I have to get the node. Get node dot quest container dot show quest. So that's how I get that function. Let's play. So now it'll say it'll do the same thing essentially, kind of. So it's not the best because it's going to. This needs to change. You can't be checking for zero count. What I would do is I would check to see how many quests I have total. And if I have a quest active, for example, then add it. But this allows us to check for a quest. So basically our goal is to delete all the quests and then add them again. So if it's active. So what we can do is like if quests dot, what was it? Intro quests. Then we can add it. Let's do that. This should work. So play, load, and now it's not adding it at all. I'm not sure why. Oh, I know why, because we didn't accept it. So let's go to our sign, accept it. Every time, it'll add it. And the reason this is better is because if I have more than one quest, you can just add that here. So if I have another quest, you can say quest 2 or whatever, and then add that one. But the reason why you need this is because you need it to delete all the ones that already exist. Otherwise, it'll keep adding children, and you'll have like duplicates essentially, right? So you want to delete all of them before you start adding them, kind of. Okay, so that's kind of it for our quest system. Hopefully now you understand how to add a quest system. We've also added a pause system, which is pretty neat. Next video, we'll probably clean up a few things. I might even add some NPCs. I'll also probably get started on our inventory. So that'll be exciting and fun. But yeah, if you guys like the video, subscribe, like, comment, all that good stuff. I also have a Discord. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but I have a Discord in the comments down below. Not the comments, in the description down below. I am pretty active on Discord, so I'm on Discord almost all day. If you have any questions, you can ask me on there. If you have any questions that you're not too urgent about, you can ask me in the comments. That's fine as well. I do my best to check YouTube comments. So yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys next time. Welcome back, everyone. This is going to be episode 16, I believe. Sorry, just double checking my mic. And in today's episode, we're going to be doing inventory. So let's get started right away. The first thing that you need to do is, I've already done this, but we need to create a JSON file of inventory. So the way you can do this is just create a new text document, and then you can just say item, add a bunch of stuff, and then say JSON, and it'll ask you to change whatever. Change it, that's okay, and you create a JSON easily. So I'm going to delete that. I have this file right here. This is going to be the structure of our items. And so let me just delete one and show you how that can be done. Oops. Yeah, there we go. So if I ever want to add more, I can just comma here and then add like a number 2, right? So I can copy that and say number 2 or number 1. So this would be a different item because the index is different. So this is going to be a dictionary essentially full of a bunch of different items. There's region, type, rarity, and then the index. So we can have like wooden staff. Let's go to our inventory and see what we have. Let's go to weapons. I have one wooden staff. Where are they? We have wooden staff, and then we have like some silver staff things. So we can rename this to silver staff. And you can kind of fill it out with a bunch of stuff you want, right? So use would be right hand for now. Let's do that. Then right hand. Okay, so I'll kind of explain a little bit as we go, but yeah, let's go back into our game and let's start setting up our inventory. So we're going to create a new canvas layer. Canvas layer, there we go. And we're going to rename this to inventory screen. I'm going to save this in, not right here. I'm actually going to save the scene first. Let's see, where are we going to save it? We're going to save it in our inventory file. So let's save that there. Let's create a new script, inventory screen. And we're going to have two other nodes. So we're going to have a regular node. And I'm going to duplicate that. Whoops. Duplicate that. Duplicate this. This one's going to be inventory. And this one's going to be UI input handler. No, I don't want to put all caps, input handler. There we go. And then in our inventory screen, I'm just going to be copy pasting a bit of code so that way things go a bit smoother. So let's go into our inventory first. So we're going to have to create an inventory script. We're going to go into here. Let's close everything so we only have one script and we don't get lost. We're going to delete all this, and let's read our inventory data first. So the first function we're going to have is read inventory data. So what this is going to do is allow us to save or open a saved inventory. So at the moment, there's no saved inventory. So it's going to take this inventory that is our current inventory. So anything I want to put in my game in the inventory is going to be saved into this file, right? This file is not our inventory. This is our database for items, right? So whenever I add an item, it's going to go into this inventory. So it's a bit different, right? So it's going to open it. We're going to fill it out with the get line. We're going to parse the JSON file, and then this just will allow us to fill the inventory, right? So let's actually create. Let's get a few variables that we actually need. Just double check. So for our inventory, the first thing we're going to do is actually create an inventory, which is a dictionary. For the item, okay, yeah, we'll do item. Okay, so for the item itself, we're going to have to actually do that first. So let me pull up my reference. Here you go. Okay, so we're going to have to actually make this item as well on the outside. So let's go to a new node. We need to do a 2D scene. I'm going to name it to item. And let's just close this inventory on the left so we have things more organized. Close the global. And we'll put it in here. So let's save this and put it in our inventory. And then we're going to make a script for this. And in this script, this is going to be the item that we load into the game, right? So each inventory will have an item, or each item will have a node, essentially, right? All right, so I've just copy pasted a bunch of stuff. Let's go through all of this one by one. So the first things here are pretty self-explanatory. There's just a bunch of variables that are going to hold everything in here. So we have path, description, icon, use, etc. So there's a bunch of things. You can just do a few of them for now, but keep in mind you will have to do this for each variable. If there is a variable missing, the game will error, or it'll error. It won't work properly, right? All right, and then in the read JSON data, it's going to go into this data and read it and see what's going on, right? So we have, so we open our file, we check if it exists, we open it, and then we get our data. We're going to create a dictionary with our data, right? So this data is going to hold all this. So, or it's going to hold all of this, sorry. So all this stuff, it's going to put all that data into this dictionary. And then we're going to fill in all the variables. So we have our ID, item name, type, and so we have data at the region, at the type, rarity. This is basically just going down the dictionary. So we go from region, right? Region. We go to type. Then we go to rarity, and then we get this string, which is an index, right? So the index is like 0, for example, right? Or 1, right? So keep in mind, this is because in here, we're for looping our item, right? So we're getting our current line, let's say 0 for now. That's going to be the first index 0, right? So here we should have index on the right, I think. No, index, where is it? Index should be the first one, sorry. So yeah, it should be this one, right? The path. And then it's going to basically get the path index 0 or 1 or whatever and get which item it is, and it's just going to fill everything out, right? So we're going to fill all these things out, all the description, the icon, whatever. The icon, keep in mind this is an icon, right? So let me actually change the icon for the silver stuff because I didn't do that. So let's go to weapons, let's go to staff, and I'm going to copy the path right here. So if I right click, copy path, or Control Shift C, you go into here, and we can take this and just copy paste it. Oh, I have to make sure it's in a string. There we go. So now it's staff 101B. This is 1A. So now it has different icons. So the description, everything else is the same. The agility, whatever is all the same. It's all 0. But we still do want to set it here, right? So this is the item info. And then the get stat we can use later on. So these are a bunch of different functions for later on if you ever need to use them. So get stat, like you can print it here or whatever. However, obviously, there's nothing in our inventory, so we can't even check right now. So let's add a new function. Let's actually fill this out first. So let's go to item. Let's go to the item that we just created and fill that in. And then let's go back to I'm going to go back to my reference. Let me just check what I have. Boop, boop, boop. All right, so the next thing is we're going to have a function that actually saves our data. So we have our save inventory data. This is going to be very similar to our utils save. So yeah, let me open it up. So it's very similar in the sense that it's doing the same thing. If you understood what's happening here, it's almost the same thing. So we have save inventory data. We're going to create a new file. We're going to open that file, and then we're going to fill it in with all the keys and stuff that we have. So our inventory is this guy. We're going to fill it in with whatever we have in there, and we're going to for loop within the size and just fill it in, right? Store line. Right, and then close the file, and then util save game because why not? Let's close all this, and as you can see, we have a few errors. So we have get item count. We have to actually get that function. So there's a few functions that I'm going to copy paste now, and these are pretty useful. So we have get keys. This one is a must. We have to use this eventually. We have get icon. If I want the icon of the key, we have get item count. So this is pretty helpful. And this is the one that we had down here, item count. Because if one of my items maybe I have more than one item, right? So if I have 2 coins, for example, or no, that's a bad example, 2 swords, I would want to count it as 2 swords instead of as 2 separate items, right? You can also do get item, and we have a get item path, which is very useful. Let's keep going. So we have 2 more functions that we're going to use. We have an insert item and remove item. So insert item is insert. Right, so we're going to check if the inventory already has that item, and then we're going to add it. We're going to push it into the front. If not, or if if it does not have it, you can see the comments on the side right now. They kind of explain everything. So this isn't the best inventory tutorial, but inventory is very. I don't want to go coding all this with you, but I'm going to try to pause the video as much as I can so you can kind of follow along. And in the end, I will also upload this file on a GitHub at the end of the series. So you're going to have to keep following along to get that GitHub. Now, inventory size, we also have to put on the top. So let's actually do that. So we have our inventory size, which will be 25. So we'll have 25 different slots. We might change that, but which is why we export it. But what else do we have? Okay, last 2 things we need. Or last few things we need. So we have our ready function, which is going to just read our inventory data to see if there's anything in our inventory. We're going to load it, right? So we want to load our inventory if there's anything in it. We have create item, which is using the insert item. So insert item allows us to do this within the JSON file and our actual inventory array, but create item allows us to actually create a node of it, right? So it allows us to actually instance it, right? Get item stats is also helpful. That'll just turn the stats of something. And yeah, so that's it. Let's now, let me double check something. So now what we should be able to do is, well, we can play it. Let's add it to our UI though. So let's go inventory screen, and add that in. Where'd it go? Why is it? Oh, because there's nothing in our inventory screen, right? Okay, let's actually add a panel. No, let's not add a panel. Let's You know what? Let's delete this and put it in our pause instead. Let's go here and add it into our inventory screen. And then, no, I lied. Let's put it back in our UI, sorry, because our pause has our quest system right now. So let's put this here. We'll make the transform 0. Okay, it's already 0, awesome. Let's go into our inventory screen and we'll add a panel. Panel, add that. We'll snap it. We'll make it relatively small, so not too big. And then this is going to be our background. So I'm just going to say BG. I'm going to lock it because I don't want to move it. And then let me just double check something. Okay, let's play and see what happens. So see if we get any errors. Okay, nice. No errors. So now what we can do is let's try to create an item. So let's create item 1, I guess. Let's play. Let's see what happens. Awesome. Nothing happened, or something happened, but no errors. So we've created an item, but we haven't put it anywhere. So we've instanced it, but we haven't put it anywhere, right? So let's actually, since this item now exists, though, let's go into our. Yeah, no, actually, let's do it here. No, let's do it in the UI input handler. Let's create a script for that. Let's go into this guy. We'll say function input, and we're just going to go into pause, and we're just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy this entire thing. Into here, input. Yeah, I'm just going to copy all of it. But instead of pausing, what we'll do is we'll save. So we're going to get node inventory. So we want to go to our inventory, and then we want to save, which I don't remember the name of it, which is down here. Read and then save. Okay, let's go here. Let's go back to our input and then save. Awesome. Now every time I pause, it should save. Let's double check that it actually saved by going into here, and let's just print something real quick. So let's print. Okay, it might not have saved, so let's actually reload our game. Play. Okay, so we've saved. Let's close our game. Let's delete this. And then because I know I'm reading our inventory, let's see if there's anything in our inventory. Well, right now we have file does not exist. So now when I play, it should say something exists. Okay, so we have an error already. Awesome. Let's see what's going on. Invalid get index on base 3. Let's check. Let's go to our inventory here. No, it's going to be somewhere else. It's going to be our user, not res. The reason it's user, by the way, and not res is because if you ever want to use this in Android, res won't work. User will work for everything, but res will not work. So let's debug this though. Let's see what's going on. Oh, what was the error? I didn't even read it. Okay, I have to reload. I didn't read it. I don't know what it said. Invalid get index on get index 3, so it would be this one. It's very strange. It should be saving as this. So I'm not sure why it's doing that. Path 3. Let's do 2. Let's see what happens if I just do 2. The error, yep. Let's change it to 0. Let's see what happens. Invalid get index is 0. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to check what's going on. And all right, we're back. This was a pretty simple mistake. I didn't realize the item was wrong. So in our item itself, we were reading from the wrong position. So here we're checking if the item file exists, right? And before it didn't exist because it was at the wrong path. So what you have to do is in our inventory, that's where we've made it. We've made the items.json right there. So you have to copy the path and just copy it here. Just do like that. And then /items.json. You might have to actually write this in, right? So whatever you named it, you have to name it properly and make sure that's right. If you want, you can even print something here to like double check that you did it right. But yeah, that was the issue. So our items is done. Let's close that again. Let's close pause. Let's go to our inventory. So here we can, let's actually save and load again. So save and load basically. Let's save. So our thing should be empty. It should become empty. And then we're going to check our file to see if there's anything in it, which there shouldn't be because we just saved it before we even loaded it. And then we're going to create an item. And I've changed the path to our res, so now we can see. So if I open this file, we can now see our inventory save. So if I open it, ooh, there's nothing there. Ooh, I know why. I just tested this. I did this mistake. So when I play, I have to save it by clicking escape. So we've saved it. We go back to our res. Now if we go to our inventory save, here's our item. There we go. So this is our inventory. So now we have an item in our inventory, which is awesome. So this is a working inventory system. This allows us to add items into a JSON file with our current inventory. I think I'll end the video here. And in the next video, we'll actually learn how to use that with slots and items and other things. So in the actual game, how are we going to put our UI to use that? Right? So we're going to use input handler to be able to actually do something with those items, right? I would urge you to try to figure it out. I'll give it a little hint. So in here, okay, so in our functions that we've written, or hopefully you've written, and I copy pasted, we have our functions allow us to read data from my inventory. We have save inventory data, and we have a bunch of other things and other functions, right? We have a get item, we have get item count, we have get item icon, etc. Right? So try to use these functions to see how can I use these to actually put it into my game, right? You can test to see if remove item works. You can test to use whatever. Keep in mind, yeah, I don't know, that's it. So yeah, we have read JSON data. That's how we can read from a specific item. So keep all that in mind. Next video, we'll actually learn how to use our UI to interact with these items. It'll be very simple, I think. As simple as I can get it to be, but it'll be something useful, hopefully. In the meantime, I will upload this to my GitHub. I think that GitHub, you can probably find it if you look hard enough, but I will put it in the end of the series. So it'll be like a little congratulations, you finished the series. There's the GitHub if you ever needed help. But yeah, in the meantime, if you have any questions, comments below. You can also join my Discord down below. Like, share, comment, give me a thumbs up. I don't know, that's it. I'll see you guys next time. All right, welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, we're going to be finishing up our inventory. And I think that's it. So let's get right into it. First thing we're going to do is we want to actually check for, so I can do this, and we're going to check for inventory. All right, we'll just do in, because we want a way to show and hide our inventory, right? Because it's a different section than our pause section. If you decided to make this inside of one pause thing, then you don't have to do this, but I'm just going to do this. For now, I'm going to do E. So E, there we go. I'll also do I. Let's do I. So E and I as for inventory. And then what we'll do is we'll just get parent dot show. What we'll do is say if get parent dot visible. No, what we'll do is we'll just do this: get parent dot visible equals that, and say not get parent dot visible. All right, so let's play. We'll just test that works. Play. Now if I press E, every time it'll check to see if it's visible. So this is just a very quick way to check if it's visible or set it to the opposite of what it is. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a container. And this is going to be let's search up container, look at the different kinds we have. So there's a lot, but and you can kind of go through all of them to see what you might want, but I'm going to use a grid container. I'm going to move this into the middle. This is going to be our slots container. We're going to have a few slots in that container. So let's make our slot. Our slot is going to be, let's see, let's see if I have some GUI for this. think I should. Yeah, okay. Actually, you know what? For now, let's. No, you know what? Yeah, let's do. We'll do texture button, and then what we can do, so we can go into texture. We can say new image texture. We'll go into here. We'll pop this in, or not. Yeah, okay, I can't do that. It might not be image texture. Let's see, what can we use here? You know what? Let's actually just make this a regular button. Let's delete this and make a regular button for now. I can't be asked to go through the headache of this. Okay, let's save this. This will be in our inventory. It'll be called slot. And then we're also going to add, I'm going to rename it to slot. Also going to add an image, a PNG. We don't want it to be anything big. We're just going to add this for now. No, actually, I forgot that we actually have items. So let's add in an item. So let's delete that icon. And this is going to be our item. So this is the size of our slot, right? So we want to size it so that it's good. And then kind of center that. Let's actually just do this manually in our rectangle. Let's do 25 by 25, okay, 26 by 26, I guess. And then let's pop this into this to center it. And then we'll kind of pop that into the middle. Awesome. So this is our slot. You might actually want to use a better texture for the button, but either way, this will work for now. So let's add a script to it. And in our script, we're just going to delete all this. We're going to have a few things. We're going to have has item. So we're going to do has item equals false. We're going to do variable item icon. And we're going to preload something. It doesn't matter what we preload right now, as long as it's a PNG. So we just have to preload a PNG. The reason this doesn't matter is because I'll explain in a second. So let's keep going. We'll do item name. And we're just going to have empty string. We're going to do variable item count. And that's it. I have other things like item value, item cost. You can save other value things in this slot, but for now, this is the default stuff. This is the stuff that we actually will probably need. Other than that, though, yeah, let's just keep going, and then you can kind of add things later on if you want. So let's create a process function. In this process function, all we're going to do is we're going to check a few things. So if item count is equal to 0, then we're just going to hide our sprite. So we're going to do get node. I'm going to rename this sprite actually to item. I'm going to save it. And then we're going to get node item and hide. Right? So if we have 0 items in our inventory, we're going to hide it. We're also going to check if has item is equal to true. If it isn't, so what we'll do is we'll make an else function. Then we'll do the same thing. We're going to just hide our item. We're going to do that and get hide. But if we do have an item, then we'll show it, right? What we also want to do when we show it is we're going to get item dot texture equal to item icon. So this is where we're actually setting our item in our icon, right? So let's say I have in our, if you remember our inventory, we have 2 items at the moment. There's only 2. Hopefully, maybe you've done more. But the item icon from that inventory will pop into that. You know what? Let me just open it so we can actually visualize it a bit more. Let's go to inventory. So if I open this guy, close that. Let's minimize this a little bit. Let's go again. Here we go. Make it a bit smaller. Okay, so here we go. We have the icon right here. This icon will essentially be loaded into the item icon. And then if we'll also say, we'll pass through has item is equal to true eventually once we put an item into this icon or the slot. And if there is an item, then we'll set the texture, right? And yeah, that's it. So let's now go into our inventory screen and fill our slot container with slots. So let's go to slot. I'm going to fill it with slots. What we'll do is we're going to go here and we're going to set the minimum size. So that way it doesn't get resized. There we go. So any container, if you ever have problems with any container resizing your items and stuff, you just have to make sure the minimum size is what you want it to be. Otherwise, Godot will automatically resize it for you. So let's go into slot container. We're going to do columns. Let's do 3. And then here, what we'll do is we'll have slot 1. And then I'm going to duplicate this a few times. 1, 2, let's do 4. 4. Okay, yeah, let's do 16 slots. So we have 16 slots. Let's hide the panel for now. I'll put it up later. We can kind of change this a little bit by going to theme override. We can go to the H and V separation, and we can just kind of increase it a little bit to separate our slots so it looks a bit nicer. Awesome. There's our inventory. I'm going to move this up, and all I'm going to do is actually going to add the word button to each slot, just so I know that it's a button. I'll give you a reason as to why I'm doing this in a second, but yeah. Okay, next thing we're going to do. Okay, next thing we want to do is actually fill our inventory, right? So our inventory here is done. However, our UI input is not done. Let me actually double check where I do this. Okay, yeah, I actually do this in inventory screen. So in our inventory screen, we're going to load all our buttons. So I'm going to do onReady variable slot buttons equals an array of our buttons. I'm just going to copy paste this because I already have this in my reference. So I'm just going to copy paste this, but you can pause and make sure you do this right. Let me just actually double check the name is all right. Oh, okay, let's see, slots container. Let me just copy paste that. Okay, that's right. Slot 1. Okay, that should be right. Okay, let's actually load this to see if it errors. Okay, so it works. Next what we're going to do is we're going to actually fill our items, right? So we'll do this in a process function. So we'll check to see if our inventory has anything that we can load into it. So we can do if first we're going to check to see if our node exists. So if has node inventory. This is just good practice to avoid errors. Then we'll do get. Go to our inventory, and we can find our function that allows us to get the items. Ooh, maybe it doesn't exist. No, sorry. We're going to have to make that in our inventory screen. Here we go. So we're going to make a function called get items inventory items. So let's make that function. Let's do get inventory items. And we'll pass for now to avoid any errors. There we go. And then in here, what we're going to do, we're going to just check to see if our inventory, right, our inventory from our actual inventory has anything to load into our slot container, right? So let's go back to our inventory screen, and we're going to create a variable called keys, and we're just going to make this equal to inventory dot get get keys, and I actually have to set what inventory is. So we're going to actually do this up here. We're going to make another onReady variable inventory equals. It should just be We'll just do this inventory. So we're loading this node right here, right? So in our main node inventory screen, we're going to load our inventory, right? So that way we can access the inventory. We can access the inventory size. Let's actually change this to 16 because now our inventory size is 16. You could have done that here as well, but it doesn't matter to me. What else? Okay, so now we've called our inventory keys, which is a function from here, right? So we have the get keys somewhere. Here we go. So we're going to check how many keys our inventory has, right? So how many items, right? And then in our inventory screen, we're going to fill our thing. So our actual slot container. So for loop I in range of slot buttons dot size. if I keys dot sides, then we'll just say variable item equal to inventory dot get. Let me just copy paste this line, because whenever you access a function outside of the node, it doesn't fill out for you. It doesn't finish it for you. So, okay, so what are we doing here? First we're making our key. So we're going to get the number of keys or items that we have. So this is the amount of items. Then we're going to for loop through our buttons. So it should for loop from 0 to 15, right? So 0 or 1 to 16 if you want to think of it that way. But it is 0 to 15. If I, so 0, is smaller than the size of our key, which will be, let's say we have one item, which will be 1, then that means we have one item, and our I is 0 right now, right? So we have a button, 0, and there's an item in our inventory, because we know it by saying keys.size, that we do not have loaded, right? So let's load it in. Let's put it into our container. So what we'll do is we'll say slot buttons dot I, so at I, like an array. We'll say item icon equals, let me just load this. We're going to get the item dot get stat icon. So what we're doing is so we have the item dot get stat. Let's look at that first. So this guy, item dot get stat. So we have our item. We've gotten our item, by the way, in our variable. Now let's get the stat. Let's find that stat, which is right here. So icon, right? We're going to return this string. And what do we want to do with that string? Well, we want to load it into our item icon, right? Because in our slot, we have item icon. Here it is. Let's just copy paste that to make sure it's right. Yeah, and that's right. And so now here, what we can do is just fill out all these things, right? So we can go here. We can say, not has item. We'll say item name. Item name will be, we're not going to load it because it's just a string. And we'll say up here in our inventory, we're going to get the name, right? So we want to get the name and fill it into our slot. Other things I can do is and then you can kind of fill in anything else you want. Let's actually delete this line. I don't need that. Here, I'm going to say has item equals true. And that is it. Let me just copy paste that to make sure. Right. Awesome. And then else, have an else function, and then we'll say false. So we're going to for loop through because we're still looping through our button size, we're going to see if this thing has, if we have any items left. If there is, then we fill it. If there isn't, then we're just going to set it to false. We don't have to reset any of these other things, because once we've set it to false, we're already hiding it. So there's no point to doing anything else. Let's just delete that pass. So now I believe if I play, hopefully this doesn't error. Yeah, there we go. There's our item. So it's already loaded in. However, obviously when I click it, nothing happens, but we do have an item now. Another way we can test this works is go into our inventory. Let's create another item, and it'll be a different item. So go to play, and there we go. We have another item. I believe if I try to play again, I've loaded, and then I've also added. So I should have more than one item here. So let me actually check if it counts. I don't think it does, but we'll check. Let's go to item here. Let's open up our inventory save. Let's open this. Here we have our first item. Oh, it does. Okay, awesome. No, sorry. Let's we have to save it by pressing escape, right? Let's make it so that when let's go to here, and then no, sorry, input handler. What we'll do is we'll also save if we ever open our inventory. Here we go. Let's play again. Oh no, sorry. Let's go into here. The file has been modified. You want to reload it? Yes. Let's reload it and see what the update looks like. Okay. Yeah. So it does save the item count. So the quantity. I have 3 of the wooden staffs, and I have 1 silver staff. Right. So it does have a count, and we can actually. Let me check. Yeah. So you can add that here. Do I have the item count? Yes, I do. You can also load the item count if you want, but I think I actually do that in slot count. Let me double check. No, I do that somewhere else. Anyways, item count aside, let's do something with our item. Let's create an interface, I suppose. So the way I do that, let me just double check. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to create an interface item where when I click that item, it's going to give me the information of that item. So there's a bunch of different ways you can do this. You can add a hover to your UI input handler if you want. You can add, there's so many different ways you can do this with an inventory. In my last series, I did a hover thing where you could hover an inventory item and it would hover and pop up information of that inventory. So let's create something where if I click it, it's going to pop up an information box for me. So let's create other node. We're going to create a canvas layer. And in this canvas layer, it'll be super easy. We're going to save it as item info. I'm going to save it here in our inventory. I'm going to rename it to item info. We're going to add a panel. I'm going to center it as much as I can. I'm going to add a label. And I'm also going to add a sprite. In the sprite, I'm going to load something. Let's load an item first. So not there. I have to look it up. Item, inventory, here we go. Inventory times 16. Let's load an armor, that's fine. Close all that. Okay. Oops. Let's just have some text info or text as sample. Let's make our label a little bit smaller. We'll do 0.6, 0.6. We'll actually make our label a little bit bigger, or panel, sorry. So this is going to be our item. Let's actually make it a bit bigger. So we'll double it. No, actually, we'll do 1.5. 1.5, there we go. Okay, and so this is going to be our item, our actual item, and then this is going to be our information. So we can fill out anything we want in this. Let's actually duplicate this. And what we'll do is we'll have the first one be the name. So we'll say name, and then this one will be for description. And we'll pop that in. Let's center this, and we'll auto wrap it. And let's auto wrap this. Let's do center here, and then we'll do center and top. That's fine. And then the last thing, I'll just make my panel slightly bigger. And then let's lock all this. Lock, there we go. And now what we're going to do is, sorry, let me just double check. Okay, we're going to go to our inventory screen. We're going to add that new item that we just made. Where is it? Item info. We're going to add that in, and it'll pop up right there. And we're going to actually move this to the bottom, so right there. And now what we want to do is every time I click a button, so we'll actually open that button. So let's go to slot button. And let's say we pressed, and we'll connect them. And then in here, what we'll do is we are going to, let's load our actual item info node. So we have to find it. So item info equals get node. Let me find the path. So to find the path, what we can do is we can go to our node here, and we can just pop in this guy. So that's our path. All right, so this is get parent, and then get info, basically. That's what it's doing. So now we've loaded this guy, or loaded it. All right, so now that we have our item info, we want to fill it in with our actual information of what is in this thing, right? So we'll say if has item is equal to true, then what we'll do is we'll say item info dot get node name equal to item name, right? And then we're just going to copy this, and we're basically sending information from this button into our item information. Let's go back to our slot. We're going to name, dot text, that's why. We want to set the text. Let's set the description to, actually, no, we're not going to set the description here, but we will set, let me just copy paste this part, the item icon texture. I'm going to delete this. And then what we'll do is we're going to actually show it. So we'll say item info dot layer equals 2. And then we'll also show it. So we'll say item info, show, or we'll say visible equals the not visible. So we'll say we'll make it uninvisible essentially. And then I think that is it. Let's now go into item info, and what we'll do is we'll add a script here. We're not going to add too much in it, but right now what we can do is we can say, no, let's pass actually on the process function, and then in our ready function, we'll do ready. We'll say self.hide, and we'll also say layer equals -1. Okay, so now let's play and see what happens. So if I play, here's my inventory. I can open and close it. Let's click something, and it errors. Okay, what's going on? Invalid set text with type nil. That means this is empty, maybe. Yeah, that means it's empty. Why is it empty? Am I never setting it? Let's go into inventory screen. Go to slot button. Let me double check something. Okay, I realize actually we don't want to do this here. Sorry. We want to actually go into our inventory screen. Let's actually hide this for now so it's not in our way. Let's go into our button. What we're going to do is we're going to click our press button, and we're going to connect this to our UI input. We're going to go to advanced. We're going to go to int, and we're going to add. We're going to add an argument. Each one is going to have the number associated with it. So the first one, let me actually double check. No, sorry, the bind is 0. So the first button is a bit weird, but the first button, it says slot 1 button, is going to be 0. So we're going to have 0 to 15. Let's connect it. And now we should get a function like this. If you do not have this, please go back and double check that you did this right. So we want to go to advanced, add an integer. We're going to add, and the argument for this one, because we're on slot 2, is going to be 1. So let's connect. And you want to do this for each button. At the moment, I'll only do it for the first 2 because we only have 2 items, and so there's only 2 items to test. But yeah, that's how I'm going to do that. Oh, sorry, I actually did that wrong. Let's go back here and disconnect that. Let's try it again. Sorry. Okay, so let's go back to our input here. You want to make sure the function is the same name for all of them. Sorry. So pressed, make sure the receiver method is the same. Connect it to the UI input holder, add 1, and etc. So make sure this is all right. Make sure the function name is always the same. Make sure that's always going to the UI input handler, and make sure the argument is right. So it's always like the slot button -1. So connect, and that should connect me to the same function. So now we're going to pass through. So let's actually test this. Let's see what happens. Let's print extra, or no, sorry, we'll still error. So let's code this out and then see what happens. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. We're going to pass through our item info equals get node. Let's actually end this so we have no error. We're going to pop in this guy. So we're going to get our info. And then with that info, we're going to say if item info dot layer is smaller than 0, then we will do something. We'll fill it. So let's get our keys first. Let's get keys equals inventory dot. We have to actually load our inventory too. So let me do that. Let's go here. So onReady variable inventory. So we're going to get our inventory. We're going to load it, and then we're going to say inventory dot get keys. Here we go. Get keys. Only 1 dot. There we go. And then we're also going to check if our size is bigger than our extra argument, right? Because we don't want to overfill we don't want to be clicking something that's not in our inventory, essentially. And then we're going to get our item. So we're doing the same thing as inventory screen, almost. So let's go back to our input handler. Let's get our item, right? And so this is where it gets a bit special. the item itself, because it's not the exact same, right? Because here what we're doing is we're for looping, so we have some reference to fill, right? We have the item keys.I. However, for our input handler, we only want to get the item that we just clicked on. We don't want to get all of them. We only want to get the one, which is why we have the extra argument, right? So if I am trying to get the 0 item, I click this and it'll give me 0, key 0, right? The inventory dot get item at the key 0, right? Now that we have our item, we actually want to fill things with it. So let me just copy paste this so save my time. So we're going to get our info. We can actually just replace that with item info dot pet node name. No, not icon, name. Which one is it? Sprite. There we go. Dot texture, and we're going to load our icon. And then we're going to copy paste this here, and we're going to set our name. We're going to set our name to the key, right? Yeah. And then what we can also do is we can set a lot of different things. So we have item count at this point as well. We can also set, let me actually copy it. I'll comment it out so that way it doesn't error my game. But what you can do is get the item info and set item count. So you would have to set item count inside your item info, and then you can show how many items you have as well. Let me comment that out because I do not have a comment, or I do not have a item count. But also, and then we can also fill our description. Here we go. That's the line I was looking for. So let's get item get node. We're going to do this and say des. So we're going to get our description dot text, and we're going to fill in our description. So we're getting item dot get stat. So at this point, hopefully you've kind of seen what we can do. We can basically just fill anything with our get stat function, right? So So let's play and see what happens. So hopefully this doesn't error. Okay, let's delete this for now. Play, click. We're not showing it. That's why. No, actually, you know what? Let's go back to our slot. We're not going to delete this. What we'll do is we'll delete these 2 lines for now. Yeah, there we go. Play. Let's click. There we go. Put in stuff. I click this one. It's not working. All right, I must have done something wrong, but the first one is working. So we've loaded in the description, we've loaded in the name, and we've also loaded in the icon, which is awesome. So you can now do this for each button. So you have button 3. Let's do this one more time, just so you get it. I gotta make sure I copy it right. Make sure you go to your UI input handler. We copy this function. We go to button 3, press. We're gonna connect it to this guy. We're gonna rename the function to the right one. We're gonna add an int, and this is going to be number 2. And so you can keep doing this for all of them, or you have to do that for all of them in order for them to work. And so yeah, that's how you make a user interface for inventory. We now can interact with our inventory, which is awesome. So I can open, close, open. Let's try loading. See what happens if I only click this one first. Yeah. So you would also want a way to close this first. So I'm not going to do it because I'm a bit lazy. But in your item info, you want another button essentially. You want to add a button that closes this window. Let's actually, you know what? Let's do that. It's not too hard. Let's add a button, and then this will be here. Close. Let's make it smaller. Let's go to scale. We'll do 0.5 to 0.5. Rename it to close. Let's connect it. Press. We don't want advanced for that one. And then we'll do self layer equals -1, and then we'll also do self dot visible equals false. For this one, we want it to be false. So, all right, let's play. Let's click this, close. It's not working. Why is it not working? I think I know it's not working actually. let's pop this up here. Ooh, interesting. Why is it not working? That is strange. Let's go to remote. Why can I not click on it? What is going on? Item screen, item info. Let's go to item info. It's on layer 2. This one should be layer 1. So I should be able to interact with it. It's very strange. Let me just double check. Replay. Open it. Why can I not click on it? That is very strange, actually. I'm not too sure why. Let's make it, change the scale back. It's not because I'm paused, right? All right, I'm actually not sure why it's doing that, but you got the idea. I don't want to spend too much time on the inventory because it takes a lot of time to create an inventory. Let's open this again and make it visible. Let's make it as big as the actual inventory. Go. All right. But yeah, so this is kind of how you make an inventory. I think I'm going to end it there. I've given you the basics. You can kind of figure out how to keep going with this if you want to make your own game, if you are making your own game. Let me just explain. I won't do it, but I'm going to explain how you make items. Whenever we die, what you're going to have to do is find your inventory. So you can do get tree, get parent, whatever you want to use. Find your inventory screen. We go to inventory screen. We say inventory because we have inventory here. We can say inventory dot create item. So create item is how you would create an item in your inventory, right? So let's delete all that. Let's go to here, and yeah, that's it. So in your inventory, in your monster, you would have to do that here, right? That is it. Let's see. Let's play. Let's see what I have. So I have our inventory here. I can't close this because I'm lazy. I might add that into next video. I'll figure out why we couldn't click the button and fix that. But yeah, we have an inventory that works. We have some cool stuff. I also do want to do NPC interaction. I think that was a request from a commenter. Someone asked for dialogue. So I might do that as a final episode. So look out for that. But that is it for our inventory. If you want the code, I will be uploading to a GitHub soon. Or I am uploading to a GitHub. You might have to find it, but I haven't posted it. So it's not in the description, I don't think. But it will be in our final video. So keep an eye out for that. Also, last thing before I go, I do have a Patreon. If you want to pledge to it, you can. As soon as I get one Patreon, I will start posting on it. At the moment, I have 0, which is like fine. I wanted to originally grow my YouTube a bit more before asking for Patreon, but I think I'm growing at an okay rate. So I will let you know I do have a Patreon that you can pledge to if you want. It does help a lot. I make no money from this. I gain absolutely nothing from making these YouTube videos right now, other than the satisfaction of teaching you guys, which is awesome. Also, comment, subscribe, share the video if you guys have any friends who might want to learn how to code. And yeah, comment down below what you guys want to see next. So I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. All right, welcome back, everyone. In today's episode, we are going to be doing some NPC stuff. This is going to be the last episode for this series, I believe, mostly because I'm kind of burnt out on it. I don't have too many more ideas. The base of the game is pretty much set up. In fact, the NPC thing is kind of redundant in a sense, but I'll kind of show you a different way to do it in the sense of a cutscene. So it'll be almost kind of like a cutscene NPC. So what we'll do is we're going to open our world, and we're going to use a structure similar to the sign. So let's actually just go into our new node. Oops, put it over there, and we will create a body, and we want static body. That's hopefully our NPC is not moving. Let's save it, and I will put it world objects. I'll say NPC. I'll just save it as NPC. And I've imported some NPC characters. So let me find one. That one's kind of weird. Look at a female. Is there a female? Okay, maybe not. Okay, what's other? Let's see what's in here. Okay. Okay, let's use this. This is perfect. This is really weird. I get 4 and 4. No, is it 4 and 4? Ooh, it's 4 and 3. Interesting. That's actually strange. Horizontal is 3, and this will be 4. 4. There we go. Okay. So let's put it right there. He's walking. Is there an idle one? No, they're all just walking, I think. So yeah, I don't think we're going to have an idle animation, but that's okay. Yeah, every character in here is walking. Yeah, no, okay. It's okay. We'll just have it be idle. So we'll have it on this frame. So that way it looks like he's standing. All right, and let's save. Let's name this NPC. Let's add a body to it, or a collision thing. So collision shape. Give it a little rectangle. Put it right there. Oh, and I'll make it that big. There we go. All right, what else do we have our sign? We have the area 2D, which we'll add in a second, and then we have the panel for the actual label. What we'll do is we'll actually merge that. So we're going to merge from scene. We're going to find it. I think it's in here. So sign, and we're going to get this label. Awesome. I have a label that has text, but what we're going to do instead is we're going to create kind of a cutscene. So let's move this up for now. And we're going to go to NPC. We're going to create a script for it. And we're also going to add an animation player. Animation layer. And so the way cutscenes work is there's a lot of different ways you can do it, really. You can use an animation tree if you want, in fact. If you wanted to do different paths of different selections, so for example, if the NPC asked you something like, would you like to, like, choice, right? A choice in the actual game. So like, would you like to kill this person or not? That's like an evil deed, for example. You can increase the evil deed by 1, and then you can go through a certain path in the animation tree, right? So we're not going to do that, but what we'll do is we'll connect the animation player. So let's create a few scenes. So let's make, what will be the first one? The first one will be intro. And then we'll have ending. And then in our intro, let's go to our label and say, welcome player. Hope you enjoy this world I created. And then what we'll do is, because we're adjusting the size here, we're actually going to take this, all this, and we're going to copy all this. We're going to copy the text because we're adjusting the text in our animation player. So what we'll do is we'll go to the label, and we're going to key the text right there in our intro, right? Now what we'll do is we'll go into our panel, and we're going to built-in script. Go to here, let's go back, make sure I'm in the right one. Take that breakout. Then in here, what we'll do is oops. Okay, I don't know why it's like that. There we go. So now we're always updating the panel size depending on the text. So we no longer really have to set it here. We just have to update the text. And let's just double check this works. So let's put our NPC in our world. So NPC. Let's put it in objects, and then let's put this guy right here on the bottom. Let's move these guys down so I'm not messing with them. Let's play. Ooh, what is happening? Right. I have to make sure I'm getting the right thing. So panel will just be self, so we can actually just do self for this. So I'll just Control R to replace it all, replace all that. And then for this one, we can just erase the panel because it's just going to get our label down. All right, let's play again. Play. All right, let's go find our player. There it is. So we did not change the panel size. It just changed automatically, right? So let's actually adjust a few things. Let's go to our label. I think, ooh, is it 6 or 64? I thought it was 64, and yeah, it's 65 here actually. So let's go back to our label. Let's change that to 65 and see what we get. It won't change automatically. I have to reload the game. Okay, there we go. Oh no, sorry, let's, ooh, that's the position. Okay, position. Let's not mess with the position actually. We'll leave the position there. The rectangle size, X and Y. X, Y plus 16. Okay, I think I'll leave it like that there. And we'll actually put this guy under our player, or under the NPC, so that way it builds downwards. We'll also, it seems to be wrapped way too far to the right. So let's decrease the Y axis. Let me check. So I'm going to play around with it because I'm not 100% sure. No, it's the X axis. So let's decrease the X. We'll only add 8. So let's play and see what we get. Okay, that's a little better. It looks a bit cleaner. So it looks a bit more centered. All right, let's now, let's actually decrease this as well because it's pretty far down. So we'll go +8. Now in our animation player, what we'll do is we're going to add our area 2D. You know what? We'll actually just merge this as well from the sign. So we'll go to merge, add the area 2D from here. So now it's the exact same size as the sign. And then what we'll do is we'll just do body entered, NPC. And then what we can do is do the exact same thing as the sign. So we can say if body.name equals player, then that means it's our player. So let's go to NPC. And then what we can do is say get. We'll do, we'll make a on ready variable anim. That's not how you spell anim. Anim equals, I can't type. Get node animation player. So now we can just say anim dot play intro. And then what we can do is, so we're going to play our intro, which will be 1 second technically. And then what we can do is say, what we can do, I'm actually not 100% sure this will work. Let's try it. Let's try doing this. Oh, it'll just pop up, right? It's not going to animate it, I don't believe. Let's try it. Let's see what we get though. So originally, the text is empty, and then if I hit, it'll play it. Yeah, so it's not going to animate it. There is a different way to animate it, but we're not going to do that. For now, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to delete this guy. There we go. I want this in the middle. And then what we'll do, so I'm going to make this like 5 seconds. After 1.5 seconds, what we'll do is we can create a prompt. So what we'll do is we'll go to our NPC. We're going to say on ready there UI. Let's say player UI equals get. So at this point, what we want to try to do, okay, so our goal, I'll explain it. We want to, oh, it's going to error, of course. Okay, well, we can still look in our remote. So in our remote, oh no, I can't because we're in the main menu. Okay, I'm just trolling today. So let's go again, go to our remote. Okay, so here's our goal. Our goal is to, once we hit the NPC, we want to find our UI and create a button inside that UI that says, like, do you want to accept this quest, for example, right? We can do that. We'll remove this sign from here. Let's do that. So let's take that out. In our NPC, what we're going to do is when we hit the NPC, it's going to say, welcome to our world. Would you like to accept this quest? And then a prompt will pop up and it'll say yes or no. If you say no, obviously we don't accept it. If you say yes, it'll accept the quest. So in order to find this UI, we have the onReady variable, player UI. And what we can do is we just have to find it. So, well, the way I usually do it is I'll do get parent, that means we've gone up 1, so we're now at object. If I do it again, it means we're now at main sort. If I do it again, that means we're now at world. And now I can just do get node UI, right? Yeah, that's it, because that is how you spell it. And instead of get parent, what we can do is dot dot slash, dot dot slash, dot dot slash. I think it's that one. So now we can remove all those. Okay, I think it's the other one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Right? Okay, now let's replay. And if it doesn't error, that means we've gotten the node. Okay, that means we have the UI. Awesome. So now what we can do is we can go into our animation player and we'll create a function. So function and prompt player. We'll say player UI dot. We're gonna have to create a button. So let's actually do that outside. Let's create it. Let's do a 2D scene. No, let's do a canvas layer. Canvas layer. There we go. And then in here, we'll just have a panel. And we're also going to have two buttons. So I'll add one button and then duplicate it. There we go. And I'm going to move this to the middle. So let's turn on snap grid. Let's take our panel and make it like that big. Let's take the buttons out so we don't get affected by the scaling. And then this one will say no. Let's make the panel a little bigger. We have no, and then yes. So we'll have that down there. And then what we can do, let's actually move all this. Let's move all of it kind of in the middle. I'll make the buttons a bit smaller actually. So let's go here. Let's say 0.8, 0.8. Let's move it a little bit. And then last thing, we'll just create a label. And this will be prompt. And then this label is going to be the text of like whatever we want to edit. So whenever we have a quest system, so this will be our prompt. It can be prompt, yeah, we'll just say prompt player. So this can be your quest prompt if you want. It can be your, like, it can be anything really. Let's end this. Let's go back here. We'll just keep it as label. And then what we can do is we can go to NPC. We can load it. So we'll just say variable. Actually, we'll make it a constant. We'll do prompt equals preload. What was it called? Prompt. I'm just going to find it. It is right there. So let's preload that. So now we have our prompt. And now what we can do is say player.ui. Nope, we want to get our prompt and instance that. So prompt.instance. And then we're going to get our player UI. Add child prompt. I should forget how to do this. My brain is just pooped. So yeah, no, let's do this one. So we want to make it a variable and then add it. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm missing. Let's go back to our NPC. Say variable quest equals prompt. We'll say prompt player 1 so we don't get any errors or whatever. And then we'll add that child into our player UI. So now what we can do is we want a way to call this. So we're not going to copy paste that. Let's do that in our animation player. And to do that, what we can do is go to add track. We can find call method track, and we can connect our NPC because that's where our method is. If we right click, insert key, we can now find our function that we just made, void prompt player. So we open that, it'll prompt it at 1.5 seconds. Right? So now if we play, go here. If I hit my guy after 1.5 seconds, it'll add this child. So now I can click yes or no, nothing happens, but we can. So let's go here. Let's go back to our NPC, and then let's say prompt.get node label.text equals would you like to accept this quest of mine. And then what we can do is we can go to prompt player. We're going to create a script in this one. This is not going to be on build. It's going to be here. I'm going to delete all this. I'm going to create a variable called quest, and we'll say quest equals game dot intro. Intro. No, I don't remember what it's called. Let's look it up. Let's go to our game file. Where's the quest? Do I have a different tab for it? I think I do. Yeah, I do. I'm trolling. I'm trolling you guys. So let's go over here. Say intro quest quests dot intro quest. So this will be the default, and then we'll say we're not going to say anything. We're going to actually connect our buttons. So let's rename this to yes, this to no. And then we'll say if pressed. And we'll connect this one as well. Connect the yes press. And then what we can do is say if no, what we'll do is just Q3. So Q3, we don't want to do anything. But if we click yes, what we can do is say quest equals true. I think that should work, hopefully. And then we'll Q3 as well. And then what we'll do is we'll say, will this work actually? I'm wondering. I don't think it will actually, but let's actually just say quest dot intro quest equals true for now. So we'll delete this. Go back here. Go back to our NPC. So we have the prompt player, and then here we go. After 5 seconds, so we have label. We're changing the label. We're saying, would you like to accept this quest of mine? We add the child, and then I'm actually going to try this. I've never tried this, so let's see if I can actually change it. Let's say PC on yes. Rest. No, that'll just call the actual thing. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's play. Let's see what happens. So now, if I go to this guy, I'll say, welcome player, I hope you enjoy this world I've created. And it'll pop that up. Why is that? Because let's center this, auto wrap. Let's type in some stuff. Let's end it. Let's see what happens if I type in. Where's the text? That is very strange. It is behind the label, or behind the panel, that's why. Okay, let's make it a bit smaller, because that's really big. Let's do 0.6, 0.6. There we go. Okay, now let's play one more time. Except I'm going to do this on the top. I'm going to have it going from the top down. Okay, play. Now when I hit it, after 1.5 seconds, it'll prompt, would you like to accept this quest of mine? I'll say no, and it'll just disappear. And then if I go back to him, it'll prompt it again. Then I can click yes, and I've accepted the quest technically. And you can create a tab. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I remember we actually just did that. So there it is, go slay or skeletons. Another thing we can do is in our NPC, instead of just creating it right away, we can check for if the quest already exists. So if quest dot, what is it called? Intro quest equals false, then we'll do all this. If not, yeah, we can do else. So what we can do is say, we'll play our ending. We'll go to animation player, and we'll actually just make this 2 seconds. Go to our ending, and then in our ending, what we can do is go to our label and say, you already accepted my quest. Go do it. And then we'll key that right there. And then in the end, nothing will happen. What we can do though in the end is we'll make it 2 seconds. And then after 2 seconds, we'll go to our panel. We'll go to visibility, make it invisible, and bam. Let's make it visible though in the beginning. And we'll also do the same thing for intro, make it visible, and then invisible in the end. We'll also go to here and we'll say self.hide in the beginning. All right, let's play. And let's see what we got. Okay, I'm not sure why I didn't hide. Self.hide. It shouldn't be playing anything. Why is it not hiding? That's actually really weird that it's there. But let's test it anyways. Let's welcome player. I hope you enjoy this. It's a bit fast, so we can actually change it up a bit. Let's make this 3 seconds. We'll go there. We'll pop that up later. Panels visible. Reset. Oh, I think that's why. Let's turn that off. Okay, you know what? Let's just delete the reset thing. I really don't like this thing, but yeah, let's just delete it. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was why. Okay. Let's reload the game just to test one last time. Okay, I'm not sure why it's playing that. Dang. Player. Intro. Why is it playing that? That's very strange. I don't know. Let's just go into it. Welcome player. Hope you really enjoy this world I've created. It'll pop up. Let's say no for now, and then let's go back. Yep. There we go. Would you like to accept this quest of mine? We can say yes, and then if I go to him, it should pop up and say, "You've already accepted this quest of mine. Go do it." What we can do is we can check for the prompt player in the beginning. It's up to you, but this is kind of how a cutscene would work. What you can do as well is, as soon as the player hits, you can pause the game. So you can say get tree.pause equals true, and then in the end, you can say it's false somewhere. Yeah, we'll do it after the false, I guess. This isn't the best way to do it. You would probably want to make a separate function, like function unpause, and then you can do it in the animation player, but I'm too lazy and the video is getting very long. So I'm going to kind of show that there, and that's it. So our game is paused. Keep in mind, now that it's paused, we can't add anything. So the game is paused. There's no process function to anything. So you want to, so if you remember in our pause, we have the pause mode equals to pause mode process, right? So you want to use these for prompt player and stuff. So let's go to NPC. Let's do that here. So function ready, pause mode function process. We'll go one more time, play. And because the NPC is still working, it's unpaused now because we've prompted the player. So, but yeah, so before, I want you to understand that that was why it would never unpause, because the process mode of everything is paused, and we'll never be able to unpause unless I click escape, I guess. But would I like to accept? Sure. And then I go back. After a little while, it's paused now. After a little while, it'll prompt it and say you already accepted, because I did, and that's it. You can also do another function that could be like check quest player. You can see if the quest has been accepted. If the quest is done, then you can prompt the player, good job, you're done the quest, et cetera, et cetera. So this is kind of how I would set up an NPC system. Animation player is very useful for this. Animation tree can help as well if it gets more complicated. However, I will say there are other ways to do this that might be easier. But that is it for our series of RPG. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did, don't forget to hit that sub button down below, as I'm always creating new videos and tutorials for you guys. And of course, if you have any recommendations, leave a comment down below. Or if you guys want, you can make sure that your voice is heard. Definitely check out my socials down below. I have a Discord that's always growing, and I would love to be able to chat with you guys and see what's going on in your own lives. I have a few other links down below that you should check out: my Steam page, my Patreon, if you want to check that out, and of course my Twitch. I kind of stream every now and then, but it's hard. I hope to see you guys around. Till next time. Bye-bye.